आइए ना नहीं सर माइक दे दो
Hello. A very good morning to all. It was supposed to be a lecture followed by, two lectures. But what happened when we were taking breakfast and we were discussing informally, we felt that this is more important to clarify the points which are important related to the phytopharmaceutical regulation in particular. And sir, what was your topic, sir? Nutraceutical. Huh?
Specialized foods.
Oh, specialized foods. So we were talking, see, whole conclave is for the discussion about the regulation. So I will just sum up. Yesterday, there were few points which emerged with respect to the regulation. Number one is that our regulation has to be dynamic. This was one thing. Second thing is regulation should be facilitator rather than becoming a sort of a controller. That was the two very important thing. And certain bottlenecks were shown that why China could do better. Because they did not bother what US says with respect to the toxicity studies or safety or like that. They plan the same way. Now, I am also of the same opinion because I have done it when I was invited in Thailand and China, and even Malaysia. I used to tell, we Asians should have our own regulations. Why should we listen like this? We should facilitate our products. We talk, but we are not learning from them. We are talking, oh, China ne ye kar diya, wo kar diya, but why we are not learning from them? That is the big question. And one of the things is this. Now, coming straightway to this part, like whether it is FSSI, our Dr. Sanjay Sharma is going to speak, or whether it is a phytopharmaceutical regulation. Once the regulations come, it gives global or international exposure. That is the biggest thing. That's why the companies are looking. Otherwise, simple regulation, like for the AYUSH showed in the literature, you get the license from the state licensing authority and you can sell all over the world. It is there. And why the company should spend unnecessarily money or time or efforts in doing that? Then they have to build their own brand, that's all. So this is what is a clarity which is coming up. So we are deliberating on that. Now since myself, I was associated with this phytopharmaceutical regulation, but more than that, Dr. Vidhu Eri was there because she was there when it was getting drafted also. So we are talking yesterday, although my topic was that what are the bottlenecks in the phytopharmaceutical regulation and what are the challenges and what is the importance also. So importance we know. For the first time in some country, safety and efficacy or the biomarkers are being demonstrated. But in process, the biggest bottleneck is we forgot the our Ayurveda principles.
Please come on this.
That is the only thing. So now we are deliberating on this part. So as a continuation to the what morning breakfast we started talking. So we were talking. So the last question which was there, that why, we have made clarified that 4 bioactive, only 1 is required. It has to be at least for pharmacokinetic or pharmacodynamic, but 3 others presence has to be shown and qualitatively and quantitatively demonstrated. You have to give a range. So that is a good part that, of course it was the experts, suggestion that okay, we should accept certain acceptable range. It cannot be that vague also. That also we have shown. As the quantitative measures, yes, proper, whether it is HPLC or that, it has to be shown. That is the clear cut. And as an expert, we were saying that really they have followed that properly or not. So these were the few things which out of experiences we told. Of course, Dr. Vidhu Ari will also give the lecture. But let us continue few more questions. Madam, तो आप भी बता दिया जाइए, आप भी आ जाइए यहाँ पर. So that we can have, and then you can give your lecture. I hope you. I'm sorry, Dr. Katiyar sahab, I have made little change in this. Instead of lecture, I have converted in sort of a discussion. So please, sorry about this. But yeah, so madam, yes. So
Yes,
let us
sir.
continue the questions which we are.
So if anybody is having
Yeah.
any question, please.
Yeah, so continue with the question. So first question was that, I mean, the clarity on that phytopharmaceutical. I think by and large we have discussed that 4 means not all 4, but the regulation, because first sentence is bioactive and then or, so it clarifies, but at the same time, it has to be clarified, that's all.
So I request Dr. Katiyar sir to say a few words on this phytopharmaceutical
Yeah.
drug. And
So
in
question,
between, if
you
anybody
have
is having
other
any
question?
kind of question, please raise. Yes, Dr. Prasoon.
Let us be question and answer straight, rather than,
Hello, sir.
yes.
So good discussion about phytopharmaceutical. I think morning I was listening a little bit, I was late, but I think in this regulation and phytopharmaceutical, single plant is obviously the priority because it will make us easy to identify 4 markers. So 4 markers is the basic requirement for this phytopharmaceuticals. Out of that, one should be bioactive and it has to be, we have to prove the PK efficacy basically. It should be PK positive. We should be able to demonstrate the PK study with the 1 mark active compound. But I think 2 plant can also be developed as a phytopharmaceutical. Only thing that we have to establish additional study of the interaction of the molecule from the 2 plants. When mix 2 plants together, there may be possibility of the chemical interaction, what we call drug-drug interaction. So 2 plant is also possible in phytopharmaceutical. Only thing we have to add on some additional studies to establish that the 2 plants are not interfering with each other or they don't have any, further development when we have combination for longer time, stability studies or those markers. Once that established, I think 2 plant can also be taken. Not the multi, because multi can be, but then again the problem like we have in the Ayurvedic product basically, where we have a lot of plants. So then establish the marker component, and one important thing that we are missing in the mass balance analysis, that's the integral part. In addition to 4 identified markers, we have to also demonstrate the mass balance analysis, means what rest of the material sitting in the plant. Not as an individual compound, but as a group, okay, 20% flavonoids, 10% alkaloids, or 20% sugar is sitting in the extract itself, in addition to these 4 markers.
So that is very valid point. Actually, now neither we are the policy maker and nor the regulator. I think both of us, I hope even Dr. Vidwari will agree to. But we have been fighting that we felt that we were the experts in that committee and we were on one side of us, so many industries used to come, sir, आप बहुत question करते हैं और ये है. और दूसरी तरफ से, I mean, these regulators, they used to have their own way. But what we felt is that it's a good thing. That's what I always promoted. Phytopharmaceutical is a good regulation, but changes are necessary. Clarifications are necessary. So one is that even in that one, you have to make that. Maybe if you link it, that's why they say that AYUSH says that no, we don't believe in this. Forget about it. We are not connected to this. On the other side, then phytopharmaceutical, so far 4 or 5 years have passed and now nothing is coming out. So somewhere we have to think. So one thought is that yes, can we revise that? Because if we consider that, so how many plants, up to what, 3 plants, 2 plants, like that? I mean, it may be a question. Many times there was one regulation that not more than 3 plants at a time. Am I right? So there is some regulation somewhere, either in our country or some other country, not more than 3 plants in a formulation. So maybe time will tell, but yes, if you want to promote traditional medicine system, you have to have multi-plants regulation also. That's what is my feeling. Now yourself. Yes, please. Yes.
Okay, so sorry to be late. I was not aware about the panel discussion in the morning today. It's good that I think we are too obsessed with the word phytopharmaceutical, and we forget that 3 herbal extracts have already been approved by drug controller as a drug. One was ginger extract for anti-cancer drug-induced chemotherapy. Second was gugulu from CDRI. And third was polyherbal formulation of lupin 1B. So 3 drugs have already been approved. Whether phytopharmaceutical, all allopathic drugs for a company, it is one and same thing, because so that allopathic doctor can prescribe and he should not take the shelter of the Supreme Court judgment. That was the only idea. So I think, to be fair to this subject, what was the history of this? If you remember, 2013 first definition of phytopharmaceutical, there was no reference to any biomarker compound. The only objective was how can we introduce more science into the herbal product.
Correct.
Can we do pharmacokinetics? Can we do pharmacodynamics? Can we make it regulatory? Because 3 companies have already done it. And examples were already set. But when that happens, yesterday what Dr. Pradhan was showing, the only difference between Ayurvedic drug and this was that in absence of these 4 biomarkers, Ministry of Ayush said, you are pirating, you are entering into our area. So you are encroaching into our area, that's why it should not be done. That is the reason the new committee introduced 4 biomarkers there. Now you can question why not 1, why not 2, why 4, that's a different thing. So but 4 biomarkers with mass spec, what he said, almost 95% of material should be known. That was the basic objective. But the question of whether we can use 3, I know somebody who told me that he already has submitted that application to DCGI office with 4 ingredients as a phytopharmaceutical, and DCGI office in a limbo. They are not able to decide whether to go it or not. I asked him, you are a fool. Why do you say phytopharmaceutical? You say you want license as a drug. Since already you have got pharmacokinetics, you have done toxicity, you have got clinical trial. Why? Suppose you get, what is the difference for you as a company when you go to a doctor, whether it is licensed as a drug or it is licensed as a phytopharmaceutical? Let phytopharmaceutical remain a single product, single ingredient, 4 molecules, whatever. If somebody has a strength, they will do it. So the second thing, nothing has come out, you are right, sir, because I think ICMR, we are working with ICMR on a first product. Madam is expert, you are also a member in the expert committee. So we have now recently completed or on the completing phase 1 clinical trial. It has taken us 5-6 years. We thought it will come in 5 years, but I do not see any sign of coming before 10 years. Because the 7,000 patients clinical trial in phase 2 and phase 3 is not going to take less than 5 years. Right? But that is the reason, because it is pre-diabetes. That's why it's a condition also different. But 6 or 7 other applications also there from CSIR. I don't know whether CSIR will go up to clinical trial or they will start looking for some industrial partner before entering into clinical trial. So I don't see, to be very frank, within next 3 to 4 years, any drug being licensed as a phytopharmaceutical. But yes, in the process there are many. And since India was the first country in the world to draw the guidelines for phytopharmaceutical, we should be proud of that, and we should continue pursuing. So these certainly, you were talking about the 1 or 4 these compounds for pharmacokinetics. Let me share with you, Dr. Airy and you both of us know, in the product what we have filed for application, when we conducted kinetics for 2 molecules in the same product, half-life of one was 6 hours and half-life of one was, I think, 12 hours. Then the question was, what do I do? Ultimately we decided, neither we follow this 6 hours, nor we follow 12 hours. We follow the recommendation of Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia of India, that what is the dose, what is rule they have mentioned, let us follow that. Ultimately we came down to that. So therefore, why to have pharmacokinetics if such kind of confusion will prevail? But it is better to do it and then talk of confusion rather than talking without doing it. So since we have certain example now, 1 compound 6 hours, other compound 12 hours, 2 we have now, we could not do, only 2 compounds we could do, you're right. That it is silent on that, how many compounds, my recommendation will be to do pharmacokinetics only 1 compound, otherwise it will create more confusion. So I think let us not be too much obsessed about the word phytopharmaceutical. their drug DCGI can provide the license of drug to a 4, 5, 6, 7, anything, provided you meet the scientific parameter. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I will just add only one line that what yesterday it was talked, let the regulation be dynamic. So based on these 4 or 5 years experience, I personally feel that IPC or CDSU should form a committee to reevaluate and immediately make some recommendation. That's it.
Sir, as expert, you are member of the expert committee in the CDSU, you can recommend them to review the, it has to be dynamic certainly.
Yeah, that's
You can
what.
recommend a review and they will form a committee to review this. I think I fully agree. It's a time for review of this recommendation.
We can give this as one of the recommendations also.
From this forum also we can give one of the recommendations.
Any other question coming up in this?
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Myself, Dr. Suresh Babu from CSIR ISCT Hyderabad. So, basically, I am a natural board chemist working on the new bioactive molecules characterization, and also I am into the standardization part using HPTLC and checking the adulteration of some herbal products. So, as part of the societal program, 2 years back, I had the opportunity to work on the shallaki, boswellic acids. So there are many boswellic acid products are available in the market. So we thought of working on that. So we collected the material and then we developed the method as per US pharmacopoeia, Indian pharmacopoeia and all those pharmacopoeias. So and there are 7 markers in boswellic shallaki. So and also at the same time we analyzed the almost 30 to 40 products of single hair, different forms of product. But unfortunately, only 2 or 3 are meeting the requirement of those pharmacopoeia. So you see, one AYUSH mode or one other regulation say these compounds should be there, present. They don't stress upon the quantity or ratio. One regulation say these 4 markers should be 1:1:2 ratio like that. So on some formulations, they don't have any markers, only except the jelly. So at the same, what I wanted to just to share my thoughts is, while encouraging the genuine product, we should also keep an eye this type of adulteration products. And there is no doubt about it, phytopharmaceutical regulation. The only challenge is to make the consistency of the 4 markers in every batch. That is the major, biggest challenge in the phytopharmaceutical mode. Thanks for giving the opportunity.
Now, with respect to that, there is nothing like a ratio that it has to be 1:1. Only one marker, it has to be shown that yes, this is the range in which they will be present. That's it. No other thing than that. And with respect to pharmacokinetics, only for one biomarker. So that is what is a simplicity and clarity also.
Yeah, and also see, some of the vendors are, those are making the loophole of this like AYUSH mode or some other mode. They are licensing those products they making the loophole like one product, one marker should be there. So, but the 7 markers should be there. I think there are certain ratio is well defined regarding the Boswellia formulations.
See, as far as I understand, in the COVID for the first time they issued the guideline that state licensing authority is not supposed to give beyond that, for the COVID particularly, and it has to come to AYUSH.
Yes,
Since I have faced, because the product was developed here, although it was not my company, but it was developed in our university, so I was facing all that. What I could learn is that they were going through all that marker part also and everything. But at the other side, they are sticking to certain rules. So that is all right. So AYUSH, otherwise, if I say, even today, bearing this COVID drug, they don't play any role. If a state license has given the license, it's done. And state license give only and only on the basis of what is written in the literature. That's it. They don't want to see anything. No clinical trial, no marker, no analysis, nothing.
Yes, sir.
This is what is there. Yes, you have to follow GMP. That's it. So, probably now in future we can foresee such regulation coming from AYUSH, wherein the markers will be asked for. But only for the phytopharmaceutical, yes, the
Minimum 4
there is
markers.
clarity. So far, 4 biomarkers, but one has to be quantitatively, I mean, pharmacokinetics and all has to be established. That's all.
Okay.
I would like to add one more angle to it now. Two markers. Recently, I have written a letter to Pharmacopoeia Commission and the Ministry of AYUSH to set up their own Institute of Biology and Chemistry, because the current set of markers is totally misleading. We have tested 37 marker compounds in Chyawanprash. We could find only 8 or 9. Why? The reason is, most of the marker compounds recommended by the pharmacopoeia are not water soluble, and Chyawanprash is made by decoction. So for example, if tomorrow you take Haridra Khand, turmeric, and you test curcumin, you will not find curcumin. So what will happen if Indian pharmacopoeia says that Haridra, turmeric should have curcumin as a marker compound, and the drug inspector picks up your sample and sends to a lab says it does not have curcumin, then your product is not of quality standard. You go behind the bar, your license cancelled. Why, bhai? Because you did not pick up the right molecule. So I have written to the ministry that nobody in the world is going to do chemistry on Ayurvedic procedures which is followed by AYUSH. So better you do it, otherwise what will happen? I now tell me how many institutions in India do have ELSD to have water soluble compound. Hardly few. Ranbaxy, when I was there, we purchased one. At Dabur, we purchased one. And but other institutions don't even have ELSD, right? So without ELSD, how will you check the non-EV compound, most of which are water soluble compound? So therefore, whatever compounds have been referred by pharmacopoeia, I have checked Indian pharmacopoeia, out of I think 100 or 120, only 20% are water soluble, 80% are not water soluble. Now somebody will say, no, sir, this is only for the herbal raw material. But this is what you are saying. Our drug inspector will say, no, it is for the formulation also. Then where do we end up? So there, sir, the separate meeting, separate discussion needs to be taken up, and that also has to be one recommendation that we need to on one side looks very nice, that what kind of good science we are doing. Other side, we are killing system of Ayurveda by picking up the wrong phytochemical marker.
Thank you. I think.
Thank you. I think we had a very nice discussion here. I will request all the panelists to please be seated, and the next session will start soon. Dr. Sanjay Sharma and ma'am, please be seated. I'll call Dr. Vikas Babu and Geeta ma'am to come on the stage, and Dr. Sabina to take the charge of the next session. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good morning to Honorable VC Sir, Professor Ramesh K. Goyal Sir, all the dignitaries, guests, registrars, sir, directors, deans, and my dear friends. I, Dr. Savina Chauhan, on the behalf of Delhi Pharmaceutical Science and Research University, welcomes you all on the second day of the IASTAM Oration and Award Function 2023. Now we would like to start our first plenary lecture, in which I request chairpersons Dr. Vikas Babu sir and Senior Scientist, CSIR, Indian Institute of Integrative Medicine, Jammu, and Professor Geeta Agarwal, ma'am, to please occupy their seats. Welcome, I welcome you, ma'am. Dr. Vikas Babu is a senior scientist and assistant professor at the Institute of Integrative Medicine, the Constituent Laboratory of Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, India. He received his PhD in biotechnology from Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee in 2011. He joined as a scientist in the Fermentation Technology Division at the Indian Institute of Integrative Medicine in 2013. He has experience in biotransformation and upscaling of industrial process for pharmaceutically important compounds. His laboratory focuses on the synthesis of pharmaceutically important compounds using enzymes, biotransformation of low-value monoterpenes and high-value products, processes development for microbial production and immunosuppressants, and development of new fermentation-based Ayurvedic product formulations. I request Dr. Mahavir Dhobi sir and Dr. Ajay Sharma sir to please felicitate the chairpersons.
Meenakshi ma'am, please
Meenakshi
join
ma'am.
us.
Please join ma'am. I request Meenakshi ma'am to please felicitate Geeta ma'am. Now I request Dr. Babu sir to please introduce our first speaker of plenary lecture, Professor Vidhueri ma'am.
So Dr. Vidhueri is Dean, Professor, School of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Jamia Hamdard, New Delhi, India. She obtained her master's from Delhi University and PhD from Jamia Hamdard, New Delhi. She is involved in teaching and research since 1989. She served as head of department in pharmacognosy and phytochemistry, SPR Jamia Hamdard, from 2018 to 2020. She is a member of subgroup Herbal Products of Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, IPC 2018, and subject expert for the preview of Consortium for Educational Communications, syllabus-based educational video, e-content program made for undergraduate students, Ministry of HRD, Government of India, of e-content program of pharmacy, produced by Educational Multimedia Research Center in 2017. She is panel of experts to evaluate new pharmaceutical drug proposals for regulatory approval, DCG, CDSCO, Director General of Health Services, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. She is a chairperson, subcommittee, Phytopharmaceutical Division of IPC, guidance document, SOP preparations, amendment, and preview. She has advised 17 doctoral students and 70 postgraduate students. She has completed projects from ICMR, UGC, DST, NMPB, Government of India, and has worked as production manager, Baxon Homeo Pharmacy Private Limited, New Delhi. Since last 35 years, she has been working on medicinal plants with reference to their pharmacognostical, phytochemical, analytical, and pharmacological work, leading to quality control and sustaining their traditional and documented medicinal uses and claims. She has published over 150 research papers in national and international journals, 3 books and 6 book chapters, and editorials in academics and professional journals, mainly related to traditional medicinal plants. So,
Now,
I welcome, madam.
Now I request Dr. Vikas Babu sir to please felicitate our speaker, Dr. Vidhueri ma'am. Please come, ma'am.
May I have my presentation, please? So, a very good morning and a warm welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Right at the onset, I am thankful to Professor Goel and his team for organizing this wonderful event and providing me the opportunity to discuss about the microscopic identification of powdered herbs, which is very close to me because I am a hardcore pharmacognosist and phytochemist. And what I feel after so many years and the problems which I hear from people who are working on medicinal plants, that there is always an issue of identifying a medicinal plant, because you know that we get the medicinal plant in different parts. And now it is becoming all the more difficult because the herbal industry, they are getting or procuring the raw material in the form of powdered botanicals. They are not getting the whole plant because it is also difficult for them to procure them and then to keep it and then to powder them. So they prefer powdered materials, botanicals. And you know, whatever regulations we have on these medicinal plants, the foremost, I always say, whatever science comes in, but we need to have the raw material, that is the starting point in any formulation, which is based on plants, that it is a true medicinal plant. And as you know that there is a lot of issue regarding their adulteration, their substitution. And in fact, we also recommended to IPC that we should also have a small paragraph on the presence of likelihood of having substitutes or adulterants which are there with the plants. Now you will wonder that why I thought of this, or we thought of this. And here I would like to acknowledge on record Dr. DBA Narayanan, who is my mentor, and this is his concept, because we always used to speak about that there are a lot of issues with herbal industry, that they are not getting the right material, now how to check, how to identify, and then he said that when, technology is coming all the way, that why not we should have this computer technology in identifying the medicinal plants, because the herbal industry, they are, hiring not pharmacognosist, but I can say that they are not having all the information, but at the same time, they have to follow certain regulations which are very important, and I always think that this is there. So this was his brainchild, and from his Bengaluru Ayurveda Trust, he funded this project also at the beginning, because one of our PhD students, we started with only on leaves and barks, and we got a really very good result, and we presented our work at BIREC, DBT, and in front of all the panelists who are from IIT and other domain. First of all, it is very difficult for us to make them understand that what is the significance of having this project. So ultimately, we got the project, and whatever I'm going to show you today, just in few slides, first of all, how much hard work was put into it, and then now we have come up with a site. And this was only 18 months project, but before that, lot of work has been done throughout my career, being a pharmacognosist, which we have put in. And now we have the site www.rightherb.in, which you can log in, and I hope that this will make things easier for you. and we have worked on different parts of the plant. So this is really successful, and we handed over the website, everything to DBT, and all the panelists there, then they really understood that what we have done so far. So let's begin with, yes, thank you. So as I told you that botanical identity, and because they were saying, oh, it is concerned with the regulations. So I said, okay, no issue. Botanical identity is, an important regulatory aspect of all the AYUSH products. So AYUSH products, you know that if they are in powdered form or whatever form or formulations, the botanical identity is very important. Yeah, it will go this. Yes. It's not moving. Yeah, if you can do it. Is it on now? Yes. Yeah. So see, to ensure the quality, safety, and efficacy, all of us know that a primary motive, whatever we are making, whether it is a phytopharmaceutical or an AYUSH product, whatever it is, that to ensure the quality, safety, and efficacy, I will not go into the details, and the correct identity is required to be checked at the first stage. Now to do this correct identity, lot of, you should have the background knowledge. So to ease out this and to make it technology friendly, what we have done. So basically it is what pharmacognostic identification of the crude botanicals. So we don't, I don't call don't use the term as drug. So we use the term as botanical, which is also there that the students should not use this term drug now for any medicinal plant. They should use the term as botanical. So botanical identity of the plant is really questionable. And why we have taken up this, as I told you, that industry also emphasizes on the powder microscopy because it is very easy for them and they always procure in the powdered form. So this, why we have got into this? Because you can see that plant parts are used in industry, 50% roots, fruits, seeds, they all come in the powdered form. And when they're in the powdered form, it is really very difficult that what it is. I just give you a very simple example. I got, 2 samples from Natural Remedies, Bangalore, and they were working on ashwagandha. So they were saying that, there's an issue, they're not getting the results. So at the first instance, when we checked, we found that in ashwagandha, the root part was minimum and they have added more of the leaves. That was the issue. So right, if you know the powder microscopy, right at the beginning, you can check that it is not the root. And if it is a root, they have taken the immature root. The cork was missing because the alkaloids are present in the bark region. So that was also the issue. And if we know this microscopy right at the beginning, before going into the formulation, we can outrightly reject the sample. So all of you know this very well, and the students and the teachers must lay emphasis on this powder microscopy. So what I have seen also that these days, students and teachers from different branches, whether it is pharmacology, pharmaceutics, or chemistry, all are working on medicinal plants. So the first thing what I ask them is that, how did you identify the plant? They say, oh, I got it from Khari Bauli, I got it from there. And then what happens? They do all the chemistry, they do all the spectroscopy, everything. The results, they don't come. So they say, oh, we shouldn't work on plants because the results are not there. But I tell them that you have not selected the right plant. The right part is not there. So this is an issue, and you must emphasize, so whosoever is working, they need to do this pharmacognostic powder microscopic study so that it ensures the correct raw material which you have taken. So how to confirm the identity? When we were doing literature survey, we found that the information is there, but the information is not up to date. There are no diagrams given. You cannot identify them at all. So I met Dr. Malti Chauhan. All of you have heard of her. She was the woman, behind this microscopic studies. So I just, me and Dr. Narayanan, both of us went to her and we said that, ma'am, you have done a lot of work, but let's now come to all other, because there are so many medicinal plants that we have to take. So how did we do this? So we take, the feedback from the industry, the plants which are of high trade value, the plants which are in various pharmacopoeias. So I thought that first of all, we should do work on that, because industry is the main stakeholder and industry is taking the raw material in the powdered form. So this was our feedback from different industries. We also picked up samples from different industries and then we started working on it. Then if you remember that in trees, pharmacognosy by trees, all of us know, we read this pharmacognosy by trees, and if you also see the last chapter, you know that there was one program which was given there, but they were taking all the parts together, and they just couldn't identify that which particular part is there. So Dr. Narayanan and me, both of us thought that we should have different parts, but based on our experience, we found that, for example, I take bark, So what happens in bark, that all the barks, they look the same. So how to identify? We took up 4 main identifying characters, and then we had so many sub-features. And mind you, if you have so many sub-features and 1 or 2 features only will identify that this is the bark of so-and-so plant. So up to that extent, we have worked on it. So this was the research gap which I have already spoken to you, that what was the research gap before going into this work. So we thought that what is the way forward now, what we should do. So we thought that we should have proper methodology in terms of computer technology to establish the current botanical identity of the plant and also to check the presence of adulterants. So if you see now Chinese pharmacopoeia or Japanese pharmacopoeia, they have given in the beginning a paragraph that this is the likelihood that you may get this plant. And from where I got this idea also, I was working on Ashoka Rishta. So when we were trying to find out this Ashoka medicinal plant, I never got this Ashoka. In place of that, I was having so many samples from so many suppliers, a different plant was coming all together. Polyalthea, they were giving me polyalthea. So I thought, again, it is a big problem, you have to work on Ashoka and you are not getting. And everybody is saying, oh, this is Ashoka, this is Ashoka. So here is the problem, that is why I am emphasizing on it, that this microscopy and the site which we have built is so important. So now I will be coming up to the data bank, what we have done. So this data bank or software, this is for identification of powdered, and we have taken leaves, barks, roots, rhizomes, seeds, fruits, along with their substituents and adulterants. Now see, there is also a lot of controversy about plants. So they say this is a controversial plant. This is not a controversial plant at all. What happens is that our ancestors, you can say, they were so informed that suppose one medicinal plant is not available in one geographical region, they already gave you one alternative, that you can have the same plant from the different geographical region. And this is very important also. So what happened, that people started saying, oh, this is a controversial plant. So there is no controversy at all. We also selected so many plants, we can always use the substitute for that. But yes, there is an issue of adulterants. So the other definition of pharmacognosy is also study of poisonous plants. So why we say it is a poisonous plant study? Because if you have selected a wrong plant, it is a poison. It is a poison. So when people say, oh, the plants are very safe, you can pick up any plant, you can go to Khariboli and buy it, it is not true. You have to give a true identity to that particular plant. So these are some of the features of the data bank, that it consists standard requirements of powdered plant parts, and that within 10 to 15 seconds, because on the site I will show you that we have explained you how to make a slide also. We have optimized that, because see, many times what happens that we are not aware of that how to prepare a slide. If we have to check a bark, or a root, there is a different way to make a slide. Then only you will see the features. Otherwise you will say, oh, the features are not there. So we have worked and we have standardized the protocols up to that level. And this I was talking about, that Microaid UK database of only 174 medicinal plant is there. And what they have done is that it contains all the features of the medicinal plant, irrespective of whether it is a bark, seed or fruit. So we started with, this is the name of, you know, as we have given, as there is a microaid, we have given the name as Typhem. Features have been segregated individually for leaves, barks, and for all the parts which we have taken. So there have been substantial efforts to standardize the Ayurvedic crude botanicals as well as finished Ayurvedic medicines, and these initiatives would imperatively need establishing the correct identity. So what I think is the regulation, the first part is to give the correct identity. So how did we select the bark? The plants, herbs. As I told you, this was all the feedback which we got, and this was the basis of selecting. We have selected around 700 medicinal plants. 700 medicinal plants in different categories have been selected. So this is just one example I am telling you. That is just one example to show that what efforts have been put here. So we have main features of bark, you can see. So number of features like in stole cells, and then 38 features as sub-features. So now just with the help of one stone cell, which is totally different in case of different barks, you can identify the bark and you will have no other problem. So these features we worked on, and we found that we should have these features and then we should also have the sub-features. It's not moving. Yeah. So similarly, we had it in case of leaf also. I'm just giving you two examples: epidermis, stomata, trichomes. Now what happens that whenever we ask a student, okay, it is a leaf powder, so what should be there? He's not clear. So what we have to take? We have to take stomata or other two things which are very important, and then also look. They will just talk about stomata, but which type of stomata? Which type of walls are there? You know, these walls, and even the shape, whether it is bent at first side or third side, it makes a difference. So nature, all of us know, I don't have to emphasize, is very, very smart. They have made the medicinal plant very easily recognizable, but we need to understand the science behind it and how to identify various powdered herbs. So just the examples I'm giving you, then I will directly come to my site. So this is the way we started with, and this also we have put it in a proper grid, that how we should know, because you know the commercial samples, and these are all commercial samples which are available. Because sometimes what happens that commercial samples are in crumbled form. So how to put it in a proper way, that is also a science behind it. So you can see from here just examples that with the help of microscopy, how we looked into the various features. Just to show you the examples, you know, that how much work has been put on. And I need not explain this because otherwise it will take a lot of time. So then we had comparative microscopical analysis of powdered barks from different industries. We took the samples and we tried to find out. And even we also, you know, try to understand that what is the impact of grinding. Suppose industry is grinding in a big grinder, or we are grinding in the lab. So what difference it is going to make? What difference it is going to make? You know, so at the end we came to a conclusion that some of the features, you know, they retain their shape, whether they are grinded by industry grinders or they are grinded in the lab. So those features were taken into consideration, so that the student who learns in the class, because he has to ultimately go to the industry, he should try to know that which features he has to emphasize. So these are some of the examples only I'm explaining you, and then also samples from different places, so we can really come to one main feature that we have to take these features into consideration. Yes. Like these are some of the examples. You can all see that these are certain features which we have taken into consideration, and we can easily identify this. So now identification of adulterants, I also took three samples that how you can clearly identify the adulterant. So these are some of the common features. I was talking about this Serica because I faced this problem of Ashoka, not getting the right plant, the right bark. So there was no question why I should start working on Ashoka Rishta. I am not having the Ashoka at all. And what our Samhitas have told us that this is going to act on this and this. Lignans are very important. So lignans are not found in other medicinal plant. So how you will get the result? And then ultimately they say, oh, there is something wrong with Ayurveda. Nothing is wrong with Ayurveda. Nobody can question the science of Ayurveda. It is only that we are questionable, that we are not taking the right plant. So similarly, the case was with Albizia, because some of the medicinal plants are being used, and this is the way I differentiated. In fact, my team differentiated in this way. So this is just to show you that to create a database, how much effort and how much time was involved in it. Look at the trichomes which are there, and by this you can really identify. Okay, so this is the site which I am going to show you the ultimate result, which is now in the form of the site. It is a paid site, of course. You have to log in because what all efforts we have put in. It will go to Hamdard, to my university, and they can get the samples identified. This is my small gesture towards my university, that all this thing, I will also make a museum of all the medicinal plants which I have collected. So can you just, click on this website link? Yeah. Yeah. So see, this is the, you can show the arrow from here, no? You can light. Yeah. So this is how we have given the name as CIFAM, that is computer-assisted identification of powdered herbal materials through analytical microscopy. Pointer. Right, take it. Okay, this one, okay. I'm not getting the color. Where is it? It's not coming. So you can see here that there is login. One can log in, one can register, and the different fee structure is there for the institute, for the student, for the researcher. They can all take help. Okay. I have to go back. No, I'm not able to. Yes. So you can see here, this tool is computer-assisted identification of powdered herbal materials through analytical microscopy, which we are given. And this is the logo of our site, and we have got it registered also. That is Right Herb identity. That is why I've written identity, but it is a technique of analysis, analytical. That is why we have given the name as CIFAM. And if I can come down, I don't know, I इसको use करने में मुझे problem हो रहा है. Can you just pull it this? Yeah. Yes. Where it is going? Just if somebody can help me out here. So you can see here there is a home page, CIFAM tool is there, and I just want to put it down. Just आप नीचे करो तो आप नीचे कर लो yeah. Yeah. So see, this is about the CIFAM tool which is there, and this tool you can see here we have the SOP, that is standard operating procedure for preparation of slides of the powdered herb treated for clearance with or without staining. All information you will get here, and then further. So the tool features to use CIFAM we have also written here. That is how you have to go it, registration, payment, then SOP for preparation of slide and uploading the templates. So templates are also given here, and we can open this template, and even the report will also come. So you can show it to the inspector, or you can show it that, yes, here is the report, because before going into putting into any batch, you have to show the report also. So the report will be also there. And this is the background which I just told you, and we started with this. So not only this, we also come out with the book on powdered crude drug microscopy of leaves and barks to begin with. I am coming with many more volumes, and this was with elsewhere. Just by reading the papers, what we have done in microscopy, elsewhere approached me, to write a book on this powdered microscopy, and at present it is being sold at a very good price all over the world, and people are approaching me for this. Yes. So, So here the evaluation of herbs I will show you that, and also we have given the list of the herbs part-wise that we have worked on that. And any industry can also customize it. And they can tell us, they can also send the samples to us. And then we can add to cart. And the same way search, name, and the review will be given and the report will be generated. So I want all of you to just visit this site and to look into it. Thank you so much for giving me time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful lecture. Now, I would like to request Dr. Professor Geeta Agarwal, ma'am, to introduce and felicitate our second speaker, Dr. Sanjay Sharma, sir. Please, ma'am.
I would like to add something about the previous lecture also. Thank you, ma'am, for such a wonderful, input that you have given. And being a formulation expert, because I'm working for the formulation development, and we always say quality assurance. That means we shouldn't work only in the quality testing, but we should build the quality within the product from the beginning. So this is the way that we should go for the formulations, herbal-based formulations that you have shown us. We should build the quality in the product, in the phytopharmaceutical product from the start, and the importance of identification, even the way of grinding, and all the parameters, features that you have shown that are really helpful for this. And I would like to add that we have to go for the formulation development of the herbal or phytopharmaceutical in this way only. And thanks for all your...
And if you all visit the site, you will have different templates, how to prepare, what all is there, what all features you have to fill in. And when all features are filled, then the result will come that whether this herb or powdered material is this or not. So the result will come automatically into it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we will put the question and answer session, I think, at the last. And now I would like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Sanjay Sharma, MD for Ayurveda in Dravya Vigyan in Hindustan Unilever Limited. Dr. Sanjay has been working in the organizations offering evidence-based products in the field of health, nutrition, and wellness. He possesses experience of handling research and development functions in the field of Ayurvedic drugs, like formulation designing, development, and scientific evaluation of their safety and efficacy. He has delivered 2 polyherbal formulations for the treatment of rheumatoid arthritis and obesity associated with hyperlipidemia to his credit, and which are also being filed for grant of patents. Besides many publications on regulatory affairs, Dr. Sanjay has authored a chapter on international regulatory scenario of herbal products in a book published by CRC Press, Taylor and Francis Group, and it is titled The Modern Ayurveda, Milestones Beyond the Classic Age. For over a decade now, Dr. Sanjay has been handling regulatory affairs of Ayurvedic medicines, health supplements, foods, personal care, and nutritional products for regulated markets in India, North America, European Union, and Canada, and etc. So we welcome you, sir, and please, we will be eager to listen to you.
I would like to request ma'am to please felicitate, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Please, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning to all. After a wonderful talk by Eri ma'am on the science part, I'm going to be talking about some dry subject on rules, laws and regulations, etc. I would like to thank Dr. Amrita for giving me this slot in the morning session, because at times it becomes very tedious handling two jobs. One is talking, delivering the talk on the subject that is assigned. The second one is keeping the audience engaged and struggling to keep them awake after the post-lunch sessions, when the tummies are full. So thank you, Dr. Amrita, for that. To begin with, what I'm going to be talking about is the rules around the specialized foods as they exist in India. So as industry, somebody working for the industry, I've seen the metamorphosis with respect to the way these products were present in the market earlier. They were kind of non-regulated. Later on, regulatory framework was drawn around the same, so that it helped the industry as well as it safeguarded the interests of the consumers. So regulators have definitely done a wonderful job. So I remember the days when we needed to go to the food authority for filing for product approval of such products. Not only talking about the specialized foods, but then all the proprietary products also needed to be approved by the food authority. There was a long delay as well, which was an issue which we had to struggle with. And over the period of time, we have seen that the regulations have evolved, and currently we have a very, very robust kind of framework around which the products are regulated. Now, what actually sets these products apart from one another, because the same kind of plant-based ingredients go into the conventional foods, then Ayurvedic medicines, then phytopharmaceutical we talked about, and then the specialized foods. So some of the ingredients which are coming from the herbal origin or the plant-based origin, they are making part of all these formulations. So what sets them apart is not only their composition, it is the quantities which go into them, the additives which go into the formulations, then the indications or the purpose that they're going to be serving after consumption by the consumer. And definitely the legal framework under which they are licensed. So the regulators to whom we approach for getting the license to manufacture those products. I heard Dr. Bhatt, he was mentioning about one of the commonest spices used in the kitchens, haldi, which goes into the conventional foods. It also goes into the Ayurvedic drugs, the phytopharmaceuticals, or even the supplements. So the determining factor are the rules, the other constituents of the formulation, and the quantities, and what we associate as activities or the claims with the products. So can you use this? The Ayurvedic medicines, what determines the composition of those products. Currently there are two types of, broadly two types of Ayurvedic medicines. One happens to be the ASU drugs or the classical Ayurvedic medicines, which are the formulations mentioned in the scheduled books of the D&C Act, the first schedule. The other ones are which are containing the ingredients coming from the formulae of those formulations. Then phytopharmaceutical, a lot has already been discussed in the panel today, so I would skip this. Then we come to the specially processed or formulated products which are serving some purpose, whether it is nutritional or dietary purpose. The specialized foods which are subclassified into various subcategories like supplements or nutraceuticals or food for special dietary use, food for special medical purposes, etc. If you look at their appearance, they might still be the same. The tablets and the capsule dosage forms, which are very common, powders or liquids, etc. So looking at them, it may not be, so very easy. But then what goes into the formulation, what appears on the label, they set them apart. As I said that we saw the first notification with respect to the health supplements and nutritional regulations somewhere in 2016. And over a period of time, they have evolved further. Recently in 2022, we saw the further kind of restructuring of these classifications. Earlier, there were these 8 classifications on the left. So there was a category called health supplement, nutraceuticals, FSDUs, FSMPs, food with added prebiotic and probiotic constituents. Then specialty foods for containing plants or botanicals. And then there was some novel, a classification which enabled introduction of the products which are having novel ingredients. Now, with the current regulation, they have been clubbed together. So health supplements, nutraceuticals, food for special dietary uses, and food for special medical purposes, and prebiotic and probiotic foods. They happen to be the ones which are existing. Key definitions, if we look at them, again, within the sub-categorization also, how they are set apart is health supplements are meant to supplement the normal diet. And nutraceuticals are meant to provide a physiological benefit and help maintain good health. FSDU are the pre-packaged foods with having some kind of special dietary uses. In case of weight management, so some diets, some products, some food products which are indicated for health conditions like diabetes or maybe for some kind of special group like pregnant and lactating women. Then sleep management, other health conditions, etc. Now these are again some products which are which are indicated for some kind of health conditions, while FSMPs are those products which are specialized foods for the dietary management of patients for some specific diseases. Another distinguishing feature about these is that FSDUs can be sold over the counter, but then FSMPs have to be compulsorily given under the medical supervision. Then prebiotic and probiotic foods. Earlier, there were these 8 schedules mentioned on the left side. Schedule 1 was containing the vitamins and minerals. Schedule 2, amino acids. Schedule 3 was again vitamin and minerals for FSDUs. So, because of some restrictions with respect to the quantities of those nutrients like vitamins which can be added into these products, that was the way the regulation was structured earlier. There was this Schedule 3 introduced which allowed for going over and above, but with some other kind of conditions like maybe calorific values. Then Schedule 4 was containing plants and botanicals. Schedule 6 contained nutraceuticals. Then Schedule 7 and 8 was for prebiotics and probiotics. Now in the new regulations which are currently prevailing, Schedule 1 has all the vitamins, minerals, amino acids and other nutrients clubbed together. Schedule 2 are the plant and botanical ingredients. Schedule 3 has been abolished. There was a practical challenge that the formulators were facing when they intended to come up with formulations like tablets or capsules and having to deliver those calorific values, it was, kind of impossible. So that has been, submitted to the authority, that was taken up and considered. And now that schedule has been removed. There are other, kind of leverages given with respect to overages. Then the schedule 3, which is presently there, it contains the molecules, isolates, extracts, etc., which are, commonly called nutraceuticals. And schedule 4 contains the prebiotics and probiotics. There is also, erstwhile regulations did not have this in black and white, laid down that if there was a possibility to add any other ingredients into the formulations to be classified as specialized foods, which were used in conventional foods or not. The current regulation makes it very, black and white. So there is a possibility now to add those ingredients which are either standardized or allowed to be added into standardized foods, into the products which are classified as specialized foods, supplements or nutraceuticals or FSDUs, FSMPs, etc. However, there is a restriction that the ingredients which are not adhering to the conventional delivery formats, like nano-derived ingredients, they can be allowed, but the marketer has to first approach the authority, submitting all the technical details and the profiling, etc., get the approval, and then only will be able to use that. So there is a provision, however, there is a requirement to submit the details and get the approval in place. Again, so this is not very restrictive. I mean, whatever is existing today, that does not, kind of draw a compartment around what is permitted to be added. So if there is some ingredient which has history of safe use, however not included in the schedules, there is a possibility to include those also. However, the restriction, the requirement is that it is 30 years of usage history, safe usage history in the country of origin, and 15 years of usage history within the country, that is India, has to be established, subsequent to which the food authority would give the approval. Provision for inclusion of new ingredients, like erstwhile regulations had the novel foods regulation. So now, if at all there's any kind of a new ingredient that needs to be, added, if any marketer wants to bring up some kind of, novel ingredient, the authority would need to be provided with all the scientific details, the safety profiling, the efficacy, etc. And then, after considering all the submissions, the authority may decide to approve that as well. The additives or the processing aids, again, about the processing aids, it was not very clearly established or mentioned in the earlier regulations. Now, whatever additives and processing aids are specified in Appendix A and C of the food product standard and food additive regulations, they can be used unless there is any kind of specific restriction laid down. Currently, there is Annexure 3, which goes into the regulations. So till the time the authority brings in or lays down those additives which are specifically indicated for different categories or different dosage forms, etc. Till that time, Annexure 3 can be used, and the additives from GMP table can also be used. This is again a very progressive step, I would say, very positive. Then dosage forms, the block capital, the bold ones are the dosage forms which were not appearing very clearly in the erstwhile regulations, which have now been mentioned. So if we see that mouth dissolving strips, bars, biscuit, candies, etc., they are also now allowed as dosage formats to, formulate the products and place them in the market. However, the condition is that if the formats resemble the ones which are, something like the conventionally consumed food, then the differentiation on this, to this regard has to be made on the label. So they should not in any way confuse the consumer that the product is a conventional food to be consumed, as per the will. The purity criterion, if the standards are not specified, the guiding principle is, take the references from the pharmacopoeia like Ayurvedic pharmacopoeia or Indian pharmacopoeia, British pharmacopoeia, etc. The solvents, again, this is a very progressive step. I would say earlier regulations laid down only usage of alcoholic or hydroalcoholic extracts. Now, with this new notification coming in, any food grade solvent can be used for extraction, and those ingredients can be used in the formulations. Claims, again, there are different types of claims depending upon what the category is and what can be associated with the product. There can be some nutrition claims, nutrient content or nutrient function claims. There can be some well-being claims. Then a special permission to have the disease risk reduction claims has also been provided. Now this is to be taken if there is a condition which is already listed in the regulations. The product can straightway claim that as a benefit derived from the product on consumption. However, if it is something which is not coming from the listed claims, then the applicant has to go to the authority, seek an approval, and again, follow the same process of approval, and then be able to claim that. For any other, again, any kind of exemption sought, one has to approach the authority. When we're talking about anything which is directly claimed on the product, so some claims are associated with the nutrients or the contents which are going in. They can be based on the basis of whatever is available as a published literature, some reference coming from within the country or maybe overseas references also. But then if some claim is associated to the product, that can be made only if valid data is available, which is generated through scientific clinical evaluations, human intervention studies, etc., epidemiological studies. Then to call anybody, any product as proven to establish this, at least 2 clinical studies. So more than 1 clinical evaluation studies should be should be available, which establish the usage of the product for the condition claimed for. If it is only 1, then it can at the best be called the product is shown to do this. So impact, I would say one major positive impact is that now the health supplements for the age group of 2 to 5 years is also possible. Earlier the restriction was 5 years and above only. However, the condition is that the product has to be administered on medical advice and under medical supervision. Additives from GMP table can now be used, which was not clearly mentioned earlier. Definitions of FSDU for weight management product. Again, there's a difference. Weight management comes from FSDUs and weight restriction from FSMPs. Weight reduction. Usage level beyond RDAs across the categories, whether it's supplement, nutraceuticals, FSDUs, FSMPs. If one needs to go beyond the recommended daily allowance of nutrients, one has to approach the authority, submit the evidences, seek approval, and then be able to go ahead with that. And currently, now in the present framework, the FSMPs have to be compulsorily advised by the medical fraternity. They have to be used under medical supervision. No over-the-counter sales are permitted for FSMPs. Well, that's about it from my end, in case there's any question. So currently there is no guidance available from the Food Authority as to how to conduct the clinical trials. So just like any other clinical intervention, the protocol has to be submitted for approval by the ethics committee. If they are convinced, go ahead. the ethics committee has to be registered. That, you know, those similar processes that as we follow for the drugs or for you know, Ayurvedic medicines, the same process has to be followed. I would say Dr. Sasikiran happens to be sitting there, so he probably might have something to add on that, because this is something, there are areas, you know, where the marketers have been struggling with. You know, when we are talking about drugs and all, we have some conditions wherein we can show the progress, you know, the benefits, etc. But when it comes to foods, it may not always be possible to establish, you know, where the subjects who are enrolled are not patients, they could be normal subjects. Then how do we establish the utility of that? Dr. Sasikiran, would you like to add something on that? But then, I agree, sir. But epidemiological study evidence is also acceptable. So, agree. I agree, sir.
Nutraceutical, you cannot make cure, prevention, any of those. And therefore, we do it only on apparently normal, healthy people to primarily demonstrate whatever is the claim you are trying to make. Isn't it? If you say growth of a child, for example, improves the growth of a child, you have clear-cut parameters, use on normal children, demonstrate the increase in growth, you make that particular claim. So it is something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what, you know, in my past organizations we have done. We have done some studies wherein some health-related benefits or nutrient function benefits were established. When we talk about, you know, again, we were talking about the different categorizations. So if it is some prevention, treatment, mitigation, etc. kind of a claim, that goes under the drug domain. Then food authority doesn't happen to be the right authority to approach. The formulations would differ. The total, you know, the entire gamut around the formulation and the marketing would be different, and the regulators would also be different.
I think Professor Goel raised a very issue that we are here to recommend some, if possible. Whether they will accept or not is a different story. Now, we all have been talking about this evidence-based medicine for the last about 20-25 years. Now, the word evidence, unfortunately, we always borrow from Bayer. So when they were not able to do the double-blind placebo-controlled trials, they started creating, we deemed evidence, and that is how it started as herbal supplements. And we borrowed it from there. Now what we need to do is, irrespective of whether it is nutraceutical, irrespective of whether it is AYUSH, but whenever there is something which is not a pharmaceutical product, which is not a medicinal product, I think we need to create a different modality of evidence base based on applications, therapeutic relevance, which you mentioned about it, and I have been talking about it. So what we need to do is, in recommendation, we should see that how to generate an evidence. Now, generated evidence, this whole issue came up about THMPD, you know about it. When the UK accepted the 15 years and 30 years and Europe wanted to follow it, we objected at that time. And we were blindly following that if there is a 15 years of existence of use or 30 years outside. Now, we know this kind of use, yes, it is an epidemiological evidence, but what if I am changing the whole process? So on one hand, you are not going to accept a classical dosage form in its form under the pretext of standardization. And if there is any modification is occurring, you are saying that I want it to have a 30 years evidence. Now, this is a contradictory process which they have been encouraging with a purpose. Let's be clear about it. Okay. Now, unfortunately, in our country, in a way, I am very happy that some of the big companies are coming, including, I don't mind naming you, Hindustan Lever and the other companies have come in. I think they will also process us to create this new definition of evidence base. What we need is creating a new definition of evolving evidence base, which is either in form of herbals, which have no identity with traditional system of medicine, or without the ingredients or formulations which are based on the traditional system of medicine. I think we need to create a new definition of evidence and how to generate it. That is what my recommendation.
Well taken, sir. Thank you very much, everyone.
To deliver concluding remarks. So please.
First of all, I would like to thank organizers for giving me this opportunity. And both the lectures were very informative. And one lecture was from pure academics, and other lecture is from industry. And this was actually much required in this conclave. So industry involvement, and we should learn from the industry point of view. And regarding this first lecture, Professor Vidhu delivered some guidelines about the identification of raw material and all. So, when an industry develops some product, so first thing is the identification of raw material, because contamination is always there. Even the similarity is there in the plant parts, but sometimes there is a confusion between the identification of plant parts. And first thing was that. And second thing is the computer-based fingerprinting is also much required, and you have mentioned in your lecture. And as well as microscopic analysis is also required, you have mentioned in your lecture. That's actually required. And one thing is that regarding this raw material is fine. Suppose there are two things. We are collecting raw material. One is from, suppose, Jammu and Kashmir. And same raw material, we are collecting it from the northeastern region. So there might be some difference. There will be some difference between the active metabolite of those plant parts. So that this analysis of that marker molecule is much required, that while considering the raw material. So this is my conclusion from this lecture. And another lecture was from this Dr. Sanjay Sharma. He has talked on the health supplements. So that was also much informative. And experts also clearly mentioned that evidence-based research is much required while developing some products in the industries. And he has also mentioned about this new schedules which are amended in your guidelines. And another thing is this permitted ingredients. So there should be clear-cut guidelines for this permitted ingredients. Because see, if we talk about some big industries, they are considering those regulations. But if we talk about this small industries, they don't think that this kind of regulations are required. They say chalta hai sab chalta. So that there should be clear rules and regulations for this permitted ingredients. And one thing is this extraction of plant-based ingredients. So when industry develops some products, there is a process of extraction of active molecules from those plant-based ingredients. So that should be taken into consideration. And so all the lectures, both the lectures were very informative. So these are my some conclusions.
So, Dr. Vikas, I would like to mention about the small-scale players that you talked about. So the schedules already lay down those ingredients which are permitted to be added, including the additives also. The first check, comes at the stage of license itself. So when an applicant goes to the authority for getting a grant of manufacturing license, the authority reviews the application, and if the formulation doesn't seem to be rational, so the rationale would be asked for from the applicant. Even the composition has to be, having some kind of rationale behind it. It cannot be absurd kind of, putting together all those ingredients which are permitted to be added. But that still also will not be allowed. So even if it is a small scale player or an established organization who is multi-locational, etc., the rules are same for everyone. And the determining factor is that, okay, something is allowed, use that, but then in those quantities which are permitted. And you mentioned about the solvents also. Now, currently, any food grade solvent can be used. So this is very progressive step, which was something which was a hindering step, I would say, a hurdle earlier. In the current scenario, I would say this is very progressive and very well laid down framework around how the products are going to be licensed and regulated after, enforcement, I would say, for that.
I can give one example. I heard long back, and one industry was selling jaggery, organic jaggery on the name. So they were not adding some kind of ingredients and all. So that was completely organic. But when they came, bring that product to the international market, so that was failed actually. So they found some pesticide residue in that. And what was the thing? And that pesticide was coming from the groundwater. So these are the points somewhere we have to think over it.
So again, on the contaminant part, again, whatever is the law of the country where the product is placed, that has to be complied with. There are well laid down, the levels of those contaminants within the food authority rules and regulations, which govern any product. So even in the country, there are certain levels of those pesticides which cannot be exceeded. So those contaminant levels, whether it is metal contaminants or chemical contaminants, they have to be complied with. When it goes to some other country, the law of that land would prevail. So if at all the product is complying to the requirements laid down by that government or the regulators, then obviously it has to meet, otherwise the product cannot go.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request all the members to please join for group photograph. Ma'am, please come. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. For the next session, now I hand over this stage to Dr. R. Lakshmi. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Savina. Now we are moving to the next session of symposium. Here the theme is International Regulations with respect to complementary and alternative medicines. Now I request the chairpersons, Dr. H.M. Chandola, former Director, Principal, CH Brahmaprakash Ayurved Charak Samsthan, New Delhi, and Dr. Meenakshi Garg, Associate Professor, DPSRU. Sir and Madam to please kindly come on to the dais. Professor H.M. Chandola is currently working as Director Principal C.H. Brahmaprakash Ayurved Charak Samsthan, New Delhi. Previously, he was Professor and Head of Kaya Chikitsa Roganidan Vikriti Vignan and ex-Dean Institute for Postgraduate Teaching Research in Ayurveda, Gujarat Ayurveda University. He has supervised 16 PhD and 41 MD Ayurveda, delivered more than 35 guest lectures, published more than 100 research papers. He is the chairman of Institutional Ethical Committee, MP Saha Medical College, Jamnagar, and chairman Pharmacovigilance Cell, IPGT and RA. Now I would like to request Dr. Narendra Bhatt and Professor Geeta Agarwal to please come on to the stage and felicitate the chairpersons. I would like to invite the Dr. Meenakshi Garg ma'am. Thank you, sir and ma'am. Now I would like to invite the speaker of this session, Dr. S.N. Gupta, to please come on to the dais. Now I request the chairpersons, Dr. H.M. Chandola and also Dr. Meenakshi Garg ma'am to felicitate the speaker. Thank you, ma'am and sir. Now this session is hand over to the chairpersons.
And welcome Dr. D.C. Katoj. He has a very long, versatile, immensely productive professional career. Yeah. Okay. So, Dr. Shiv Narayan N. Gupta, sir, I welcome you. Sir is currently working as Vice Chancellor, Magan Bhai Andenwala, Mahagujarat University, and is Distinguished Professor, Postgraduate Department of Kaya Chikitsa in JS Ayurveda College, Nadia. He is Vice President of West Zone IASTAM India. He is also handling the responsibility as Head, Academic Advisory Board, European Academy of Ayurveda, Dresden, Germany. He has about 40 years of experience of teaching, research and clinical in Ayurveda, nationally and internationally. Sir has authored 3 books and about 65 scientific articles. He is awardee of several prestigious awards, including Jugatram Vaidya IASTAM Award for Excellence in Teaching in Ayurveda, Fellow of Rashtriya Ayurveda Vidyapeeth by Rashtriya Ayurveda Vidyapeeth, Ministry of Ayush, New Delhi, and Excellence in Integrative Medicine Research Award 2019 by the European Society of Integrative Medicine. Thank you, sir.
कितना टाइम दे रहे हैं सर? 15 मिनट्स, ओके. शेड्यूल में 20 मिनट्स था, कोई बात नहीं. नहीं, मैं 15 में कर दूंगा पूरा. So, respected seniors and my dear friends, in just one sentence, I introduce my institute because because of that institute. You may be curious what is this Nadiyad, where it is. Very important place for India, Nadiyad, because it is birthplace of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. And because of his inspiration, our institute was established in 1938. So we are probably oldest institute in western zone of India. So actually very complex topic is allotted to me, and I am not sure whether I will justify this topic or not. Just just 4 days back I got this information that I have to speak on this topic, and I was very busy because of several other schedules, but I tried to manage this talk. So, as you all know that now, whole world population is moving around the complementary and alternative medicine. Reason is, you know, there is one word, anti-incumbency. So actually it is anti-incumbency for conventional medicine. And now, if we do not keep ourselves alert for pro-incumbency, then probably we will also fall in the same loop of anti-incumbency. So, I have to speak about legal status of CAM in Europe. I kept myself limited to Europe because I am not aware about the situation in whole world, and particularly my focus is on 3 countries, German-speaking 3 countries, Germany, Switzerland and Austria. Because for CAM medicine, these 3 countries are pivot countries. And since 30 years, I am actively linked with these 3 countries. So I collected information from my colleagues, from my students, and also from some other sources to see the legal status of CAM in Europe. One thing I will, because in these more than 12 hours, very much I heard about regulations. So I just added one slide here, that when we talk about regulations and policies, we have to remember that these are always strongly influenced by public demand. So we have to be aware about public demand, then we can also analyze the legal or regulatory situations in a right manner. So Cambrella is an organization in Europe which is working in survey and research activities related to CAM. And according to its studies, CAM has high demand in most of the countries of Europe. Around 50% of people of Europe use complementary or alternative medicine in one form or the others. And wonderfully, Germany is 70% in that. Rather, I just put more than 70%, but according to my own information, in last 2-3 years, when survey was done, it was 76%. And surprisingly, women are more attached towards this system than the men. According to EC Commission, consumers of Europe spend about over 100 million euro per annum for complementary and alternative medicine. There are more than 150,000 registered medical doctors who also use complementary medicine in their practice, and more than 180,000 there are registered certified non-medical professionals, but those are registered in complementary system of medicine. They are practicing complementary medicine in Europe. And unfortunately, there is no particular statistics available for Ayurveda. This is collective for whole complementary medicine. Now we have to see that European Union has system of laws and regulations for everything applicable to all member countries, and they are also influencing the complementary and alternative medicine system. But again, there is much divergence. When I practically see there is no uniformity about regulations. European Union have given directives, but there is no fixed regulation still country-wide. Here, according to same umbrella statistics, I found that 11 countries of Europe have, actually here we can include not only European Union countries, but also European Free Trade Association countries also. Switzerland is one of them. So out of these about 27 countries, 11 countries have separate laws for CAM system. 6 countries have general CAM regulations under their usual health system, and 22 countries have no system. There is no regulation. So in first category, Germany is one of the country. In second category, Switzerland is one of the country with which I am aware. And in third category, Austria is one of them. Now if we see different systems, so anthroposophic medicine, it is a wonderful system in Europe. And I found it very much similar to the philosophy of Ayurveda. So in 8 countries, it is regulated. Ayurveda in 5 countries, which are Romania, Latvia, Hungary, Serbia, and Slovenia. Yesterday, some speaker told that in Switzerland, Ayurveda is recognized as medicine. It is false information. I will tell you what is the status in Switzerland. Chiropractic in 27 countries, herbal medicine or phytotherapy in 11 countries, homeopathy in 25 countries, massage is also considered as a therapy, and that is in 20 countries, manual therapies in 2 countries, naturopathy in 9 countries, neural therapy in 3 countries, osteopathy in 16 countries, and traditional Chinese medicine in 10 countries. Again, remember, calm medicine in whole Europe is considered as healing system, not as a medicine. For medicine, they have very fixed definition. So now we may be interested, because we concentrated this conference mostly on herbal products. So for herbal products, there are directives from European Union, and as Bhatt just a few minutes back mentioned one word, THMPD. So these are the directives which regulating the herbal products. So there are these directives. Now there are 3 routes for the accessibility of these herbal products in European market. So one is, they say traditional use. So if any company can establish bibliographically the safety and possible efficacy showing 30 years of safe use anywhere in the world and 15 within the European Union, then it comes in the category of traditional use and it can be marketed there. Another route, well-established use. In this, if company can produce scientific literature showing that the active substances of medicinal products have been well-established medicinal use within European Union for at least 10 years with acceptable efficacy and safety, then it can have access in European Union. And third one, company can have its own study data and that will be accepted. Then here, as I told you that German-speaking countries have pivot role in CAM system, and here I got one study from Allensbach Institute in Germany, and in that they have shown that the popularity of CAM system is increasing gradually and very fast growing. And in 2010, it was 72% population which was attracted to CAM. But I told you that few years back, it was changed, it reached to 76%. That means demand is growing very fast. Again, as I told you that there is much divergence in the regulations. These 3 countries with which I am very much aware, Germany, there are 2 categories of practitioners there, qualified medical doctors, and another category which is known as Heilpraktikers there. They both can practice CAM medicine, and as I am person of Ayurveda, I observed that whatever we can do in here, in our country, in related to Ayurvedic practices, particularly related to Kai Chikitsa and Panchkarma, those all can be practiced by these Heilpraktikers in Germany also. Medical doctors can do the intervention procedures also. But all Panchkarma procedures, these Heilpraktikers can also perform. For example, Char Sutra they cannot do. Jaloka Avacharan they can do. Uttar Basti they cannot do. But medical doctors they can do. And God's grace, I have trained more than 700 medical doctors, and most of them are practicing this system very successfully. In Austria, it is very strict. Only qualified medical doctors can do any type of practice, whether it is medical practice or complementary and alternative medical practice. No other system there. In Switzerland, qualified medical doctors and same like Heilpraktikers can practice complementary and alternative medicine. As I mentioned earlier, that regulations, policies, they are always influenced by public demand. And Switzerland is one of the examples of that. In the beginning of, I think, 2004-05, CAM is not legalized in CAM was not legalized in Switzerland. But in 2004-05, Switzerland conducted referendum. Switzerland is very strong democratic country. For any decision, they have to go to the public and have referendum. And see, in referendum, 67% vote was in favor of calm. And then calm was regulated, legalized. Initially, Ayurveda was not there. They have regulated only 5 systems. But now Ayurveda is also included in that. And now Ayurveda is considered there as health profession, not medicine, health profession. And in that health profession, there are 2 categories. One is complementary therapist of Ayurveda. These people can do all manual therapies, but not as full-fledged panchkarma. And then another category, in this natural health practitioners of Ayurveda. They can do everything which we Ayurvedic people perform here except surgical procedures. So as again, this is my concluding slide. As I mentioned, I conclude with same sentence that public demand will always influence the policies and regulation, and the Colgate is the example for that. When we were children, we were seeing this advertisement where Colgate was ridiculing our traditional systems of mouth cleaning, charcoal and salt. Now same Colgate is giving advertisement that in our toothpaste we use charcoal and salt. So this is same thing happening in Europe. Now few informations which are my own informations. As I told you that there is divergence. Recently in Switzerland they have banned Bala, Pseudocardifolia. They found that it failed in doping test. Now my students, they are puzzled because there are so many neurological problems there, and Bala is one of the very commonly used herb. What to do? I told them that, see, now they are concentrating on Pseudocardifolia. Don't use that. Now use Atibala. Ask your suppliers to supply Atibala. Maybe after 10 years they will find something in that and they will ban that, but before that you will have opportunity to use that. Several other plants, they are banned in Germany also. Jatamansi you cannot get in Germany, but our students, they bring it from Austria. There you can get it easily. So there are divergence. Certain things you can do in Austria, certain things you can do in Switzerland, certain you can do very freely in Germany. Certain products you can get easily in Germany, certain products you can get easily in Switzerland, certain you can get easily in Austria. So it is same thing. Thank you very much. I wish you very healthy and happy life through any system of medicine. I hope that you do not need help of that. And I thank you, Vice Chancellor Sir and his team, to giving me this opportunity to present my talk here, and of course IASTAM for giving me this opportunity. And thank you, sir, giving me enough time to speak.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful lecture. Now I would request. Chalo, madam. Now I would request the next speaker, Dr. Sridhar Dwivedi, Senior Consultant Cardiologist and Head Academics, National Health Institute, New Delhi. Please come on to the dais, sir. Now I would request two chairpersons to felicitate the Dwivedi sir. Sir, here, once you go. For felicitation. Felicitation.
Oh.
No, sir. The chairpersons will felicitate the Sridhar Dwivedi, sir. You have to felicitate them. Yes, sir. You are the speaker. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now I request Dr. H.M. Chandola, sir, to introduce about the Sridhar Dwivedi, sir. Okay, sir.
Dr. Sridhar Dwivedi ji is a renowned Indian cardiologist and educator. I know Dr. Sridhar Dwivedi when he was in Banaras Hindu University. He had been professor of medicine there. He had been medical superintendent in BHU hospital. He did his MBBS from BHU in 1968. And he did his MBBS from BHU in 68 and MD in 1972. And PhD in cardiology in 1987. He is a certified HPA 84 recipient Dr. S. Radhakrishnan National Teacher Award in 2008, Lecturer Award RSSDI 2009, Best Research Paper Award, Dr. P.J. Mehta, Oration Association Physicians India 1987, 1988, 2000, 2010, and so on. Dr. Sridhar Dwivedi has been listed as a noteworthy cardiologist educator by Marquis Who is Who. He is a life member of Royal College of Physicians, London, and National Academy Medical Sciences. हम लोग अक्सर सैटरडे संडे को डीडी न्यूज़ पर जो हेल्थ से रिलेटेड प्रोग्राम आते रहते हैं उसमें ऑफ एंड ऑन डॉक्टर श्रीधर द्विवेदी जी के दर्शन होते हैं और बीएचयू में भी आप अजात शत्रु थे जिसका कोई शत्रु ना हो वेरी पॉपुलर टीचर फिजिशियन लेट अस गिव अ बिग हैंड टू डॉक्टर द्विवेदी ऑन दिस ओकेजन
Good morning and thank you very much Professor Chandola for a very lavish, I think, and very affectionate introduction to the audience for me. I am grateful to you, and at the very outset I must express my profound gratitude to Professor Goel, Dr. Bhatt, Dr. Katiyar, the entire ISA team for inviting me, for conferring me this opportunity, giving me this opportunity to speak and say a few things about significance of ethics committee in clinical trials in Ayush medicine. The ball had been set rolling by Professor Vidhi, who told about the microscopic characteristics of the certain plants for their identification. I think this was very valid. Subsequently, the other speakers also, and of course, Professor Gupta, about the extension of CAM, the complementary alternative system of medicine, into the Europe. But before dwelling on the subject, I must express my gratitude to late Professor K. Nurupa, who initiated me to the herbal research. He was a masterpiece person. I have yet to see a person of his caliber. I must say a few things about him. First thing, my prostate, these words, Jatam Viprakule Visishtamati Mat Pradhyapakam Vishwatam Kasyam Pandit Mandale Suviditam Khatam Chikitsavidam Kshetre Shodhavidam Prasasan Pade कीर्तिश्चयेनार्जिता कोडेत्तूर्निवासन मतुमडुपम वैद्याग्रगण्यम नुमः चिकित्सा संस्थाया प्रथममिह संचालन पुटम प्रसिद्धम प्राचार्यम दिश देशे बुधगणे रुडुप्पा नाम्नाद्यस्तु तमखिल विज्ञान निपुणम नरसिंहम भेषज्ये चरक इव सिद्धम बहुनुमा. This is the entire description of Professor Udupa, who started his journey from Kodettur, Mangalore, South Canada, went to then Madras to follow traditional system of medicine, refused admission because he was a traditional man, not a high school English trained person. Came to Kashi, there he graduated. Then after that he went, just in a short, he went because he had interest in surgery, he went to Bombay. From Bombay he went to Lahore, Colonel Mirajkar. From there he goes to USA, gets his degree, gets his fellowship, comes back again to Mandi as a civil surgeon, goes back again to Canada, comes back again, and he was the first on the initiation of the then Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru, was designated as professor and principal of the then Ayurvedic college, then medical college, then institute. This is in short capsule which I am presenting, and who is responsible, at least I can see couple of people here responsible for initiating and training them into, inducting them into the medicine and research. He was a magnetic personality. So much about Professor Udupa. What I am going to tell within these few minutes is, first thing is Sushruta's views about self-education. For any ethics, self-education, continuing medicine is very important. Modern views about ethics in medicine, what is the modern? Historical perspectives about drug combinations, role of physicians, and then I will give some anecdotal experience. Why there is a need of ethics, strong ethics, even in traditional system of medicine. COVID pandemic and ethical violations. What had happened in COVID and what ethical violations are done by so-called modern medicine people also. I will give some examples about that. And then ideal constitution of institutional ethics committees, its role, its content, and its evolving role. What next is due for that? Of course, I will give an illustrative example because whatever my little experience is there, ethical considerations in T. Arjuna research spanning some 37 years. I have been in this research, terminally Arjuna, for last 37 years, and then the carry home message. In nutshell, what should be there? Sushita, what he says, Satatadhyanam, very good term, continuing medical education. Satatadhyanam vada paratantravalokam. This one sentence encompasses the whole concept of the ethical medicine, continuing medical education. Satatan, keep on continuing, keep on enriching your knowledge. And paratantravalokam, see what is happening in other disciplines also, not only in medicine. When I say medicine, not only the conservative sense of medicine, what is happening in surgery, what is happening in gynecology, what is happening in what is happening in nanomedicine, what is happening in other disciplines. Now, what is happening in computer, what is happening in artificial intelligence. I'm translating, interpolating his concept in today's context. So, Satatadhyanam, Vada Paratantravalokam. And what happens today? Done your MBBS, done your MD, done your PhD, whatever, and then keep the books aside. Go to the practice, go, whatever you do. People, there is not much of the interest which people take. This is what Dr. Udupa used to tell always, that you must continue, keep on updating your knowledge. Go to the library, go to the lab. In that time, he has established a surgical research lab, experimental surgical research. I'm talking about 1960s. So, Tadvita Acharya Seva Cha Buddhi Medha Karo Guna. That is the second line. Of course, you have to, that Gurukul Parampara, you have to. Brahmacharya Mahinsa Cha Sahasanam Cha Varjanam. But I'm more concerned about Satata Adhyanam Vada Paratantra Valokanam. Next. Until unless you study and you keep on studying, you may not know about drug, because a drug that is not understood perfectly is comparable to poison. weapons, fire, and the thunderbolt. While the perfectly understood drug is comparable to ambrosia, the drug whose name from and properties are not known are the drug which, though known, is not properly administered, will cause disaster. I think this encompasses the whole concept of ethical medicine. Second thing, even acute poison, this is very important. Even acute poison is converted into an excellent medicine by the right method of preparation. This is more true for Ras Shastra, all those preparations which have metallic component into it, but by the process in the classical way, if you prepare them, perhaps they could be proved useful. While even a good medicine may act as an acute poison if improperly administered. Everybody knows that if you don't properly administer the blood properly, there may be pulmonary embolism. There is always a method of proper administration. So that one should be knowing. This is, and I will go back, the philosophy of it. See, this was written in Balkand, in Ramayana. Graha bhesaj jal pavana pat, pai kujog sujog, hoy kubastu subastu jag, lakhahi sulachan lo. You translate it for medicine. Sulachan will be a good vaidya, a good physician. Grah, stars, bhesaj, medicine. If your stars are bad, even if you do good things, you may lose the battle. If medicine is not prepared well, if medicine is not administered well, or the combination of medicine, most of the time in Ayurvedic system, there are compound, so many drugs are administered, prepared, and then so many formulations are there. So, if that formulation is not correct, not appropriate, it may be kujo. Jal, water. If water is impure, everybody knows that one will get gastrointestinal disorders, amoebiasis, infective diarrhea, the cholera, the famous, Robert Frost and the London diarrhea, cholera epidemic is attributed to the impurity of the water. Environmental pollution. Everybody knows that these days the air of the Delhi is so poisonous that people are getting more incidents of chronic bronchitis and CAD. Pai kujog sujog, hoy hukubastu swastu jag, lakhai sulachan log. So drug has to be prepared nicely, drug has to be administered appropriately, and the combination of drug has to be administered appropriately. Another very good concept which Ramayana says, because Sachiv Vaid Guru Teen Jo, Priya Bola Bhayas, Raj Dharma Tan Teen Kor, Hohi Begainas. This is in Sundarkand, but of course in a different context, but I always use it for medicine, for practice of medicine. The secretary, the Vaid, Raj Vaid, are your teaching physician, and Guru, your mentor, your teacher. If they start speaking, towing the line under some threat, under some terror or under some fear, they don't tell appropriately, don't administer, tell you the correct, you have diabetes, you have CAD, you have alcoholic cirrhosis, please don't take alcohol, please don't smoke, please be careful about your activities, be careful about your food. I'm talking about, and if the teacher also doesn't discipline his disciple, then it is sure that Raj, Dharm, Tan, for the case of physician, in the case of Vaidyas, you will lose your body. Your body, you will succumb to any illness if the physician does not give you, tenders you the appropriate advice. So, again, here the ethics, the minister, physician, or teacher tendering faulty advice out of fear, one is set to lose his state, health, and moral in days to come, my dear. So, this is so much. Now I will give you some anecdotal examples. Don't take it otherwise, nobody should take. These are the examples which I have collected, which I have personally seen within the last 35 years. A 50-year-old, very reputed Vaidya, complained of pain in upper abdomen. A hard lump in the epigastric region, possibly a gastric mass with irregular margin, was noted. It was reported that the Vaidya was taking some drug containing metals for last many years. He was a non-tobacco user, and a strict teetotaler. Thinking that the gastric mass could possibly be malignant, he was referred to Tata Memorial Hospital, and exploratory laparotomy was done, and which showed gastric malignancy with secondaries in the liver, biopsy confirmed squamous cell carcinoma. Second case, another 65-year-old male developed, all these cases have been in my personal knowledge. Another 65-year-old male developed sudden onset of painless hematuria. He had no fever or cough. Ultrasound showed bladder mass. Cystoscopy revealed it to be a bladder mass, and biopsy confirmed it to be squamous cell carcinoma. A detailed history revealed that he used to take powder of many herbs for the last 5 years to remain fit and agile. Nature of drugs, not known. Another case, a 55-year-old male known to be having diabetes for the last 20 years, vice chancellor of a university, had a lot of faith in Ayurveda. Someone suggested him to take Vasant Kusumakar. Daily, in addition to modern drugs, he purchased this drug from a local market, which contained mercury from the local market, and he started taking this drug. And after a few months, he started getting symptoms of renal impairment. His condition deteriorated fast and succumbed to end-stage renal disease. Two senior, this is a classical story which came in limelight, even discussed in Parliament. I was part of that committee. Two senior CSIR scientists developed extensive GI bleed following ingestion of bitter lauki and Karela juice for their diabetes. Nobody prescribed, they were taking at their own. So this has been published in Indian Journal of Medical Research extensively. Another case, a 62-year-old male gradually developed loss of memory and comprehension. He soon developed clumsy, abnormal involuntary movements in left upper and lower limb. An MRI brain was done, which revealed gyriform pattern of true diffusion restriction in bilateral cerebral hemispheres, something like Jacob-Folt's Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, CFD. During workup of the case, his wife stated to me that he was taking some churna 3 times daily from a local Ayurvedic practitioner for about a year. Suspecting heavy metal poisoning, serum arsenic level was estimated, which turned out to be 557.78 microgram liter. Normal value is less than 35. His neurological condition deteriorated very fast, and he succumbed in a span of about 6 months. This is the gentleman who had this just happened in 2022. It is not that it happens in Ayurvedic system of medicine. It happens more often, perhaps, in modern system. I will give you 2 examples what happened in COVID. In COVID in 2019, in early COVID period, everybody said hydroxychloroquine may be very effective. And even getting hydroxychloroquine, I wanted to keep some hydroxychloroquine because I used to go to the hospital at my home so that I may use it for my family. I couldn't get it. It just disappeared from the market. But it happened in America. Somebody said that there are 26 compounds are there in hydroxychloroquine powder and mislabeled it as yam extract. According to court documents, Staley, who suggested this mislabeling technique to another supplier also, who declined, that, sorry, we must do it legally. Staley admitted he intended to sell the hydroxychloroquine powder in capsule as part of his business venture, selling COVID-19 treatment kits in March and April 2020 at the beginning of the global pandemic. According to sentencing documents, Staley also solicited investors for his scheme, promising one that he could triple your money in 90 days. He's behind the prisons for the last 6 months. Another case, which all of you must be knowing, Pfizer COVID vaccine. It has proved to be less effective what it has claimed so far. And this is what it happened. Vaccine fiasco. All of us must remember that when this vaccine business was being discussed in our country, there was a lot of pressure. Even somebody told me, why you are taking this vaccine? Why don't you take Pfizer vaccine? I told my own vaccine is perhaps more reliable. I will go for it. And believe me, we went for it. And now it is proved that Pfizer vaccine is less effective and it confers, only 33% of the people have enjoyed the immunity in the second year. So this Pfizer fiasco is known. It is all, again, it highlights the importance of ethics committee. So what is the modern view of ethics committee? The ethics committee, importance of institutional ethics committee came into existence after the ICMR somewhere in 1990, after the ICMR laid down, framed the rules and regulations about the institutional ethics committee. Ethics requires us to live within the bounds of our talents. This is the first requirement. To indulge overweening ambition at the expense of other people is unethical. At the expense of other people means at the expense of the patient. Thus, moral goodness and worldly excellence are ultimately inseparable from each other. So this is moral goodness and worldly excellence. Excellence in your medicine, excellence in your administration, clinical acumen. This is worldly excellence. And moral goodness on the part of, again, the physician. So this is very important. This is Professor Bartman in his book, Real American Ethics, just published recently. So what is the constitution of an ideal ethics committee? My experience of dealing with ethics committee spans from 1990 onwards. And the ideal institutional ethics committee, there should be a chairman, who should be distinguished clinician or clinical pharmacologist, not from the same institution, but from the another institution. This is very important. Member secretary, faculty from same institute, preferably from pharmacology. It may be anesthesia also, or clinical epidemiology department. Member, statistics. This is one of the crucial members. After chairman, he is the crucial member of the team, because every project, every research project should be screened by him and should perhaps be cleared by him that it is statistically robust design. So this is very important. Legal expert should be there. Legal expert to safeguard the interest of the public, lay people. Member of the community or sociologist, who is a layman, who is not concerned with medicine, but at least he should be there so that he tells about the sociological aspect, and clinician, of course. Now, these days, when we are talking of 2023 or 21st century, institutional ethics committee are also responsible for screening the research papers which we are intending to send to some high impact journal. It is there. Until they clear, you can't send it. Many journals will not accept it. Second thing, in good olden times, even in our times, when Professor Udupa also used to discuss every PG thesis or PhD thesis in departmental heads committee meeting. I remember very well when our MD subject, my own research topic, risk evaluation of coronary sectors, was discussed in 1972. Then there was an initial screening by the postgraduate board of the college. So this is very important, but ideal institutional ethics committee, this is the constitution. What are the contents of research? What ethics committee examines? What are the contents? Title. First thing is the title. What is the title of that research project? The one which you want to discuss? Aims and objectives. Whether that aims and objectives which have been enumerated, which have been enlisted, stated in your research project, that is tallying with the title or not. And the requirement of the institution, requirement of the society. This is also very important. Whatever research you carry out, this should be relevant to the society. This will be relevant to the science of material and methods, the statistical tool, and that's why I said the statistician is very important person, member of the team. Many places I have seen that statistician is just not there, has not been consulted. So this is very important. Time flow, feasibility. What will be the timetable? Whether you are going to carry it for a short term, for 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years. Give the time flow. What will be your time flow? First you will carry out a experimental study, then a clinical study, then you will go to the community. Patients information sheet. This is very important again. Every research project, which is clinical, herbal, or for that matter, I'm basically concentrating with reference to the medicine, with the therapeutics, herbal part of it. Patient information sheet. Patient should be told what kind of research you are going to carry, what will be the benefit given to him, what could be the possible adverse effects of this medicine. This must be told, what could be the possible adverse effect. And the option, if suppose he doesn't want to continue with this drug, he doesn't want to continue with this, he has some problem, money problem, whatever it is, problem, any problem, distance problem, he has the option to go. He has the option to opt out. Patient consents both in English and local language. Sometimes what happens, it is only in English. He just puts his signature, thumbprint signature. No, it should be in local language. Possibly in this region, Hindi, comfortable Hindi. And very interestingly, sometimes the researchers, what do they do? वो इंग्लिश का पूरा गूगल में जाके उसका हिंदी ट्रांसलेशन कर देते हैं. इतनी भद्दी हिंदी होती है, उसको देख के बड़ा कष्ट होता है. आप लोग जहाँ हिंदी अंग्रेजी का शब्द, हिंदी अंग्रेजी का शब्द का उपयुक्त चयन आपके हिंदी में नहीं है, तो वो उसी अंग्रेजी को देवनागरी में लिख दीजिए. वहाँ पे तो स्वीकार्य है, लेकिन आप उसको क्लिष्ट बनाइए, बहुत कठोर बनाइए, पेशेंट समझ ही नहीं पाता बेचारा. वो डॉक्टर के प्रभाव में आके, इन्वेस्टिगेटर के प्रभाव में आके वो दस्तखत कर देता है, क्योंकि डॉक्टर को तो वो देवता मानता है. बहुत हद तक गांव के जो मरीज होते हैं वो डॉक्टर को देवता अभी भी मानते हैं. शहर के महानगरों की बात छोड़ दीजिए, लेकिन आपकी ज़्यादातर रिसर्च तो गाँव के ऊपर ही होती है. तो इसलिए इट शुड बी इन लोकल लैंग्वेज. एंड पॉसिबली इफ देयर आर स्पेशल ग्रुप्स विच आर इन्वॉल्व्ड, लाइक चिल्ड्रन, like female, mentally retarded people. So, okay, mentally retarded people. And compensation. Suppose he develops some problem. This has happened with Pfizer vaccine. You have to give a heavy compensation. And references. In any research project, there should be authentic references, and those references should be recent references, not the old references, what recent within another 5 to 10 years. So these are the important components. New and evolving areas in institute. What are the new things? I think because we are discussing in university, we must know what are the new things which will be required. Digital image manipulation. एंजियोग्राफी हुई है, मैंने एंजियोप्लास्टी किया, मैं ठीक कर रहा हूँ, तो वो डिजिटल मैनिपुलेशन हो जाता है. एंजियोग्राफी में ट्रिपल वेसल डिजीज दिखा दिया है, बेचारे को डबल वेसल है, एक ही वेसल, वो डिजिटल मैनिपुलेशन से. और कुछ नहीं किया, नहीं, पूरा साफ कर दिया है. तो डिजिटल मैनिपुलेशन, plagiarism, retractions, publication of preprint servers, harassment of the team, the junior members who are there, they are harassed for this. Okay, मेरा नाम जी पहले होगा, आपका नाम नहीं होगा, बच्चा काम उस बेचारे ने किया है. Whole work has been done by that poor PhD student, but the main guide wants that my name should be first. It is not correct, it is not appropriate, it is not done. The ethics committee will look after it. Research with human biological samples, revisions to the common rule for research with human subjects, dual use research. COVID-19 pandemic, believe me, I happen to be the chairman of ethics committee of Government Medical College, Noida. And during COVID pandemic period, we cleared 30 projects, 30 projects from the different departments. But because that was COVID pandemic, and everyone wanted to know, COVID was something which was new for me, which was new for everybody. So we wanted to facilitate the research. So this is very important. Providing science advice, interactions with the media, again, institutional, it's very sensitive area. So in Ayurvedic institution, in AYUSH institution, AYUSH has given a guideline that they should have an institutional ethics committee. There have been anomalies in ethical structure and function, and there has not been the observance of standard operating procedures about considering ethics in research. I'm quoting from Journal of Ayurveda 2021. Poor standing about their role and function in ethics committee by individual members, and poor appreciation of their role in building a research volume, research culture across the institution. I will give examples of 3 institutions which I know of. Banaras University Institute of Medical Sciences, Faculty of Ayurveda. The ethics committee works under the overall umbrella of the Institute of Medical Sciences. Dean of the Ayurveda is one of the members. Jamia Hamdard, School of Unani Medicine. There the chairman happens to be head of the department of the Himsar, the medical college. Normally it should not happen because Himsar is part and parcel of the Jamia Hamdard. They should have a chairman from outside. Similarly, Institute of All India Institute of Ayurveda here in New Delhi, they have a chairman from Jaipur. But of course their structure is very well. But whatever I get the feeling, the institutional ethics committee is still not but for IMS because that is part of IMS Faculty of Ayurveda, BHU. They toe the line of the IMS. And in other institutions, it is not that active. It is still passive. This is what. So building a responsible research culture, this is something very important for propagating the alternative system of the Ayush system of medicine. So CCIM may need to come with its own searchable repository in ASU PG synopsis and dissertation to imply such ambitious objectives. They should formulate how many research has been done. Repository should be there at postgraduate level, at PhD level, so that there is no plagiarism and other things. This is one of the recommendations by CCIM top apex body. So I will now give 5 minutes for this terminale Arjuna, spanning 35. Terminale Arjuna, everybody knows it. So terminale Arjuna, it was described by Valmiki. And when Sita was kidnapped, Ram is asking Arjuna, Athva Arjun sasatvam priyam, tam Arjuna priyam, janakasya tuta tanvi, yad jivati vanava. Sita जीवित है कि नहीं तुम्हें तो मालूम होगा. क्यों मालूम होगा? ककुभा ककुरोभम ताम व्यक्तम जानाति मैथिली. मैथिली रोज तुम्हारे ये ककुभ, ये जो श्वेत पुष्प हैं, उससे तुम्हारी पूजा करती थी, देखती थी, तो तुमको तो जरूर मालूम होगा. लता पल्लव पुष्पाढ़ेयो भाति हे शब वनस्पति. तो वाल्मीकि ने अर्जुन को तिलक वृक्ष कहा है और किसी वृक्ष को तिलक वृक्ष नहीं कहा. तिलक माथे का तिलक, इसके बारे उन्होंने ये नहीं बताया कि ये हृदय रोग के में काम आता है. खैर, अब आते हैं ट्रेडिशनल. ककुभा शीतलो हृदय. देखिए 500 BC somebody is writing that it is हृदय. ककुभा शीतलो हृदय छत क्षय विषाचित मेदो मेह बरान हंती तुवरह कफपत्हित. इसकी एक ही बस खत्म करता हूं. अरे सर आप ही की बात कर रहा हूं. हाँ, ये 500 BC somebody is telling that cardiac disease is because of one of the manifestations in medomoya. It is tummy which is behind that. And somebody is telling it is chatichaya vishachidit. It is inflammatory in nature. The coronary artery disease in inflammation, it is inflammatory in nature. Somebody is telling 500. I will hridrog svet bhagna chatchayan. It is again Brinda hridrog जीर्णज्वर पितर पित्त रक्तम हत्वा भवे उच्छिष्ट जीविनस्ते. कोई कह रहा है हृदय रोग में काम करता है, उसने ये नहीं कहा कि CID में काम करता है. उसके बाद का तो काम हम लोगों का है ना. Both Charak and Sushita mentioned, but it was Vagbhat for the first time who indicated use in treatment in heart disease. But this is the last slide which I am using. It is how it is comes into picture. Useful in patients with general anasarca, it was Kolaba Wala somewhere in 1978 who told it has diuretic. Useful in anginal pain, Dr. Udupa, 1985. He was the first man who used it in this. Then useful in CID, Udupa and Dwivedi, 1986. Now ethics committee comes. Somewhere in 1991, then this was shown experimentally that it has cardiotonic effect. Jagrati, she is now professor of pharmacology at All India Institute. I'm telling you the importance of ethics committee. They told that you first carry out experimental studies, then go to the clinical studies. Useful in ischemic cardiomyopathy. Again, the gentleman who is there, who had done it was part of his MD thesis, Agrawal. Again, it went to the Institutional Ethics Committee, UCMS, Delhi University, and this man is professor of medicine now at University of Delhi, University College of Medical Sciences. Again, another PhD thesis contains polyphenols and antioxidants, Shukla, IEC. Again, it went to the Institutional Ethics Committee. Useful in experimental diabetes, Professor Goyal. This work is being carried out under the supervision of Professor Goyal. PhD work, again it has gone into the institutional too. So, Institutional Ethics Committee is very important. Role in post-COVID cardiac complications, which we will certainly go through the Institutional Ethics Committee, useful in experimental diabetes. Arjun or Yog, Hriday Rakhe Nirog. That is my message, and this has to go through, this has gone through the rigmarole of the Institutional Ethics Committee, and after that we have framed this, coined this word, Arjun or Yog, Hriday Rakhe Nirog. Thank you very much. Kupatinavar, one word, one sentence for Institutional Ethics Committee. I am quoting Tulsidas, Kupatinavar, Supanth Chalawa. Kupatinavar, Supanth Chalawa. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Dr. Dwivedi ji.
Any question?
So, in this session, we had two very important lectures. Dr. S.N. Gupta, the Honorable Vice Chancellor at Nadiyad in Gujarat, who elaborately discussed how the complementary and alternative medicines are being popularized in Europe. He discussed the data of Austria, Germany, Switzerland, and how the people in Switzerland through referendum voted in favor of CAM, and government was forced to have the legislation giving recognition to the practice of complementary and alternative medicine. Friends, Dr. Gupta has made outstanding contribution in popularizing Ayurveda in Germany. I have personally seen how in Bernstein, Germany, the Europeans used to have Sashtang Dandavat Pranam for Dr. Gupta. Such remarkable respect Dr. Gupta has earned there through his Purusharth. And very truly he said that the medical doctors who have certification for CAM, they are authorized legally to practice CAM. Non-medical people are also under healer group. They have been doing this work there. Dr. Sridhar Dwivedi ji, when he was talking about Dr. Udupa, his mentor, my mentor also, I asked Dr. Udupa, sir, being a thyroid surgeon, how you were diverted towards yoga? And then Dr. Udupa told me that in Chicago, a World Congress on Yoga was organized by Swami Ram. Swami Ram, who founded Himalayan Institute Hospital in Jolly Grant, Dehradun, which is now a university. And there Swami Ram offered himself to the scientific community to conduct their experiments upon his body. Swami Ram ने कहा आप मेरा pulse लीजिए. Pulse का tracing oscillograph पे आ रहा है. Swami Ram said, I am going to stop my pulse. रुक गई pulse, straight line आ गई oscillograph पे. Then he said, you take my ECG. अब heart की tracing आ रही है ECG पे. Swami Ram said, through Hatha Yoga, I am going to stop my heart. वो आ गई straight line. Then he said, you take my EEG. अब EEG लिया जा रहा है. Then he said, I am going in deep trance, samadhi. And then there was a prominent alpha wave highlighting quieted, calm, relaxed, pleasant state of mind. Then Swami Ram later on told, don't think that I have stopped my pulse or heart, but by the activity of yoga, I was able to reduce the activity of pulse and heart up to that low level where your equipment is not in the condition to record it. See, and then Dr. Udupa said, when I saw this, I was fully convinced how the involuntary movement can be brought under voluntary control. स्वामी राम ने थ्रू बायोफीडबैक अपना एक हथेली का टेम्परेचर आइस कोल्ड कर दिया और दूसरी हथेली का पाम का टेम्परेचर इट वाज बॉइलिंग पॉइंट. तो ये जब चीजें डॉक्टर उडुपा ने वहां देखी, देन ही केम बैक टू बनारस. इन द हिंदू यूनिवर्सिटी ही एस्टेब्लिश्ड ए सेंटर ऑफ योगा और यूनिवर्सिटी हॉस्पिटल में योगा क्लिनिक एस्टेब्लिश किया गया. और जो पेशेंट्स थे उनको जो भी कन्वेंशनल ट्रीटमेंट चल रहा है, दे वर ऑल्सो सेंट टू द योगा क्लिनिक. रमेश माधव शेट्टीवार द्विवेदी जी आपको याद होगा, योगा टीचर हुआ करते थे. तो इस तरह से योग को वहाँ पे इंट्रोड्यूस किया गया. डॉक्टर द्विवेदी वेरी नाइसली रेफर्ड द रामायण एंड रामचरितमानस about the preparation of drug, method of administration and many other things. He also discussed the ethical clearance. और आजकल ethical clearance तो mandatory हो गया सब आयुर्वेदिक institution में भी. और not only that, even CTRI registration is also made, द्विवेदी जी, mandatory. तो अब ये कोई ऐसी बातें नहीं है, ये सब already in practice हैं. और मैं समझता हूँ कि आयुर्वेद को ग्लोबली स्टेबलाइज करने में ये सब बहुत ज़रूरी है. भारत सरकार ने भी जो MOU साइन किए हैं डिफरेंट कंट्रीज़ के साथ और वहाँ जो आयुर्वेदिक चेयर इस्टेब्लिश की हैं, उसका भी बहुत बड़ा रोल है आयुर्वेद को पॉपुलराइज करने में. और जैसे डॉक्टर गुप्ता जी ने भी कहा कि वहाँ जो अब 15-16 कंट्री की कल बात की गई थी कि वहाँ आयुर्वेद को किस रूप में रिकॉग्नाइज किया गया है. अभी कल यहाँ वो आए हुए थे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से डॉक्टर घोष. तो अभी उन लोगों ने भी MOU साइन किया है आयुष मिनिस्ट्री से भी और सरिता विहार बेस्ड ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ आयुर्वेद से, इट्रा जामनगर से, और अभी यहाँ सरिता विहार वाले इंस्टीट्यूट से डॉक्टर राजगोपाल वो जा रहे हैं ऑस्ट्रेलिया, चेयर इस्टेब्लिश की गई है. तो मैं समझता हूँ इस तरह से जो एक्सपर्ट्स भेजे जा रहे हैं बाहर, उसका भी एक इम्पैक्ट होगा. और आयुर्वेद को का जो एक ग्लोबली जो एक्सेप्टेंस डेवलप हुआ है, उससे आयुर्वेद का जो आने वाला दिन है, मैं समझता हूँ इट इज़ ए गोल्डन पीरियड फॉर द ग्लोबलाइजेशन ऑफ आयुर्वेदा. थैंक यू वेरी मच बोथ द एक्सपर्ट्स, आवर की नोट स्पीकर ऑफ टुडे डॉक्टर गुप्ता जी एंड डॉक्टर श्रीधर द्विवेदी जी. एंड थैंक यू. बहुत अच्छा काम इस यूनिवर्सिटी में ऑनरेबल वाइस चांसलर गोयल साहब की लीडरशिप में हो रहा है. एंड ए बिग हैंड फॉर डॉक्टर गोयल साहब ऑल्सो ऑन दिस ओकेजन. Oh, good, very good. Congratulations, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All the session members, please join for the group photograph.
आपके बिना हम सब लोग अधूरे हैं. डॉक्टर प्रजापति जी आ गए हैं, राजस्थान आयुर्वेद यूनिवर्सिटी जोधपुर के वाइस चांसलर. बहुत बहुत बधाई और आपका स्वागत है.
Thank you all. Now the next session is over to Dr. Savina.
Yes. Now we are moving to our next session of symposium. Here the theme is AYUSH regulations. Now I request the chairpersons, Dr. Narendra Bhatt, Consultant Ayurveda Research and Industry, CRIE Consultant Mumbai, and Dr. P.K. Prajapati sir, Vice Chancellor Sri Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, Rajasthan Ayurveda University, Jodhpur, to kindly take their seats. Sir, please. Dr. Narendra Bhatt has 48 plus years of academic, clinical research and industrial experience.
Session shuru karte hain.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Mahavir Dhobi and Dr. Kalicharan sir to please come on the stage and felicitate our guests, chairpersons. Dr. Roshni, please felicitate our chairpersons. Now I request our speakers, Dr. S. Dangyach, Dr. Raman Mohan Singh and Vaidya Rakesh Sharma to please come on the stage. Now I request our chairpersons to felicitate our speakers, Dr. S. Dangyach, Dr. Ram Mohan Singh and Professor Vaidya Rakesh Sharma. Dr. S. Dangyach, sir, please. Now I request Dr. Narendra Bhatt sir to please introduce our first speaker, Dr. S. Dangyach. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to all of you, and I know that we are running behind the schedule, but we have a very important panel right now. The first speaker is Mr. S. Dangyach. I've been given his biodata, but I'm going to be off track. I came to know Mr. Dangyach about 2 years back, 3 years back, and the pandemic situation was very high. And Bejon Mishra created a group called as Mahamana Declaration. And over a period of many sessions, Zoom meetings, somewhere we both clicked. And what I find in Mr. Dangyach is a very small frame person. I personally met him only 15 days back in Ahmedabad. But he's full of enthusiasm, a man of management. From a very beginning his career at Syntex, he became the managing director of the company. And he is right now member of the board of directors of several companies in Ahmedabad. And more than that, what is really drew my attention is his commitment to the systems and people's welfare. And in him, in my discussions, I found a person who is advocate of Indian systems of medicine, Ayurveda, as well as homeopathy, and a very strong believer in that. I mean, I found that he is believing it much, I mean, to the extent of his total commitment to the purpose of Ayurveda and homeopathy. So friends, I am very happy to have him give a different perspective of the subject of regulation. He has been talking with me about homeopathic products, he has been talking with me about Ayurvedic products. He has expressed his pains many times that we are not able to do certain things in the easier way. And that is why I insisted that he should join our meeting in these 2 days. And I welcome Dangayaji. Please share your views.
Dr. Katiyar, Dr. Goyal, Dr. Narendra Bhai Bhatt, all the dignitaries, and all my friends. I feel that I am really an odd man out. But then, every single activity that we are carrying out here or at other place has to be converted into some or the other useful business. Because businesses do not mean only the kind of definition that most of the management institutes and the economists are churning out. Businesses can be the regular businesses wherein profit maximization is the sole goal. Profit maximization means Shuddha Labh. In the management schools all over the world, they teach the students that the purpose of business is to maximize profit without ethics, without environment, without equity considerations. Shuddha Labh is what is today the controlling paradigm in the world. But then there is another facet, and that comes from our Sanatan thinking, which is Dharma, Arth, Kam, Moksha. Dharma comes before earth. That means before the profit, you have got to think about ethics. So what is that ethical profit? And that is again enshrined in 2 words in India. On all the establishments in India, at residences or shops or maybe the commercial offices, you will find 2 words. And these 2 words are Shubh Labh. Labh has to be circumscribed, has to be preceded by ethical thinking. So India is a place, Bharat is a nation, Bharat is a kind of an entity which has given the world the term Shubh Labh. And therefore, we have to transit from Shuddha Labh to Shubh Labh as we go forward. Now in this forum where I am hearing wonderful, you can say, presentations from experts who have made a mark in the world, I feel very, very small to be present here to present my views, which are going to be obviously very, very different in terms of character and context. When I look at AYUSH, I naturally believe that it is a conglomerate of various knowledges, various scientific systems. It has got ASM or ISM or ASU, as we will call it, as the Indian medicinal systems, traditional Indian medicines, TIM. So I will say Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, these are the 3 traditional Indian systems. Homeopathy has become indigenous to India, and I think homeopathy is probably the most, I would say, prevalent system after allopathy and ISM or ASU, in terms of numbers of colleges, in terms of numbers of practitioners. And therefore homeopathy, which has been kind of imported by us, imbibed and assimilated in India, I can call it as a traditional Indian medicine. So you have got 3 of them, and then you have got homeopathy and now Sowa Rigpa, which is coming from the Tibetan side. But then yoga and pranayam, yoga and naturopathy, these can obviously be considered as complementary systems. So you have got traditional and complementary medicines, T and CM. So when we look at India, I would say AYUSH is a kind of a counterpart, is a true definition reflected from the fact that it is a combination of the two. So when we talk about AYUSH, and I'll talk about AYUSH, though, so I do not think that it is correct for us to bracket all of them together when it comes to regulations and comes in terms of practice, because homeopathy is very different than allopathy. Homeopathy also happens to be different than the three Indian traditional medicinal systems. So when I think about the people who have been there, and when I look at the present context, I'm tempted to ask, because we are talking about unicorns, we are talking about the people who have made it big in the last 5 years as startups. The question is, who is the first unicorn from India? Can anybody tell me who can be really labeled as the first unicorn from India? Obviously, it is difficult, for us to go back 50 or 60 years and remember the man who really popularized Ayurveda, really popularized yoga and, say, pranayam in the world. And is nobody other than Mahesh Yogi. Mahesh Yogi. Now look at Mahesh Yogi, what he did. He naturally showed the world a new way to solve a problem. And as you must be knowing, going back in 60s and 70s, the major issue was stress, depression, despondency all over the world, and people didn't know how to come out of it. And Mahesh Yogi packaged yoga, pranayam, deep transcendental meditation into a branded product and offering, called it Transcendental Meditation, TM. And it really appealed to the people because everybody was looking for a solution and there wasn't anything available. So TM, after that, he packaged it in a nice way and in a wonderful way he started delivering. He built a business, a Shubh Labh business around that, and then, as you are knowing very well, he spread it all across the world. And in those days, I remember a magazine, Time, published him published his photograph on the cover of the magazine, and at that point of time, the business that they were doing were into hundreds of millions of dollars a year. The valuation at that point of time, if done, as it is being done now, would have been several billions of dollars. And I call Mahesh Yogi as the first unicorn from India. Now let us look at the present context. Who is the super unicorn from India? Second super unicorn from India. Nobody other than Baba Ramdev. Swami Ramdev is the greatest unicorn that India has produced. Carry out the valuation of the business that he has built and you'll be amazed the kind of things that he has done. I recall inviting him in IIM Ahmedabad in 2010, 2011. And Baba Ramdev, in the precincts, on the premises of IIMA, told the management students that you have been talking about great work that has been done by Hindustan Unilever, great work that has been done by Godrej, great work that has been done by P&G. And he said, I will show you in 5 years or 10 years from now as to how businesses are to be built, how the management is to be carried out in Shubh Labh mode. Babaji said that I am working for the society, I am not working for earning money, making the profit for my own self. And Baba Ramdev formula is very well known to everybody. He has been able to package simple practices from yoga, Anulom Milom, Kapalbhati, into something which can be done by every ordinary man. He brought yoga to the common man's drawing room in front of the TV screens so that one can do it. Then he has been able to package, he has been able to brand, he has been able to market many products that are there as a part of Ayurveda and has built an empire which is an envy of everybody. So these two unicorns when you see, you are naturally maybe tempted to say, hey, Ayush, Ayurveda, homeopathy, these can also create big businesses. And these are big entrepreneurial opportunities. But I'll also go beyond these two and I look at somebody like Dabar. and you must be knowing Mohit Burman and family, is today amongst the 20 richest Indians. They are at the rank of something like, 15 or 16, and the total wealth may be, 10, 15, 20 billion dollars. And then you have got Emami with a turnover of around 4,000 crores, and Katiyarji is here, and we know very well what is Emami doing. Jhandu, which has been absorbed, by Emami, was of course a pioneer in many, many, different ways. But all of them, all these companies, I mean, Hamdard and, Himalaya added to it, all these companies have been able to deliver products that are in sync with what the consumer wants. Consumer centricity, bringing about solutions which are going to appeal to the people and be acceptable is the hallmark. And we know very well that brand building, marketing, distribution, these are the kinds of things which all come natural to the companies that are successful. After many decades of, we can say, our independence, or we can say after the Second World War, we are today having several challenges. I'll just take 2 or 3 of them. The first is the climate. The climate change, that is something which is bothering us a lot. We are also finding that the modern capitalistic model is, as a matter of fact, increasing the gap between rich and poor. Economic inequity is something very serious. Third thing we are seeing is recognition of the fact that reductionist Cartesian philosophy that is governing allopathy is making it reach its dead end. And COVID was a classic example. We know very well that in 3 years of COVID, allopathy has not been able to find a single drug that can be useful. I don't want to go into the other things, but not a single drug has been found. What they are talking about is working with the vaccines, finding vaccines. But believe me or not, I tend to disagree with the fact that allopathy can take, you may say, the credit for vaccines as being their own. As a matter of fact, vaccination was invented in India in the 5th and 6th century AD, and it then traveled to various parts of the world in one form or the other. We know the history of vaccination. Edward Jenner, cowpox, from cow comes Avaxa, and that's how it's called vaccination. There's nothing, that is not known to us. But vaccines don't work on allopathic principle. Vaccines work more or less in tune with the homeopathic principle. So vaccines are not, the allopathy. Surgery is not allopathy. Diagnostics is not allopathy. These are common adjuncts to all medicinal sciences. And therefore, I find that in the last 10 years, allopathy has not come up with anything that can said to be providing us a solution. And that's why I find that this particular approach alone is having its dead end. AMR, for example, that we are maybe knowing, AMR is a major problem, and I happen to be there on the board of advisors of AMR Declaration Chennai Trust, and I tell you that there isn't a solution. They have taken me on board from the precise reason that I try to give some kind of maybe help to them in finding solutions to that. Now, when we look at the AYUSH and regulatory, because that is a topic now, I am tempted to say that the new draft act that has been made is an attempt to give a better recognition to AYUSH, but most importantly, I guess a few corrections are necessary, because in the new regulation, what they have done is to have a separate, kind of setup, but finally everything has to go to DCGI, and DCGI, who happens to be under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, may be the person or may be having a team to decide on it, and that is something that's going to be not a problem. When we look at the approvals, I'm tempted to say that the approvals should be uniform for all. I mean, emergency use approval, for example, was given only to certain allopathic systems. I think it should be a very transparent and fair system, allowing approvals not only for emergency and you say the final use, but it can also be there for provisional use, and therefore there can be 3 models: emergency use approval, then secondly provisional, and thirdly the final approval. But This is something which has to be uniform for everybody. Safety, efficacy, and quality, as we are knowing very well, is something very important. Can I have some water? So when we look at safety, efficacy, quality, which is a consumer need, I think, so all of us here in this particular conference or elsewhere have to understand that the consumer is looking for them, and we have to find out a suitable method, mechanism to adhere to these, to adhere to the standards, so that customers are convinced. Because once the customers are convinced, once the customers they have trust, business will automatically I think go up. It is necessary for us to go for maintaining the quality as has been prescribed. Opportunities for AYUSH, since I'm talking about entrepreneurial opportunities, are immense. I mean, sky is the limit in the sense that opportunities are there. But merely thinking about, maybe the opportunity is not going to be enough. Everybody has to come up with solutions, and these solutions have to go through the process of proof of concept on to, you may say, limited, use, and thereafter widespread, promotion. NHP 2017 is something, which we are well aware, has, talked about preventive, promotive, curative, rehabilitative, and palliative. I think AYUSH has got a great opportunity in all four, and less, say in the curative, but more so in the others, which are going to be very, very important. I went through the WHO document on TNCM, and I think there is a convergence of what we are thinking and what they are thinking. Leaving aside, say whatever may be the other objections, I personally think that WHO or the maybe the world or we in India are looking for solutions to keep ourselves healthy, and that has to be possible through integrative approach, taking the best out of everything and then building businesses around it, keeping the consumer in mind. If we don't do that, we will not be able to go very far. So in conclusion, I would like to say, firstly, there has to be a separate and autonomous regulatory framework for AYUSH, and it should be fair and it should be equitable. AYUSH need not now suffer from inferiority complex. In the name of science, believe me or not, and by quoting, the so-called, scientific character of only allopathy, we are doing injustice. In my opinion, all the medicinal sciences are semi-sciences, because when you're talking about the host and the guest, you are not knowing about the host, because host, the conditions are varying a lot. So guest, when you are giving something, you cannot expect uniform results. And that is, the reason we are having mutation of medicinal science every day, in the same way as the virus mutates. So all the medicinal sciences are semi-sciences, and therefore we have to keep similar equitable parameters for all. Second thing is that the clinical trials that are to be now done, we should have simple, rational, and pragmatic designs for clinical trials for AYUSH. These should be affordable, they should be time effective, and these should be obviously keeping the consumer interest in mind. And that's why I said that there could be, three stages. There could be, maybe simple, there could be, emergency approval, provisional approval, and then, final approval. AYUSH must be given highest priority by Government of India in all its policies, and it should also make it an industry where people should be attracted to invest. Fourth is that AYUSH is next generation business. There is a lot of work to be done. By having conferences, by doing the research, we may not be able to build businesses. These businesses have to be built by investors, businessmen, and entrepreneurs, and therefore we have got to show money in this, we have to show Shubh Labh in this to all the people who are interested. Fifth is, we have to create markets within India and outside. And as Dr. Dwi was saying, and as other speakers, my previous friends were saying, it is very important that we keep the regulatory or the other aspects of each country in mind. We just can't think that we have evolved here in India, it should become acceptable in America. It does not happen that way, because we have got to understand that markets are always design-centric and consumer-centric. And last but not the least is that we should build Shubh Labh businesses around AYUSH, because they are sustainable, they are certainly going to be spreadable. At ITF, which I am running, we do discussions and we have deliberations on India-centric problems, and we try to think of coming up with solutions that can be implemented which meet a 5S framework. They should be simple, they should be smart, they should be sensible, they should be sustainable, and they should be scalable or spreadable. So business demands, believe me or not, genuine profit, and that profit should be ethical, it should be a win-win profit, it should not be at the cost of ethics, it should not be at the cost of environment, and it should be not at the cost of equity. So I once again thank IASTM and the University DPSRU to have given me a chance for sharing my thoughts, which are probably very different than what you all may be expecting to have from this particular deliberations. But I'm always optimistic about AYUSH, and I feel very strongly both for Ayurveda. Homeopathy happens to be my first passion because I'm there now as a patron member of Global Homeopathy Foundation. But for me, everything that benefits the society, the individuals, the world is very, very close to my heart, and I'm always available. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful lecture. Now I request Dr. P.K. Prajapati, sir, to introduce Raman Mohan Singh, sir.
Good afternoon. As the most dynamic director of the Pharmacopoeia Commission of Indian Medicine and Homeopathy, Ghaziabad, now we welcome Dr. Raman Mohan Singh, who is the CEO, Chief Executive Officer of Commission also. He also served as a Director, Central Drug Testing Laboratory, Mumbai, Additional Charge of Director in charge in National Tobacco Testing Laboratory, Mumbai. He also serving the Additional in charge Deputy Assistant Director, Government of Medical Store Depot, Mumbai. He was awarded for the excellence in the development of IP 2007 and 2013. He also won the Best Research Paper Award in Pharmaceutical Analysis in 2013. He also got Dr. P.D. Sethi Annual Award in 2010, Best Research Paper, Certificate of Appreciation, Best Scientific Posters, and so on. But I know he is the successor of me. I know personally by the personality, by the dynamicity. So I request Dr. Raman Mohan Singh ji for his deliberation, please, sir. Welcome you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. And as you know, sir, I just taken over the charge on 1st November from Dr. Prajapati, sir, also, and just moving the commission on the right direction with the help and with the guidance of him also. So, all the dignitaries on the dash, off the dash, but I am missing the students because you know that what we are doing, this all from the last 2 days, for students only. But anyway, I am not new for this hall because previously also I have given the lectures and presentation maybe 4 and 5 times. From 2002 onwards, sir, when Professor Agrawal sir was the director and vice chancellor here, and Dr. Pathak sir also. So this is not new institution for me, and it is a very dynamic institution, sir. And you know that in coming days, what we are going to do in PCIMH also, that I will just brief that in coming days, we are all planning for this development of monographs and standards on the WHO guidelines, wherever all the phytochemicals or the other requirements has to be put up in our standards, so that our standards has to be at par with any other international standards. Likewise, sir, in 2005 we have started, as I was in Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, 15 years from 2001 to 2015 onwards as a head of R&D, IP division, and also the reference standard division. So in 2005 we have added 22 monographs of herbal medicines first time. With all the ring testing data has been done with Ranbexy, Dr. Katiyar Saab, then Natural Remedies, Amit Agrawal, and Dr. D.B. Narayana with the help of all them. And all these validated data has to be verified again in our laboratory. Then only we have added all this. So I wanted that in coming days, because now, and you know that coming days, the herb one standards is the prime, in coming days, you will see the one pharmacopoeia maybe. So in that also we will take that all these things has to be done, that all the validated and verified data is only has to be appeared in the any standards. So anyway, I will not take much time because I can see the hungry faces. However, it is much better than the after lunch, because that time the open the eyes of the audience is very difficult. So, sir, you know that PCIMH has these two buildings. One is Pocket 1, Pocket 2, and just near to NCR, just 40 kilometers away from here. And anyway, your team can visit to PCIMH. We have one herbal garden also, a beautiful herbal gardens, and 2 herbal gardens, 18-acre land. In coming days, sir, we are planning and we have proposed to the through ministry to our Ministry of Urban Development for taking 200-acre lands near Yamuna Bank, at Yamuna Bank, like Badarpur Thermal Power, where is the Badarpur Thermal Power is previously. So you can see that how 20 folds, 10 folds we are going to in coming maybe in 5 years. So at that time we are planning for making our this PCIMH Institute to be deemed to be university for training of on the AYUSH, not for the Indian stakeholders, but for all the international stakeholders, and also for the repository of our markers compounds, and also for a e-library for all these botanicals and marker compounds, and also like for academic courses like doctorate or PG degrees in coming days. That is my planning, which I am going to make a roadmap to the ministry very soon. So, sir, yeah, this one, right, left one. Okay. So, you know that already you all guys know that how that there are no plants in this universe which are devoid of medicinal properties, but physicians should know the proper uses of plants. Likewise, you can see that Conica grantum uses for the gums and teeth problems, like your Karela for intestinals and also for pancreas, and also this Cysis for the orthopedic uses. Means our ancient people knows that how we can go ahead for these items. Previously, in Ayurvedic medicine, you know that there is a plant, mineral, and animals are the sources for that. And for standardization, you can see previously it was Namarupa means the pharmacognosy, Gunakrama means the pharmacology, and Prayoga was the clinical pharmacology. Also, the quality materials, how the availability and efficacy, that are also is taken care by our ancient Ayurveda Charya. You can see the Rishi Munis. And what compound is active, that also they have taken care. You know that I am new for this Ayurvedic, but you know all those things that the Ayurvedic formulations have these Kast Aushadhi means herbal medicines, and Ras Aushadhi means the metal and minerals, and also the single substances like Amalaki, Ashwagandha, multi-ingredients like Trifla Churna and Sitablabdi, and in case of metal and minerals like Godanti and Suvarna Loh Bhasma, these are the singles, and for multi-ingredients that is Tribhuvan, Kritisha. These are some examples. Also, you can see that previously we called all these dosage forms like pills, Gutika or Vatika, and like semi-dosage forms are like Avleha, Paka, Lepa, and Girta. Liquid dosage forms are like Asava, Arista, Arka, Tela, Dravaka, and the powder dosage forms like Bhasm, Satwa, Mandura, Pisti, Parpati, Lavanga, Keshara, and Churna, etc. Previously, it was done by how it is transformed for new doses. You can see that Auleha, open vessels to most of the advanced and automated systems, there are changes nowadays, like for vacuum and pressure system, that has been done nowadays. Previously, it was done only by the container only. Previously, the LEPA or medicated oils to cream and ointment. Now it is converted into the cream and ointment, which was called LEPA previously. Previously, when it was in home, you can already seen that spray dyed and frizz dyed powder, how it is came in nowadays. Previously, it was only the cell batta is used for that purpose. And also in case of Vati and Gutka, which is now called the tablets, capsules or mouth dissolving tablets in modern medicines. Also, you can see that according to the latest report of IMARC group titled India Ayurvedic Products Market, Industry Trends, Share, Size, Growth, Opportunity and Forecast, the Indian Ayurvedic products market reached a value more than 500 billion in 2021, which growth about 20% in coming 2022 to 2027. Means about $612 million is already exported from the India in the last year. This is about the PCIMH. You know, previously there is two laboratories, Homeopathic Pharmacopoeia Laboratory and Pharmacopoeia Laboratory for Indian Medicine, PLIM at Ghaziabad from the 1970-70, and which is in 2010, PCIM is coming, and that is been merged just 2 years ago with these two laboratories, and nowadays it is a subnet office of the AYUSH Ministry. The vision of our PCIM is a nodal agency in establishing the quality standards for drugs of Indian system of medicine and homeopathy. And Indian system of medicine is not only the ASU drugs nowadays, it is also SOVA is added. The mission is to make the quality standards for drugs used in the Indian system of medicine and homeopathy and to act as the central drug testing cum appellate laboratory. Previously, we are doing the testing for all the stakeholders like state drug controllers, but now it is only the samples coming through the court only that we have taken care as a appellate laboratory. Like CDL Kolkata for allopathic drugs, this is PCIMHs for all these 4 and 5 drugs, including Sovarikpa. The activities, you can see that to develop the pharmacopoeia for drugs and formulations for Indian medicine and homeopathy, and also the formulas we are publishing, and to revise, update, amend these published pharmacopoeia and formulas time to time. Also, it's a compendia to publish the compendia and supplementary for pharmacopoeia for Indian medicine and homeopathy and other related scientific regulatory information pertaining to the functional area of PCIMH, and already the appellate laboratory. And also our aim is to building the training to drug regulatory authorities, manufacturers and faculty of medical colleges, facilitate exposure visit of the laboratory to the student of homeopathic medical colleges to familiarize with the working of the laboratory. And in coming days, we are also going to invite the Ayurvedic medical colleges and all related to the AYUSH institutes. Also to maintain the authentic reference raw materials repository of raw materials used in the Indian system of medicine and homeopathy. Also to maintain the authentic RCM repository of chemical commodities with established therapeutic significance for drugs formulations of Indian medicine and homeopathy. And I think it is discussed yesterday also that what is the legal status under section 3, it is given about the ASU drugs, and also in section 3H about the patent and proprietary of ASU drugs, and chapter 4A from the section 33B to 33O, the provision related to the ASU drugs is given. Also in the first schedule, it is an authoritative book pertaining to the ASU drugs, and on the second schedule for homeopathy, which has to provide the quality standards. Also, you can see in the rule 151 to 161 for manufacture or for sale And for the ASU drugs, for labeling it is given in 161, and for exemption in labeling and packing provision and shelf life or date for expiry of medicine is also given in 161B. And in schedule also, in schedule E, it is given for list of poisonous substances under the ASU system of medicine, and schedule T, the GMP for ASU medicines, and also in schedule TA for record and utilization of raw material for these ASU licensed manufacturing units. The position of homeopathic medicines in DNC Act 1945, you can again see that all these as given under the Rule 2 of the DNC Act for these homeopathic medicines, and also the homeopathic medicine is to be complied with manufacture for sale and distribution, that is given also under the second schedule, and the new homeopathic medicines are covered under the Rule 30A, and the manufacture of homeopathic medicines and license to be covered under the Rule 85B. And also the sale of homeopathic medicine is covered under the Rule 67A. The procedure of labeling and packaging is also given under Rule 32A and 106A and B. And for ophthalmic preparation and standards and conditions for preparation come under the second schedule and schedule FF Rule 126A. The GMP and requirement of premises for the homeopathic medicines is covered under schedule M1. And also the disease which a drug may not purport to prevent a cure or covered under Rule 106 of DNC Act and its rules in 1945. And for the provision of misleading advertisement related to the drugs are covered under the Section 4 of Drugs and Magic Remedies Rule 1954. And you can see that whenever we are going to develop any monograph or standards, we have to see first the identity, purity and strength. That is the purpose of any monograph. The herbal drugs for plant origin used in the formulation should be duly identified and authenticated and be free from insects, pests and other animal matter, including the animal excretia, and be within the permitted and specified limits for arsenic and heavy metals, microbial load, pesticides, aflatoxins, and show no abnormal odor, color, sleepiness, mold or any sign of any deterioration. The quantitative test, namely the LOD, total ash, acid insoluble ash, alcohol soluble ash, water soluble extractive volatile oil content, pH and assays are the parameters upon which the standards of any pharmacopoeia depend. You can see we are already doing all this in case of for maintaining the quality of standards. In case of botanical, we taken care of the microscopic, macroscopic for these qualitative and quantitative issues, and doing the powder microscopy in our laboratory. And for in case of physical parameters, you can see the foreign matters, moisture, acid, insolubles, and extractive values. These tests has been given on the monograph. And in case of chemical, for maintaining the all, even for the qualitative or quantitative test, we have taken care of the chromatography, HPLC, HPLC, GC instrumentation with us. So that all the heavy metals, aflatoxins, pesticide residues, that has been taken care of. And in the last, the microbial contamination for the toxicity and efficacy to check of any herbal drugs, that has to be taken care of. And previously, first it is started from the color, odor, taste and texture of the botanicals in any monograph. The working of the PCIMH is like you can see that for the purpose of development and validation of these pharmacopoeia monographs, either for BRS and PRS also, we have to take care of formulation of the pharmacopoeias also, and we have 4 subcommittees, that is one for Ayurveda, one for Siddha, Unani, and also for homeopathy. And we develop the monographs and all these quality, regulatory, and by taking the help of stakeholders also, by the supporting data of TLC or microscopic or macroscopic data. Our committee has been taken care of after this has been provided by the subcommittees. Then it comes to our PCIMH, and the prime body is SAB, that is Scientific Advisory Board of the PCIMH, which approve the same, and then if any needed, then it goes to publication after the taking public comments through website or through other means. And if needed any revision in the formulas or pharmacopoeia, that also has been taken care of. And also, you know, what is the pharmacopoeia? Is a compendium of all you know that as per our DNC Act, these pharmacopoeias are mandatory, like IP for allopathic, PCI, these 4 pharmacopoeias for ASU drugs. And also, these are the big official pharmacopoeia. You know that pharmacopoeia is a legal document for any country. And you can know that what is the meaning of pharmacopoeia. Pharmacopoeia means a drug which has to be, PIA means making. So means drug making is the, you can see the pharmacopoeia is the meaning. The description of each single drugs or preparations included in the pharmacopoeia are called monograph. We have monographs for quality specification in terms of botanicals, pharmacognostical, physicochemicals and other parameters, and also have general chapters, guidelines, test protocols, and also related chemicals and reagents also given. You can see that we have, in pharmacopoeia, IPC is maintained Indian pharmacopoeia and PCIMH is maintained all these 4 pharmacopoeias. And in case of, I can see you that in case of Ayurvedic pharmacopoeia, we have published single monograph of 645 monographs, and in case of formulation, 202 monographs till now in 4 volumes. These are the details of that. Because time is running, that's why I will not take something. And Atlas documents already we have published for TLC also, and also for macro and microscopic atlas, that also we have published. You can see that in 2000, a first-hand reference providing detailed anatomical identification features of crude plant, that also we have published in 2009. And also for phytochemical identification features, that also we have published for Ayurvedic pharmacopoeia. And in case of Siddha pharmacopoeia, about 140 monographs already published for the single drugs and also for the compound drugs. And in case of Urani pharmacopoeia, about 298 for single and about 200 for the compound formulations we have published. So total about 298 monographs of single drugs and 201 for compound for in Unani pharmacopoeia. In case of homeopathy, more than 1,000 monographs already published from 1971 to 2013. And we have adopted all these WHO guidelines like well-documented traditional use, standardization based on chemical markers, activity profile, medicinal plants free from the pesticide and heavy metals, and safety and stability is also taken care of as per the WHO guidelines in our pharmacopoeia. So these are some marker-based pharmacopoeial publication you can see which published by the PCIMH, and we have taken care, you can see the these structures for identification. And for TLC is, HPTLC is used for the identification in case of Ashwagandha, Vidania, Somnifera. And also in case of assay, we have used the HPLC chromatogram. And this is for powder monograph, but also for hydroalcoholic extract also we have done like this. And also for water extract. These are available in our Indian pharmacopoeia. And you know that in view of the COVID pandemic, PCIMH has published the formulation specification and quality standards for AYUSH Kvata, Churna and immunity booster in 2020. These are having the Tulsi, Dal Chini, Suthi and Krishna Maricha, which is the very much, these even the, not only the formulary is also published for all these, for Asha Katha Churna, for Asha Katha Kotinir and for Ayush Safuya Joshanda. These are the publication which I the last year published. And also the total number of monographs 20 was published in the last year, and now total number of 50 is for veterinary use, and for mineral metals 20, and 40 monographs were first time published for the volume 7 of Unani Pharmacopoeia. Very soon we are going to release our Unani Pharmacopoeia for 2022, maybe on 11th of next month on February at Vigyan Bhavan. So you can see that the IPO has also started, which in 2007 when they have after 14 and 20 monographs, 58 monographs, and nowadays they have 176 monographs. And we have a collaboration with IPC for the purpose maintaining these one standards monographs. And after that, you can. We are also maintaining our one herbal gardens, which is sponsored by the National Medicinal Plant Board at our premises. And also we are going to develop one greenhouse and polyhouse for that purpose. These are some photographs of instrumentation, like digital microscope from our laboratory. From that, what we have provided in our pharmacopoeia, in case of pharmacognosy. Also, you can see the drug in repositories available in our institutes, HPTLCs and chromatograms, which are produced in our pharmacopoeia. Also, this is GCMS, this is ICP OES, and some other distributors are also available with us. So the capacity building of training programs we are in coming days, which I have already told, that has to be taken care in coming days for industry persons, academia, for QC persons, and for state regulatory authorities also. So just in the November, under the guidance of Prajapati sir also, we have done this program of training program for the our East Asia region, Southeast Asia region, with the help sponsored by the WHO. We are Bhutan, Indonesia, India, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Nepal, Maldives, Timor-Leste, Bangladesh has participated. 23 participants were there, and they have given the hands-on training. So we have already have a MOU with the IPC. This is a photograph of that for the purpose of 101 standard and one nation. So you can keep in touch with the not only by the website but also on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook with the PCI image. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Dr. Narendra Bhatt sir to please introduce Vaidya Rakesh Sharma sir.
वैद्य राकेश शर्मा जी को इंट्रोड्यूस करना मतलब मेरे लिए प्राउड, इट इज़ ए प्राउड मोमेंट फॉर मी. Rakesh did his MD and PhD in Ayurveda. He did in Kaya Chikitsa. I remember him as a student as a very quiet, observant and sincere worker. And then he rose to become the director of the Punjab government of AYUSH. Now, slowly he has now brought himself to Delhi in a very important position connected with the CCIM, where he is really heading the whole regulation related with the Ayurvedic profession. So it's a pride moment for me to ask Rakesh to give his views. Rakesh, come.
यद प्रभापटलोदिभाषत भाष्यत्यपि भारतम आयुर्वेदात्मकं ज्योति शाश्वतं प्रकाशताम अस्मद आचार्य पर्यंतम वंदे गुरु परंपरां. परम श्रद्धे मेरे गुरुवर वैद्येंद्र भट्ट जी, चंडोला जी, वाइस चांसलर श्रद्धे प्रजापति जी, श्रद्धे गोयल जी, डायरेक्टर मनचंदा जी, कटियार साहब, तिवारी जी, रमन सिंह जी, और मैं सर आपका नाम भूल जाता हूँ, गंगायत जी, और उपस्थित सभी मेरे मित्र बंधुओं. फार्मास्यूटिकल से मेरा 12 साल बड़ा रेगुलर संबंध रहा. पंजाब में मैं स्टेट ड्रग लाइसेंसिंग अथॉरिटी था. मैं फार्मास्यूटिकल्स, मेरा इतना ज़्यादा अनुभव है, खास करके ASU का, मैं नहीं समझ पा रहा कि मैं यहाँ क्या कहूँ, कि मेरा कोई ज़्यादा अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस नहीं रहा. मैं यहाँ रमन सिंह जी बैठे हैं, गाजियाबाद में ट्रेनिंग के लिए रेगुलर मेरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट आयुर्वेद यूनानी ऑफिसर्स को भेजता था, लेकिन उनको फार्माकोपिया कहे, मैं समझता हूँ आज तक समझ में नहीं आया होगा. आयुर्वेदिक फॉर्मुलरी क्या है उनको आज तक नहीं समझ में आया होगा. और हम, महेश योगी जी की सर ने बात की, मेरे गुरुजी श्री राम शर्मा जी ने मुझे कहा मैं तुझे पोलैंड भेज देता हूं या मेरे साथ चल. मैंने कहा जी आयुर्वेद पहले ही हिंदुस्तान में पैदा कर लें, बना लें, फिर फॉरेन जाएंगे. वहां जाके करना क्या है, अपने लोगों को तो आयुर्वेद पढ़ा लें. मैं पटियाला को बिलोंग करता हूं और पंडित शिव शर्मा जी के परिवार को बिलोंग करता हूं, जो आयुर्वेद के मेंटर थे, जिन्होंने बाहर सबसे पहले बाहर के जो देश हैं जिनमें वो लगभग 4 राष्ट्रपतियों के चिकित्सक से, राजेंद्र प्रसाद जी से लेकर के बीबी गिरी के, मैं उन परिवारों में से आता हूं. तो सर ने मैंने नरेंद्र भट्ट सर से सुबह परमिशन ली कि सर मुझे बोलने की छूट रहेगी, मैं कम बोलूंगा, 10 मिनट से ज्यादा नहीं बोलूंगा, लेकिन बोलूंगा अपने पंजाबी स्टाइल में. तो सर ने छूट दे दी मुझे. नहीं तो अगर कहते नहीं ऐसा कुछ बोलना नहीं, तो मैं बोलता बहुत अच्छा चल रहा है, फार्मेसीज बड़ा अच्छा काम कर रही हैं, बहुत बढ़िया दवाइयां बन रही हैं और बहुत अच्छा हम काम कर रहे हैं. हमें अपना सिंहावलोकन करना चाहिए कि हम कहाँ खड़े हैं. अब स्वयं को हमें विचार करना चाहिए. हम क्या दवाई बना रहे हैं, कैसी बना रहे हैं, किसके लिए बना रहे हैं। मैं आज 4.5 लाख प्रैक्टिशनर्स को रिप्रेजेंट करता हूं नेशनल कमीशन फॉर इंडियन सिस्टम ऑफ मेडिसिन में। जिस बोर्ड का मैं अध्यक्ष हूं उसमें 4.5 लाख प्रैक्टिशनर हैं, आयुर्वेद, यूनानी, सिद्धा और सवा रिगपा। इन प्रैक्टिशनर्स को हर फैसिलिटी प्रोवाइड करने के लिए, क्योंकि हमने उनको राइट टू प्रैक्टिस कहा है कि आप राइट टू प्रैक्टिस में अपनी पैथीज की प्रैक्टिस करें, तो उनको स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन से, एफिकेसी से और स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन, एफिकेसी और सेफ्टी, इससे दवाई बननी चाहिए। तो इसके लिए क्या चाहिए कि हमारे सारे स्टेट में, सारी स्टेट्स में ड्रग टेस्टिंग लैब्स चाहिए। और ड्रग टेस्टिंग लैब्स में मुझे लगता है कि रमन सिंह जी जैसे सारे जो हैं ऑफिसर्स चाहिए। और रसशास्त्र और द्रव्य गुण के सिवाय किसी की वहां अपॉइंटमेंट नहीं होनी चाहिए, ऐसा मेरा अपना मानना है। और मैं कई बार प्रजापति जी ये बात कह चुका हूं। कटोच साहब जब हमारे इन्फोर्समेंट और मैकेनिज्म डिपार्टमेंट को देखते थे तो AUDCC की मीटिंग 12 बार मैंने अटेंड की। 12 बार भी मैंने कहा कि ग्रेजुएट लेवल पे ड्रग इंस्पेक्टर्स की अपॉइंटमेंट बंद कर दीजिए। ग्रेजुएट लेवल पे आयुर्वेद के, यूनानी के, सिद्धा के लाइसेंसिंग अथॉरिटीज की अपॉइंटमेंट बंद कर दीजिए। दे शुड बी पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट इन रसशास्त्र, द्रव्य गुण, और दे शुड बी MSc केमिस्ट्री और MSc बॉटनी और फार्माकोनॉजी, जो भी इनसे संबंधित विषय हैं उसके उनके जो हैं मिनिमम स्टैंडर्ड्स बनाने चाहिए। मैं इसके एग्जाम्पल देके कहूंगा आपसे। हम जब पंजाब सरकार में दवाई खरीदते थे, एक कंपनी की सीतोपलादी का रेट होता था 200 रुपए किलो, एक कंपनी का 400 रुपए किलो, एक कंपनी का 150 रुपए किलो। पैरासिटामोल जब खरीदी जाती थी तो सारी कंपनियों के रेट होते थे 5 पैसे, 5 पैसे, 5 पैसे। तो मुझे ब्यूरोक्रेसी को एक्सप्लेन करने में बड़ी सिरदर्दी हो जाती थी कि सीतोपलादी एक ही क्लासिकल मेडिसिन है, इसके 4 रेट क्यों हैं। या तो आप वंशलोचन जो ओरिजिनल है उसको बंद कर दीजिए, जो सिंथेटिक वंशलोचन आता है उससे ही आप दवाइयां बनाएं। मिश्री की स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन कर दीजिए, चीनी मत डलवाइए आप। फार्मेसिस्ट के लिए स्ट्रिक्ट रेगुलेशन बनाएं कि नहीं आपने ये डाल के बनाना और इतना ही आपका रेट होगा। दूसरी सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात है, क्योंकि यहाँ आज कोई आयुष मिनिस्ट्री से नहीं है तो जनाबी रमन सिंह जी हैं तो ये जरूर कन्वे करेंगे, हमारा सेल और परचेज का कोई लाइसेंस नहीं है। हमारे लोग अफीम की दवाई बेचने पर, आयुर्वेदिक केमिस्ट अफीम की, ओपियम की दवाई बेचने से उनको बिना बेल का वारंट इशू हो जाता है, NDPC एक्ट के तहत एक्शन होता है। हमारी बहुत सारी मेडिसिन ऐसी हैं, आप जटामानसी यूज कर सकते नहीं हैं, आप प्रवाल यूज कर सकते नहीं हैं, श्रृंग यूज कर सकते नहीं है, तो किस तरह की हम मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की बात करेंगे। हमें नो डाउट मोहाली में सर नाइपर है, आपकी ये जो यूनिवर्सिटी है DPRUS, ऐसे मोहाली में भी है, वो हमें बड़ी मदद करते हैं। आप लोगों के सहयोग की जरूरत है। आप लोग के यहाँ जो आयुर्वेद का काम होता है उसको आप हमारी डिफरेंट काउंसिल्स को बताएं, जिससे कि आयुर्वेद की जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं, आयुर्वेद की जो फैकल्टी है, उनको पता लगे कि एसोसिएट फार्मेसीज हमारे लिए क्या काम कर रही है। आपके किसी का भी काम का हमें ज्ञान नहीं होता। मैं जब स्टेट ड्रग लाइसेंसिंग अथॉरिटी बना तब मुझे पता लगा कि गाजियाबाद में एक लैब है, हमारे पास भी लैब होनी चाहिए। इसलिए हमने पटियाला में 2 करोड़ रुपए की लैब इस्टेब्लिश की, जिसमें सारी की सारी जो स्टाफ है रिलेटेड कंसर्न उन इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स को ऑपरेट करने वाले हैं। कोई MSc केमिस्ट्री है, कोई BSc केमिस्ट्री है, कोई बॉटनी का स्पेशलिस्ट है, कोई फार्मेसी का स्पेशलिस्ट है, और उनके ऊपर हमने एक आयुर्वेदिस्ट रखा है जो द्रव्य उनका MD है। उसके लिए हमें बड़ी माथाफोड़ी करनी पड़ती है कि उसको कुछ समझाने के लिए बड़ा टाइम लगाना पड़ता है, क्योंकि अंडर ग्रेजुएट के सिलेबस में ये चीजें पढ़ाई नहीं जाती, पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट में भी पढ़ाई नहीं जाती। तो आप जब भी, सर मेरी रिक्वेस्ट है आपसे भी, भट्ट सर से भी रिक्वेस्ट है कि जब भी हम इस तरह का, आप इतना बड़ा फंक्शन करते हैं, 2 दिन का फंक्शन करते हैं, तो कम से कम एक स्टेट की सारी यूनिट्स को बुलाएं, उनको पता लगे कि हमने करना क्या है और देश को कैसी दवाई देनी है। यहाँ जितने लोग बैठे हैं सब साइंटिस्ट हैं, सभी बड़े सम्माननीय और मान योग्य हैं, जिनके लिए आप जिनके लिए आप 2 दिन से पेन लिए और आप हर साल इतना बड़ा फंक्शन करते हैं, उन यूनिट्स को ये जब तक पता नहीं होगा कि हमारी मिनिमम रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है, हमारे पास मिनिमम, आप मेरे से ज्यादा अच्छे जानते हैं कि भारत में 8000 आयुर्वेदिक फार्मेसी यूनिट्स हैं, उनमें से 10% ही इन हाउस स्टैंडर्ड लैब्स हैं। इन हाउस स्टैंडर्ड लैब्स बोलता हूं, जो मिनिमम रिक्वायरमेंट है उनका इन हाउस का, और इन हाउस स्टैंडर्ड लैब्स के साथ उनके पास HR है। और उनके पास अच्छी लाइब्रेरी है। बाकी जितनी भी हिंदुस्तान में यूनिट्स हैं, मैं क्रिटिसिज्म नहीं कर रहा, मैं मेरा दुख व्यक्त कर रहा हूं इसको, अदरवाइज कृपया ना लें, क्योंकि मैंने इस चीज को भोगा है। मैंने फर्स्ट ईयर में, जब मैं पहला साल डायरेक्टर बना, मैंने 1-2 यूनिट विजिट की, उसके बाद मैंने बंद कर दी। मैंने 11 साल किसी भी यूनिट को विजिट नहीं किया। मैं एक ही काम करता था कि जहां जहां ट्रेनिंग्स होती है, मेरे ड्रग इंस्पेक्टर भी जो थे मेरे, उनके पास एडिशनल चार्ज थे, जबकि मॉडर्न में ये पूरी एक इस्टेब्लिशमेंट होती है, फूड एंड ड्रग कमिश्नर, फूड एंड ड्रग ज्वाइंट कमिश्नर, फूड एंड ड्रग डिप्टी कमिश्नर, उसके बाद स्टेट में लाइसेंसिंग, डिस्ट्रिक्ट लाइसेंसिंग अथॉरिटीज, और उसके बाद इंस्पेक्टर्स। हमारे आयुर्वेद में या यूनानी में या सिद्धा में, मैं क्षमा चाहूंगा, मनचंदा जी बैठे हैं, होम्योपैथी में आज भी दूसरी पैथी के लोग जो है लाइसेंसिंग अथॉरिटी हैं। जब तक हम अपने आप को, हम बोलने के लिए बिल्कुल सुदृढ़ होकर के हम बोलेंगे नहीं, तब तक कुछ होना नहीं है। हम कहेंगे, हमारी आवाज जाएगी, तभी होगा। मेरी तो बड़ी इच्छा थी कि कौस्तुभ जी यहां होते, मेरे सर ने बताया मुझे कि कल वो आके चले गए, तो उनको पता तो लगे कि इस तरह की इतना पैसा लगा करके IASTAM ने फंक्शन किया है, तो यहाँ की जो कंक्लूजन है वो वहां शासन तक जानी चाहिए, जिससे उसकी इंप्लीमेंटेशन हो चाहिए। इसलिए सर, जो गाजियाबाद फिल्म्स है उसमें आप सबकी ट्रेनिंग्स कराइए, लेकिन स्टेट के जो इंस्पेक्टर हैं उनको आप एक बेंचमार्क दीजिए कि आपने कम से कम 1 साल में, आपके यहाँ अगर 200 यूनिट्स हैं तो 1500 सैंपल आपने भरने ही भरने हैं, और उनकी रिपोर्ट आनी चाहिए आपके पास भी, और इन्फोर्समेंट मैकेनिज्म डिपार्टमेंट, भारत सरकार के पास, क्योंकि जितने सैंपल भरेंगे उनकी रियम्बर्समेंट है, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया उतने सैंपल्स का पैसा वापस करती है, भारत सरकार की स्कीम है। इन्फोर्समेंट एंड मैकेनिज्म स्कीम के तहत ये स्कीम है कि आपने अगर 10 लाख रुपए के सैंपल भरे तो आपको 10 के 10 लाख भारत सरकार दे देगी, पैसा ट्रेजरी में जमा होगा, और आपकी ड्रग टेस्टिंग लैब जो है बिना स्टेट की मदद के चलेगी। चूंकि आप इसके डायरेक्टर हैं, आप मेरी तरफ से प्लीज उनको कन्वे करें। हम तो जाके कहते ही हैं, लेकिन आप कन्वे करोगे तो ज्यादा अच्छा है कि ड्रग टेस्टिंग लैब की जितनी भी भारत में आपने 2 करोड़ रुपया, 5 करोड़ रुपया, 10 करोड़ रुपया दिया है, उनको आप बेंचमार्क दीजिए कि कम से कम भी अगर आपकी 200 यूनिट है तो आपने 2000 सैंपल टेस्ट करने हैं। और स्टेट सेक्रेटरीज आप पे बड़े खुश होंगे, उनकी बड़ी इच्छा होती है कि यहाँ जो आयुर्वेद की दवाइयाँ इनका स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन हो, कंटेमिनेशन इतनी मिलती है उसके अंदर, अडल्ट्रेशन इतना मिलता है उसके अंदर। हम देखते हैं कि बहुत सारे, मैं जब था, मैं इसलिए बार बार मैं अपना उदाहरण देके कहूंगा, मैं किसी स्टेट के बारे में नहीं कहता, कि बहुत सारे जो लोग हैं वो एक दिन में कई जगह 10-15 जगह प्रैक्टिस करते हैं, तो हमें सैंपल उठाने के लिए कहते थे, तो उसमें अडल्ट्रेटेड पता नहीं क्या क्या मिलता था। इन सब चीजों को हमें रोकना होगा। ये आयुर्वेद की बदनामी करते हैं, आयुर्वेद का इसको नुकसान होता है। और अगर हम कुछ सच में अच्छा करना चाहते हैं तो पहले हम अपनी जो बेस है वो हमारे स्टूडेंट हैं, उनको हम स्ट्रेंथन करें। हमारे या तो हम फार्मेसी, आयुर्वेदा फार्मेसी अलग से एक काउंसिल हो या कमीशन हो, तब ये जाकर के स्ट्रेंथन होगी। या अगर हम अलग से नहीं बनाना चाहते, मेरी रिक्वेस्ट रहेगी कि द्रव्य गुण और रसशास्त्र के जो हमारे पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट हैं, डॉक्टरेट हैं, इनको अंडर ग्रेजुएट लेवल से हम इतना स्ट्रेंथन करें, इतना ज्यादा बढ़िया बनाएं कि जिससे आगे चल करके वो हर चीज का, जो हमारे पास सारे फार्माकोपियां सारे हैं, मेरी एक और रिक्वेस्ट है कि किसी भी स्टेट ड्रग लाइसेंसिंग अथॉरिटी को इस तरह के ऑर्डर दिए जाएं कि जब तक वो पूरी फार्माकोपिया की पूरी बुक्स अपनी फार्मेसी में ना रखे, उसको लाइसेंस ना दिया जाए और उसको पढ़ा जाए। तीसरा एंड इंपॉर्टेंट एक लास्ट बात कहूंगा कि ड्रग एंड कॉस्मेटिक एक्ट में टेक्निकल पर्सन रखने की प्रोविजन है और वो फुल टाइम होता है। मैं बड़े दुख से प्रजापति जी कहूंगा कि वो 2 घंटे के लिए 1 घंटे के लिए आता है, इससे ज्यादा नहीं कहूंगा। तो हम अपनी कमियों को, आज मैं यहां अपनी स्वयं का समालोचना करने आया हूं, क्योंकि मैं आयुर्वेद से हूं और मैं जैसे सर का स्टूडेंट हूं, ऐसे मेरे बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट हैं। मैंने 26 साल पढ़ाया है बच्चों को, उसके बाद एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में चला गया। अब मेरी जवाबदारी है कि मैं मेरे हिंदुस्तान के सभी ISM प्रैक्टिशनर्स को अच्छी दवाइयां प्रोवाइड करें। जब हम उनको कहें कि आप अपनी पैथी की प्रैक्टिस करो, तब तक हम क्या कहें कि आप किस पैथी की प्रैक्टिस करो और दवाइयां किसने देनी है। आज हमारे पास अच्छा राजाश्रय है, परम श्रद्धेय आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी बार बार आयुर्वेद 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 की बात करते हैं। हमारे सेक्रेटरी साहब आयुर्वेद के लिए बड़े ही कीन है, खुद आयुर्वेदिस्ट हैं। हमारा कमीशन आयुर्वेद के लिए, हमने इंटरलिया एक मीटिंग की थी फार्मास्यूटिकल और टेक्निकल ऑफिसर्स की, आयुर्वेदा के सर थे, प्रजापति जी भी थे। तो हम ऐसी बड़ी कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन ये सबका मिलके होने वाला एक एफर्ट्स होगा, अकेला नहीं कोई कुछ भी कर सकता। तो इसलिए मेरी खास करके गाजियाबाद से जो डायरेक्टर साहब हैं राजीव शर्मा जी के टाइम से सर मैं उस लैब से मैं जुड़ा रहा और मैंने लगभग यानी कोई मुझसे कहेगा कि आपने अपने ऑफिसर्स की ट्रेनिंग कराई तो रिकॉर्ड है, ऑन रिकॉर्ड है। जब भी मौका मिलता था मैं लोगों को भेजता था और गाजियाबाद वाले बोलते थे नहीं 4 से ज़्यादा मत भेजना, 5 से ज़्यादा मत भेजना। जाने के लिए मेरे ऑफिसर टलते थे लेकिन हम भेजते थे, नहीं जाओ सीख के आओ, और उसका बड़ा फायदा होता है। एनालिस्ट हमने ट्रेन करवाए और आज डिफरेंट जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट्स हैं उनमें केस चल रहे हैं, तो बड़ा अच्छा लगता है कि आयुर्वेद के लोगों ने केस जो हैं वो लगाए हैं कि इनकी दवाइयाँ खराब हैं, अच्छी नहीं है, फलाना। इतना ज़्यादा टेक्निकल मैं जानता नहीं इसलिए वो लैंग्वेज बोल नहीं सकता, लेकिन मेरे एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में मेरे कार्यकाल में ये सारे मैंने जो काम है जो मैं कर सकता था थोड़े बहुत मैंने करने की कोशिश की है। तो मेरी आपसे निवेदन है कि आप जब कभी भी हम प्रेजेंटेशन करें तो अपनी कमियों को भी थोड़ा हम देख लें कि हमारे पास ये कमी है, सरकार से ले लेनी चाहिए। हमारे सरकार नहीं देती तो फार्मेसी के वाइस चांसलर साहब बैठे हैं, इनसे मांग लेनी चाहिए, ये भी दे देंगे। क्योंकि आयुर्वेद की जहां बात होगी, ये भारत की चिकित्सा पद्धति है, ये सृष्टि के उत्क्रम के उत्पत्ति क्रम के साथ आई है। अगर कोई भारत में पैदा हुआ व्यक्ति कहेगा मैं आयुर्वेद को नहीं जानता, इससे बड़ा दुर्भाग्य कोई नहीं है कि अपनी आयु के बारे में जानता नहीं है। पैदा होने से मृत्यु तक का जितना काल है उसको आयु कहा है, उसके लिए हमें कैसा जीना चाहिए उसको आयुर्वेद कहा है। उसमें दवाई भी आ गई, जीवन भी आ गया, आचार भी हो गया, रसायन भी हो गया, सदव्रत भी हो गया, डिसिप्लिन्स भी हो गए सारे, उसका नाम आयुर्वेद है। ये भारत का अपना है, इसलिए हम किसी से भी मदद ले सकते हैं। मुझे उम्मीद है कि यहाँ के वीसी साहब जो हैं, यहाँ के जो लोकल लोग हैं उनको मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट्स को ट्रेन भी करेंगे, ट्रेनिंग भी देंगे, और हमारी जो यूनिट्स में जो भी छोटी मोटी कमियां हैं उनको दूर करने की कोशिश करेंगे। और आपने अपना इतना बड़ा हॉल दिया है, और मेरे गुरुवर बम्बई से स्पेशल 2 दिन के लिए आ जाते हैं तो हमें शर्म आती है कि हम उनकी सेवा में पहले नहीं आ सकते। सर मैं आपको प्रणाम करते हुए अपनी वाणी को विराम करता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Professor P.J. Prajapati sir to deliver concluding session.
थैंक यू सर। वैसे पहले से बोलना है लेकिन हम बाद से बोल रहे हैं, क्योंकि होता क्या है कि मैक्सिमम टाइम बहुत कड़क, इनको अपने उठते बोला है, बहुत कड़क डायरेक्टर थे क्योंकि कुछ एक्सपीरियंस हमारा भी हुआ इनके साथ। हम भी मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर IMPCL थे तो काफ़ी ज़्यादा खींचातानी हुई, तो देखा हमने सर का एटीट्यूड और बहुत अच्छा लगा हमको, क्योंकि बाद में मिले, उससे पहले तो नहीं मिले थे हम लोग बहुत सारा, लेकिन बहुत एटीट्यूड जो रहा सर का वो बहुत अच्छा है। अपने अंदर जितने भी लोग हैं उनको बहुत अच्छे से ट्रेंड किया, चीज़ों को समझाया। वास्तव में बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स होती हैं हमारी जो हम IAS लावी को समझा नहीं पाते हैं, वो उन्होंने एक्सप्लेन किया है। तो इसमें हमें ध्यान देने की ज़रूरत है। बैठे बैठे भी हम बात कर रहे थे, और हम लोगों का पहले से बहुत दिनों से भी ये चल रहा है कि कम से कम ड्रग कंट्रोलर तो रसायन द्रव्यगुण वाला जिसने ये ड्रग एंड कॉस्मेटिक एक्ट लेबोरेटरी टेस्ट सीखे हों उन्हीं को होना चाहिए। लेकिन प्रॉब्लम वहाँ भी है सर, हमारे को अपने रूल्स में थोड़ा चेंज करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि NPA नहीं मिलता है उनको, और NPA नहीं मिलता है तो हमारे जितने भी प्रैक्टिशनर्स हैं, BMS वाले हैं, वो भाग जाते हैं छोड़ के मेडिकल ऑफिसर में। तो ये थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम्स हैं। यही प्रॉब्लम शायद यहाँ भी है, हमारे PCIMH में भी NPA नहीं मिलता है, तो वहाँ कोई रुकता नहीं है, तो वो अलग हो जाती है बात। तो उसको हमको थोड़ा सा टिकल करना पड़ेगा। अगर वो हो जाता है तो हमें लगता है कि कोई प्रॉब्लम होगी नहीं, और बहुत सी जगह काम चल रहे हैं ऑलरेडी। थैंक्स डॉक्टर SB दंग्याल सर, बीइंग ए पर्सनालिटी फ्रॉम दी मैनेजमेंट। सर ने स्वैट एनालिसिस कर दी हमारी आयुर्वेद यूनानी, आयुर्वेद होम्योपैथी और ट्रेडिशनल स्वारिपा सभी चीज़ों का, और बहुत बढ़िया इम्प्रेसिव जो आपने बताया हमको। वास्तव में महेश योगी जी के हम भी भक्त हैं सर, क्योंकि हमारे ज़माने से शुरुआत हुई थी उनकी, हमें ध्यान है। और उसके बाद रामदेव बाबा जी ने तो बहुत ही ज़्यादा जो किया है। श्री रविशंकर सर को यहाँ नहीं भूलते हैं हम, क्योंकि ये सब यूनिकॉर्न है हमारे। आज डाबर, टाटा, रतन, जितने लोग हैं उन्होंने कहीं ना कहीं से आयुर्वेद को, योग को कुछ न कुछ दिया है। और झंडू के सर बैठे हुए हैं सर, पहली बार झंडू जब हमने विजिट किया तो सर से ट्रेनिंग ली हुई थी हमने यहाँ, क्योंकि बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं। कटियार सर बैठे हुए यहाँ से, डाबर, इमामी सब घूम के सर ने जो किया है। तो कंपनियों का बहुत बड़ा रोल है। जो 20% ग्रोथ आप देख रहे हैं GDP हमारे आयुर्वेद में, उसमें 70% जो ग्रोथ है केवल कंपनी का है, और वो भी नॉन गवर्नमेंट कंपनीज का है, प्राइवेट कंपनीज का है सारा, गवर्नमेंट की कंपनीज तो उतना नहीं की है इसमें। तो इसलिए थैंक यू सर फॉर गिविंग द स्वैट एनालिसिस ऑफ दी आवर सेल्फ, थैंक यू। एंड नेक्स्ट डॉक्टर रमन सिंह जी, क्योंकि बहुत सारी चीज़ें इनिशिएट हुई थी और बहुत सारी चीज़ें हम नहीं कर पा रहे थे और सर ने आके बहुत सारी चीज़ें की, सो थैंक यू फॉर टेकिंग द इनिशिएटिव टू वन ड्रग वन स्टैंडर्ड एंड फॉर वन नेशन अंडर द लीडरशिप with the collaboration of a Pharmacopoeia Commission and Pharmacopoeia of India। तो हमें लगता है कि आने वाले समय में हमें बहुत कुछ मिलेगा। आपने पब्लिकेशन तो देख ही लिया, पहला वेटनरी का पब्लिकेशन शायद कई सालों से रुका हुआ था, मेटल मिनरल का कई सालों से रुका हुआ था, और हमारे जितने भी कर्मचारी यहाँ बैठे हैं सभी लोग PCIMH के, इनकी मेहनत है इसमें, सभी लोगों ने पर्सनल केयर किया है और उसको विद इन द टाइम फ्रेमवर्क निकाल दिया। सो थैंक यू ऑल ऑफ यू। सर आपकी हमने रिक्वेस्ट भेज दी है सर के पास, क्योंकि हमने रिक्वेस्ट किया है कि होम्योपैथी का हमने देखते हैं कि सारे BMS BHMS के लिए कंपलसरी है वो विजिट करना फार्माकोपिया लैब, उनके सिलेबस के अंदर है, लेकिन बाकी आयुर्वेद, यूनानी और सिद्धा में ऐसा नहीं है। तो हमने रिक्वेस्ट की है सर से, क्योंकि अभी फ्रेम होने जा रहा है हमारा सिलेबस, तो हम इसमें डालने वाले हैं सर, और ये ट्रेनिंग बहुत जरूरी है, क्योंकि उस एक दिन के अंदर, हाफ डे के ट्रेनिंग के अंदर बच्चों के दिमाग में बहुत सारी चीजें आ जाती हैं, और आजकल बच्चे इनोवेटिव हैं, उनके चीज आ जाती हैं तो हमको उसका इम्पैक्ट मिलेगा। सो थैंक यू सर फॉर बीइंग हियर एंड गिविंग योर ऑल द रिव्यू ऑफ द फार्माकोपिया कमीशन एंड ग्रोइंग फ्यूचर डेवलपमेंट्स। एंड लास्टली कौन रह गया सर, सर के बारे में तो हम पहले ही बोल चुके थे। सो आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल एज ए चेयरमैन ऑफ दिस सेशन। आई माई सिंसियर थैंक्स टू आवर रिस्पेक्टेड ऑनरेबल टीचर चंदोला जी। हमको डायरेक्ट सर ने 1 साल पढ़ाया केवल, इनडायरेक्ट हमने बहुत कुछ पढ़ा है सर से, कैसे पढ़ रहना है, कैसे बोलना है, कैसे सीखना है, बहुत सारी चीजें हैं। सर के हम सुकुमार हैं, वो हमको सुकुमार ही बोलते हैं हरदम। तो थैंक यू सर फॉर गिविंग ए नाइस टाइम टू हियर एंड ऑल दीज थिंग्स विच वी हैव डेवलप्ड इन माई लाइफ आल्सो। सो थैंक यू ऑल ऑफ। एंड दूसरे VC साहब बैठे हैं हमारे, प्रोफेसर SN गुप्ता सर नडियाड से, और बहुत सारी चीज़ें उनसे भी हमने पर्सनली सीखी हुई है। कभी कभी सर कहते हैं कि बहुत धीरे बोलते हो लेकिन बोल देते हो सारी चीज़ें। वो दिन हमको याद है सर आपका वो लाइन। सो थैंक यू फॉर गिविंग द ऑल द टाइम विशेस, गुड विशेस एंड ब्लेसिंग फॉर माई लाइफ एंड दिस ऑडियंस टू। आई एम ऑल्सो थैंकफुल टू रमेश गोयल जी, the Vice Chancellor of the DPSRU University. Okay, this time, probably this is my 3rd time visit here. Because first time I came in IASTAM meeting itself, 18, yes. Then last year, before joining to Vice Chancellor, I came here and this is 3rd time. Anyhow, thanks sir, thanks. My humble submission to all the Katiyar sir. My respected senior of the department sir, he is the role model for us. So I am very thankful to Katiyar sir. जब भी हमें कोई प्रॉब्लम होती है तो सर को हम फोन कर लेते हैं धीरे से कि सर ये प्रॉब्लम है, इसको सॉल्व कर दीजिए। तो सर का हरदम हमारी पर ब्लेसिंग बनी रहती है। और भट्ट जी के बारे में तो हम क्या कहें, क्योंकि पहली ट्रेनिंग ही हमारी शायद वहीं से स्टार्ट शुरू हुई थी। फर्स्ट ईयर PG में थे जब हम गए थे सर के पास, याद आ रहा है सर? बॉम्बे में झंडू में गए थे विजिट के लिए, तब वहाँ पे ट्रेनिंग वहाँ से स्टार्ट हुई थी मेरी। सर थैंक यू सर। मानसी देश पांडे जी हैं यहाँ पे, हिमांशु तिवारी जी हैं, और सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट जो फैक्ट है हमारे साथ, तो हम सबका थैंक्स बोलते हैं आप सभी लोगों का, जितने भी ऑडियंस है जिन्होंने यहाँ बैठ कर सुना इन सब चीज़ों के लिए। और जो सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट फैक्ट जो हम सर रह गया, हम क्योंकि हमारा प्रेजेंटेशन प्राइस कंट्रोल के ऊपर ही था, सर ने बहुत अच्छे से एक्सप्लेन किया उसको, क्योंकि प्राइस कंट्रोल की अभी बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है हमारे यहाँ। अगर प्राइस कंट्रोल की हमारे पास आ जाता है तो हमें लगता है कि हमारे क्वालिटी पैरामीटर्स आंसू ड्रग का अपने आप मेंटेन हो जाएगा। अभी उसमें झिझक रही है हमारी गवर्नमेंट, क्योंकि 2-3 मीटिंग हो चुकी है, कंक्लूजन नहीं बन पाया है उसमें, तो वो अंडर प्रोसेस है। हो सकता है कि नियर फ्यूचर में कुछ ना कुछ डेवलपमेंट हो जाए, तो प्राइस कंट्रोल, तो मिनिमम प्राइस कंट्रोल जब आ जाएगा तो ये सर क्वालिटी की प्रॉब्लम खत्म हो जाएगी। तो ये है। थैंक यू ऑफ ऑल, थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, sir. All the session member, please join for group photograph.
So in the meantime, this photography session is going on, so I would like to announce something. Actually, since yesterday, we are receiving some requests that we want to take the Einstein membership. So how we can take? So forms are available here, so you can contact Dr. Kirti, me, or Dr. Vikas, or anyone if you want to take membership. So you can collect the form and deposit here itself. Okay, thank you.
Now all the participants are requested to join outside opposite to DPSRU building for lunch. Thank you so much. All.
Welcome, sir.
Good evening, everyone. I, Sheetal Kalra, take this opportunity to welcome each and every one of you to the valedictory function of 13th IASTAM Award and Oration Function and International Conclave. हमारे बीच आज कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि श्री अनिल डी सहस्त्रबुद्धि जी, चेयरमैन नेशनल बोर्ड ऑफ एक्रेडिटेशन, और विशिष्ट अतिथि श्री शेखर दत्त जी, पूर्व राज्यपाल छत्तीसगढ़, उपस्थित हैं. I would request Professor Ajay Sharma to come forward for his thanks expression.
Good evening, one and all present over here, all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, faculty members, dear students, a very warm welcome to you all on this valedictory session of 13th IASTAM Oration and Award Function 2023 and International Conclave. Over the last 2 days, we have had deep insight into the regulatory issues and challenges with respect to traditional and alternative system of medicine. Today, we are having a great personality with us, Mr. Shekhar Dutt sir, former governor of Chhattisgarh, who else could have been a better and more appropriate speaker at the valedictory session than others. For today's program, we are having another chief guest, Dr. Anil Sahasrabodhe sir, who is currently serving as the chairman NBA Earlier, he served AICT as a chairman. He was also the chairman of Empowered Basic Science Research Committee of the UGC. He has been awarded with a number of awards. Without taking too much time, once again, I welcome you all to the valedictory session of this 13th IASTM Oration and Award function. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I now request Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, and Registrar, sir, Dr. O.P. Shukla, to come forward for felicitating Shri Anil D. Sahasrabuddhi ji. I once again request Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, and Dr. O.P. Shukla to felicitate Shri Shekhar Dutt ji. Thank you so much, sir. May I now have the honor of listening to our prestigious university song. May I request our IT team to kindly pay. Thank you so much. May I now request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Ramesh K. Goyal, to come forward for his welcome address.
Our chief guests, I will say both are our chief guests, our Shekhar Duttji, who is closely associated with our association right from the beginning and now continuing and giving more and more. I've seen from last couple of years, I started attending from Banaras Hindu University. I am seeing him, and in one occasion or other, whether at dinner or at, what I hear from him is a true love for the Indian traditional medicine systems. And he was, again, it is a very coincidence this time, for last 2 days, that we had in the inauguration Madam Shalda Chandra, who was again involved deeply into this, rather bringing out the AYUSH itself. And her career also was from the defense, like yours, sir. You also had a long career, rather you were in the military services. You fought the Indo-Pak war and you were given the Gallantry Seva Medal also. So you are the personality who has multifarious experiences, from there to then AYUSH again, Secretary AYUSH, and National Security Advisor, but at the same time, what you did for the herbal belt, that is something noteworthy, which many of us are not knowing. We welcome you, sir. Dr. Anil Shahist Budhe, again, it's a personality I know from 2009, when he had visited that MS University Baroda when I was the Vice Chancellor, the ME, PhD from, and then Indian Institute of Science, and served the oldest engineering college, College of Engineering, Pune. But notably, his interest in the education, development of strategies for the education, and that is reflected when he was at the helm of affairs at the All India, or the AICTE. See, having the position, but doing something which becomes historical. One of them was Health Hackathon, which he organized during this COVID period also. And besides that, scholarships to girls for STME, and then Idea Labs. This is again something which happened in your career in the tenure. And what as a pharmacist, IB Pharmacy College, I could see that you had special pains to see that the syllabus is framed under the chairmanship of Professor Naveen Sheth. And then, normally when somebody is chairman of such a body and he gets some problems or complaint issues, they try to see that, okay, what can be the shortcuts. But to many engineering colleges, the advice for developing AI, the data metrics, machine learning, that was something wonderful. And what metaverse which we are looking for is your thing. I mean, this is what I know about the AICT and many more. I mean, it is countless things which I used to say. Many times, as the Vice Chancellor, we have been getting various letters from the AICT. So I said they simply should go on shooting, but it is not just giving the letters. They were first working, making the policy and asking us to do. So that is what I have seen. Welcome you, sir. We are really pleased to have you here. Now, 2 days have gone, and of course, a detailed report will be given by my colleague, Dr. Mahavir. But just in brief, I tell you, the focus of this conclave was talking about the regulations. We tried to have the participants from all regulatory bodies, and we were fortunate to have all, whether it is CCRAS, CCRUM, CCR Homeopathy, state, today again we are having Dr. Manchanda sitting here, IPC, the CDSCO also, and then all-round discussion, FFCCI also, and then all-round discussions, AYUSH rules, regulations, FSSI or food supplement or nutraceutical regulations, and very important phytopharmaceutical regulation, for which actually in the morning we started in a very hot discussion. It was not hot, but it was really, it was something fruitful. Only thing that our program got little postponed because of that. But anyway, we are going to come out with specific recommendations, and I hope they will be all submitted through IASTM under the dynamic leadership of our Dr. C.K. Katiyar Saab. Well, yesterday I narrated one poem, but that was half. So looking to some of my colleagues and they said that, why don't you say some poem? So I would like to complete that poem now. Well, India has seen world has seen 4 industrial revolutions. So I will start from that. So मैंने कहा था, हमने डूब के देखी है दरियों की गहराई, देखी है पुष्पक से आकाश की ऊंचाई और विशाल गोल वसुधा की है लंबाई. अब आई एम डिस्क्राइबिंग द रेवोल्यूशन. ब्रिटेन फ्रांस की मशीन से प्रथम औद्योगिक क्रांति आई. द फर्स्ट इंडस्ट्रियल रिवॉल्यूशन वाज स्टीम इंजन. अमेरिका जर्मन से बिजली द्वारा द्वितीय औद्योगिक क्रांति आई. चीन कोरिया, बिकॉज दे वर द लीडर्स फॉर द कंप्यूटर, सो 3 कोरिया से कंप्यूटर और तृतीय औद्योगिक क्रांति है आई. लेकिन 21वीं शताब्दी में रोबोटिक्स, सो दैट वाज द 4th. सो 21वीं शताब्दी में रोबोटिक वाली चतुर्थ औद्योगिक क्रांति आई. लेकिन कोरोना 2021 में क्या आया, चारों क्रांतियों को ध्वस्त कर गया. रोबोट तो क्या, हवाई जहाज तक ठहर गए, मंदिर मस्जिद चर्च गुरुद्वारे भी बंद हो गए, चारों तरफ तमस छा गया. हमने डूब के देखी है दरियों की गहराई, शायद कोई चीन के वैज्ञानिक की वजह से लम्हों की गलती से सदियों की सजा है पाई. अब तमसो माँ ज्योतिर्गमय. कोरोना वाज अ तमस, बट लाइट ऑलवेज लीड्स टू, डार्कनेस ऑलवेज लीड टू लाइट. सो अंधकार के बाद सवेरा जरूर आता है. सो भारत की सीख कि वसुदेव कौटुंबकम ही सामने आई. अल्टीमेटली तमस के बाद में अगर कुछ आया तो यही आया. G20 में भारत ने अलग पहचाने पाई और मोदी जी के G20 के प्रमुख पद की शोभा बढ़ाई. अब आरंभ हो चुका है नया साल. विश्व में 5वीं औद्योगिक क्रांति है आई. Actually, I was invited in one of the lectures, so I gave that what is the 5th industrial revolution. So 5th industrial revolution is machine robotics का मानवीकरण, humanization of whatever has been achieved till today. I was a little surprised to see that. So this is the 5th. तो मेरा कहना है, अरे विश्व के साथियों, हमने डूब के देखी है दरियों की गहराई, ऐसी क्रांति तो भारत में बहुत पहले से है आई. That's what we are talking about, the 5th industrial revolution and our health, wealth, that is the traditional medicine system, Ayurveda. This is what is my feeling, and I want to say that yes, ये हमने, अरे विश्व देश के साथियों, डूब के देखो दरियों की गहराई, ऐसी क्रांति तो भारत में पहले से है आई. G20 की गरिमा अनूठे भारत से है आई. और अब 2021 के तमस के बाद उमंग है आई. अमृत काल की ज्योति 2023 की सुबह से है आई. थैंक यू वेरी मच एंड आई वेलकम यू.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspirational words. I now request Dr. Mahavir Dhobi to present the report of two-day International Conclave.
Thank you, Dr. Sital. Good afternoon, everybody. I am here in front of you to summarize the International Conclave Oration and Award function. I begin with the expressing our immense gratitude to IASTAM for giving the opportunity to hold second time their awards and oration functions. Ms. Selja Chandra, former Secretary, Ministry of AYUSH, Government of India, was invited as chief guest, and she appreciated the efforts of DPSRU University for carrying out research in AYUSH area and development taking place. A total of 13 distinguished personalities confirmed with the awards to their significant contributions, and among them, Sri Balkrishna Acharya was the main attraction. He was conferred with Pandit Shiv Sharma oration while delivering the oration. Balkrishna ji narrated some of the work being carried out at Patanjali University. The main objective of the conference is to deliberate on regulatory aspects of AYUSH and phytopharmaceutical products for global reach and competitiveness, challenges faced in India for the promotion of traditional medicine practice because of regulations. The outcome of this conclave may surely help AYUSH medicines such that they can compete globally not only as alternate to modern medicine but also to meet the unmet area of health sector that is beyond the reach of allopathy. Now come to the strategy and resolution of the conference. Extending platform for presentation of research experiences by expert from different disciplines, their integrated discovery and recommendation to regulatory bodies like CDSCO and AYUSH with respect to phytopharmaceutical and AYUSH drugs for the facilitations of approval of the drugs. Now presentation on the research work carried out by the pharmacy faculty, students on regulatory aspects, standardization and validations of Ayurvedic, Unani and homeopathic medicines in scientific sessions. Recognizing contribution of subject experts by awarding distinguished personalities from various academic institutes, from industries, and not from India but from other than India also. In our conference, we encourage the PG and PhD students for their research work and rewarding the extraordinary work, which will felicitate after some time. Now, with respect to the status of participation of the conference, total delegate registered was 225 approximately, which includes students, scholars, faculty, and industrial delegate. Total research paper presented during the conference and by the faculty is around 100. Orations by distinguished scientists is 3. Plenary lecture by awardees is 5. Invited lecture was 12. And participation of the delegates, that is among from 2 to 5, was from the 5 states of the India. And there were 2 panel discussion, 4 symposium on the themes, phytopharmaceutical regulations, international regulations with respect to complementary and alternative medicines, AYUSH regulations and nutraceutical and food products in 3 parallel sessions. And there were from total 25 institutes contribution in this conference. Without sponsorship, we cannot think a good conference, and there are total 10 sponsors in our conference, including IASTAM. There are many industrial, pharmaceutical, analytical industries like Imami, Emil, Multani, Waters, Kheda Instrument, Yogic Secret, Thermo Scientific, Milestones, and Nirali Percussions. I thanks to all. Now come to the end part, that is the expected outcome of the conference. So the 2-day deliberations of the conference will come out with the recommendations to be submitted to the government with the respect to the regulatory issues and solution to promote AYUSH industry. Development of Center of Excellence of Traditional Medicine in the university, and lastly, MOU with the Patanjali University, and it was confirmed by the Acharya Balkrishna ji. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now request our IT team to kindly play the valedictory video showing the glimpses of activities organized during the 2-day international conclave, including the presentation of the awards, oration, and scientific presentations.
कुछ पाने की हो आस आस कोई बंदा हो जो पास हर कोशिश में हो बार बार कर दरिया हो बार बार
This was really wonderful. The scientific sessions of IASTAM 2023 were carried out parallelly in LT 101 for oral presentations. There were 39 presentations in 3 different sessions spanning for over 2 days, which were judged by 6 chairpersons. The posters were presented in the first floor corridor of DPSRU. A total of 54 delegates presented the posters. The sessions were coordinated by Dr. Varsha Chorsia, Dr. Jitendra Munjal. May I now request Professor Geeta, Chairperson Scientific Committee, to come on the stage for announcing the name of the winners.
Good evening, one and all. I am pleased to announce the names of the winners for the oral and poster presentation. As mentioned by Dr. Kalada, we had 39 oral presentations by all the participants and 54 poster presentations. In the oral presentations, there were 3 sessions that were parallelly done, and out of 3 sessions, we selected best oral presentation in every session. So I'm going to announce the names, but before that, I will request the dignitaries to come forward to give the certificate and award to the winners. The first oral presentation award goes to Professor Narayan Yadav. Professor Narayan Yadav. He's not there. Okay. Yeah, anybody can receive on behalf of him. Yeah. The next award goes to Ritu Tiwari. Ritu Tiwari. Congratulations. And the next award goes to Dr. Kalpana Jutchi. Next, Dr. Kalpana Jutchi. All the 3 awardees, they were first in the oral presentation sessions. Congratulations. For the poster presentations, the first award goes to Smita Mishra. And the next winner is, just be ready, Roshni Singh. And the last award goes to Abhishek Wahi. Congratulations to all the winners. All the winners, they may come again on the stage for a group photograph. All the winners. Scientific team, you may come. Anybody in the scientific team? Dr. Varsha? Dr. Varsha, please come on the stage. All the scientific team member, Dr. Jitinder Munjal. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Geeta ma'am. May I request all the delegates to kindly fill the feedback forms provided to them. We shall be collecting them in some time. May I now take the privilege of inviting our distinguished guest, Mr. Shekhar Dutt ji, for his address. Shri Shekhar Dutt ji was the governor of Indian state of Chhattisgarh. Earlier, he has served on various bureaucratic posts, including as an IAS officer, as secretary in the Ministry of Defense, Government of India. I request you, sir, to come forward.
Most distinguished Dr. Anil Sahasrabudhe, the chairman of AICTE, former Professor Ramesh Goyal, Vice Chancellor of this university, Dr. C.K. Katiyar, whom I have seen at various portfolios, and he's a person from the subject and also a practitioner of manufacture of all these kind of formulations. Dr. Kirti Bharti, Dr. O.P. Shukla, Dr. Ajay Sharma, all those distinguished people sitting off the dais, people associated with the Gujarat Ayurveda University and all the distinguished people who are sitting here, and students and faculty. I missed the deliberations yesterday, although I would have come because I love this subject and I love to hear the distinguished people of the academia and of the industry talking about the subject. I was in another function along with His Holiness Dalai Lama, and therefore I couldn't get out of that. And then after there was a discussion on what Dalai Lama said. The sum and essence what Dalai Lama was telling, and I would say His Holiness Dalai Lama was saying, was that manavta aage badhega karuna se, karuna. And karuna, and then of course ahimsa. And that was a theme. Now, suppose we say, karuna kya hai ki you have to have a harmony, you have to have a nature which will be kind to others. Now suppose you do a test of all the enzymes and hormones being secreted within a person who is at peace and who has karuna. You will find that there will be change in the body's system. And that is because of the enzymes which flow out of the brain to the body, which keeps the body in control and mind in control, mind with a friendly, a person with enormous kindness towards everybody. So I recalled long ago when this whole system of we were discussing about AYUSH and about the systems of traditional medicine and what do they do. There was one international conference and a gentleman who was the chief guest, although Dr. Kalam was also there and he was the president, but this person was pretty unique. His name was Professor Luc Montagnier. He was introduced to me as the discoverer of AIDS virus. And he was sitting on my left. And I didn't know that a person so innocuous looking person could be discoverer of AIDS virus and then a Nobel Prize winner. So I was pretty impressed and I told him that I recognize his effort even more because he named the AIDS virus acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. I said that the next generation of medicines which should come in the world should be what increases the immune generating capacity in the body to contain diseases, to contain the bacteria or the virus, so that the virus or bacteria cannot spread its bad effects on the body. And therefore the immune system, तो immune system को कौन ज़्यादा जागृत करता है और किस तरीके से बढ़ाता है? तो Professor Montagnier said, I am going to speak on this. And when he started speaking, he was speaking about the method of body's secretion of the right immunes and the method to measure it. And the measurement was through resonance or very ultra minute small charges, and which emanates from the mind to the endocrinal glands and then to the rest of the body. And how does it go and what does it do and how does it reach? Now this was far more, indicative of all the sciences. It was not a biological science, it was more physics or biochemistry. And yet all these sciences joined together to control the body. What I'm saying is, mankind is going through a phase in finding new treatments. And similarly, virus and bacteria also are finding new methods of increasing their bad effect through mutations, which is again another phenomena of science, and which is possible through living organizations. So you, and especially what I heard the Honorable Vice Chancellor talking, it's a very good thing that he put poetry also in it, because poetry also harmonizes the body the mind, and brings people into a position of taking the new challenges and then preparing the body and mind to do that. And I think what so far we have reached in the field of medical sciences, in the field of surgery, in the field of preventive, promotive, curative or recuperative type of systems, has only touched the fringe of the medical systems. New medicines have to come and will come. New methods of detection will come, and similarly new methods of cure will also come. So you are in that process, and it's a very exciting period when all sciences will join together. Now, Ayurveda or the traditional medicine, because we are talking about the IASTAM and all, and Dr. Naren Bhatt is not here now, but it was his brainchild. It talks about the ancient traditional systems which goes on. You see, the world, only the lucky few have the ability to go to a modern hospital. Very vast number of world citizens cannot afford to go to a hospital just because it is so far away. They're living in forests, they're living in villages which is away from the city, and they live because they have a dincharya, they have a daily routine which is conducive towards good health. And if they somehow get affected by illnesses, then it's very difficult to get them to the hospital. So they also rely upon the traditional medicines and the traditional medicine practitioners who are called Vaidya or Hakim, like that. It's only a few people, that may be 10% or 15%, who do get into the modern medicinal systems and get into the hospitals. Even then it's a very large, in terms of people, it is somewhere around 20, 30, 50, 30, 35, 40 crore people who will be affording to do that. Even then, the hospitals don't have the ability to have so many beds. So, now, in order to have health and a good health spread all over, we have to do everything. We have to be able to treat the body, the mind, and also the environment. So what Dalai Lama was talking, that Karuna is also one of the basic factors which enables the environment to be conducive to good health. Because we don't extract too much out of the environment. We let the environment remain in a pristine. पानी, आपो पवित्र भव. लेकिन पवित्र कहाँ रह गया अगर पानी को हमने गंदा कर दिया? हमारा पूरा जो शास्त्र में ये है कि पहला स्टेप जो पूजा के लिए होता है, फर्स्ट स्टेप, आचमन बोलते हैं, आचमन, पानी छिड़काते हैं देवी देवताओं पर, जगह को, क्या हम उसको धो रहे हैं, हम उसको साफ कर रहे हैं. अगर पानी ही गंदा हुआ तो हम कैसे मंदिर को साफ रखेंगे, या अपने घर के अंदर में जो पूजा का स्थान है उसको साफ रखेंगे? तो पानी को साफ रखना जरूरी है. एंड अगर साफ पानी हमने इंसिस्ट कर लिया तो हेल्थ का एक एस्पेक्ट हमेशा बेटर है. सो द बिगेस्ट एस्पेक्ट ऑफ हेल्थ और इल हेल्थ इज the quality of water that we drink. Can we keep the water pure? And water away from the other things which make the water dirty. So, स्रोत पानी का हमको साफ रखना है हर जगह पे. Now, these are the many kind of things which we have to do. अगर हम नहीं कर सकते तो आचमन, खाने से पहले, खाने के बाद में, और वो पूरा पानी को किस तरीके से हम साफ रखेंगे, and then every other things. So what are shastras, what are ancient text, whichever religion we come from, teaches us, please have some kind of a belief in that and practice that. Now, then comes the other things. There was a king, there was an emperor in Ujjain, Vikramaditya. When he was quite settled, he said that I must ensure that everybody in my empire is happy. So he asked his the generals or the people who were more powerful, his mantri and all those people. He says that I want to know of anything which harms my empire. जो empire के लिए या हमारा साम्राज्य के लिए घातक हो, ऐसा क्या पेड़ है, ऐसा क्या प्लांट है, ऐसा क्या चीज है. तो ये लोग सब जने उठ के चले गए कि हम ठीक है, हम कुछ साल में, कुछ महीने में आकर के बताते हैं. And they came back after 6 months or 8 months and they reported that whatever is in the earth, जो भी प्लांट है, जो भी एनिमल है, कोई ऐसा नहीं है जो कि अर्थ के लिए या अर्थ में जो रहते हैं उनके लिए हानिकारक है. Everything in the world is good. And that is the basis of our system of traditional medicine. Only thing is that even the traditional medicines parts we must know which part, which time has got certain medicinal properties and use that for that purpose. And that is knowledge, that is observation, and that is documentation. Now many people would say that, oh, गेंदे का फूल हर जगह एक ही है, तो अगर गेंदे के फूल से कोई दवाई होती है तो वो सब जगह होगा. There I would urge the current science to also take over and say that अगर गेंदे का फूल में है कुछ medicinal property, कौन से जगह के गेंदे का फूल में? Because ये जो गेंदा है ये यहाँ पे पैदा हुआ है, यहाँ के जो systems है उससे ये आगे बढ़ा है. So if you test the molecule, you will find a little difference in molecule. Now it can be easily understood if you take tea, चाय, दार्जिलिंग का चाय. दार्जिलिंग में कम से कम 300-400 अलग अलग बागान हैं, हर एक का फ्लेवर अलग है. And the difference is enormous. There was a friend of mine, my batchmate, he was the chairman of the tea board, SS Ahuja. So he invited me to see the auction. That was 1989. In that auction, the highest price was given to a tea of Castleton Tea Estate. And 1 pound matlab 0.4 kilogram. 0.4 kilogram was auctioned for 80,000 rupees in 1989. 80,000 rupees for this. और वो जाता है ब्रिटेन में, हो सकता है क्वीन ऑफ इंग्लैंड पिलाती हैं अपने गेस्ट को वो चाय. Because it has a different flavor, different color, different year. Now, why does different tea have different flavor, different color? If you do a molecular test, you will find the answer, different molecules. So, पूरा का पूरा जो ये है active ingredient of any kind of a traditional medicine, it is from that place. Now, लक्ष्मण को everybody knows who read रामायण के इंद्रजीत ने एक बाण मारा and he was मूर्छागत. तो लक्ष्मण लेटे हुए थे, जाग ही नहीं रहे थे. Then the Vaidya Sushumna came and he says that इसको ये चीज मेडिसिन है, वो निकालना पड़ेगा, देना पड़ेगा. संजीवनी बूटी चाहिए। अब किसी को पता नहीं संजीवनी बूटी कहाँ पे मिलेगा, तो वो बताया। हनुमान जो पावरफुल आदमी थे, तो वो क्या उठा लाए? बूटी को नहीं, वो पहाड़ को उठा लाए, गंधवर्धन पर्वत, बिकॉज वो दिखाता है कि एनवायरनमेंट क्या है। सो हमारा जो आयुर्वेद का जो मेन, आयुर्वेद या सिद्धा या जिसका भी हो, मेन जो इंग्रेडिएंट है, दैट इज अ प्रोडक्ट ऑफ बॉटनी। एंड वेयर इज इट? जहाँ पे हमारे जिन लोगों ने, वैद्यों ने वो देखा है कि ये इसमें ये गुण है, वो कहाँ के है, कितना वहाँ पे सन है, कितना शेड है, कितना पानी है, कितना अदर बायोलॉजिकल मिट्टी में न्यूट्रिएंट है, वो सारा पर वो डिपेंड करता है। एंड दैट इज व्हाट इट इज। देयर इज अ जेंटलमैन जो साइंस CSIR से संबंधित रख चुके हैं, उन लोगों को पता होगा। आई एम नेम कोठारी, नो अनदर नेम, वो मेरे को याद आएगा। तो ये निस्टैड्स करके एक साइंस के एक लैब है इन चंडीगढ़, निस्टैड्स, नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ साइंटिफिक एंड डेवलपमेंट, ऐसी कुछ है पूरा उसका। एनीवे, सो वो उसके डायरेक्टर थे, CSIR का लैब है। उन्होंने अपने डिसिप्लिन से हटा करके उन्होंने वेद पर वो किया कि कहाँ पर वैदिक परंपरा, कुछ परंपराएं शुरू हुई। एंड विद दैट व्हाट ही प्रूव्ड वाज, ये जो असुरों और देवताओं के बीच में जो लड़ाई हुई थी, तो उसमें कुछ बाण इस्तेमाल किया गया था, कुछ अस्त्र इस्तेमाल किया गया था, उससे दूसरे लोगों को मूर्छा आ जाता है। एंड व्हाट ही फाउंड वाज दैट स्टफ वाज अवेलेबल एट अ प्लेस नाउ इन कंधार के रीजन में। सो हर जगह पे मिलता है, लेकिन हर जगह पे उस पौधे में वो गुण नहीं है। दिस इज एन हेलुसिनेटिक इफेक्ट। एंड विद दैट ही प्रूव्ड दैट अलग अलग जगह पे लोगों ने, चाहे वो वैद्य हो, चाहे वो वहाँ के फौज के जनरल हो, उन्होंने पत्तियों में या पेड़ में वो गुण देखा है, जिसका कि वो उन्होंने अपने या तो दवाई में इस्तेमाल किया है या उससे हथियार बनाए हैं। सो यू नो दोज काइंड ऑफ थिंग्स। सो मैन्स बिगेस्ट वेपन इज हिज ऑब्जर्वेशन। व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन ऑब्जर्वेशन एंड व्हाट यू सी? देखने और ऑब्जर्व करने में फर्क क्या है? देखने में ये क्या है? रूम है, और रूम, उसमें लोग बैठे हैं, उसमें लाइट है। ये ऑब्जर्व करने में पता चलेगा कि उसमें साइंटिस्ट लोग बैठे हैं, उसमें डॉक्टर्स बैठे हैं, उसमें ये हैं। सो डिफरेंस बिटवीन दिस रूम एंड द अदर रूम, वो ऑब्जर्वेशन से पता चलेगा। वी हैव टू बिकम ऑब्जर्वर्स। Only an observer will be leading his or her observation into a new product. And we have to do that. Innovations तभी होगा जब हम observe करेंगे और observation के बाद में हम नया system या नया procedure या नया medicine निकालेंगे। One of my biggest urge is that India should be able to have the ability to design a new molecule every year, one new molecule every year. और अगर हम करते हैं तो इंडिया at the top level of medicinal products का ये होगा। I was डिफेंस सेक्रेटरी भारत का, बहुत ज़्यादा हम लोगों ने डिफेंस में काम किया, और डिफेंस में काफ़ी मीटिंग्स हमारी अमेरिका के साथ हुई, क्योंकि उस समय तक अमेरिका और USA के साथ इंडियन ये रिलेशंस वो ऐसे नहीं थे। दे यूज्ड टू थिंक दैट वी आर पार्ट ऑफ द सोवियत ब्लॉक। What I found, ladies and gentlemen, in my many visits to Washington was that the Washington or the entire, powerful people, Senate or House of Congress, is not dominated by the arms manufacturer or the aircraft manufacturer. It is dominated by the pharmaceutical companies. तो जब USA, वर्ल्ड्स का मोस्ट पावरफुल एंड मोस्ट रिच कंट्री, उसमें उनकी फार्मास्यूटिकल इंडस्ट्री पूरे उसको डोमिनेट करती है, तो फार्मास्यूटिकल इंडस्ट्री में दम होगा. इसीलिए हमारा शुरू से ही हमारा जब हम सिविलाइजेशन में आए, तब से दो ध्येय वेर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, जो गोल था. एक गोल था उनमें से अमरत्व. we'll become अमर, एंड अमरत्व को कैसे प्राप्त करें, ये एक गोल था. एंड वो उसी का है अभी भी. सबसे बड़ा गोल इवन इन यूएसए है फार्मास्यूटिकल कंपनी, एंड यू आर अ फार्मास्यूटिकल यूनिवर्सिटी. योर कनेक्शन विद डॉक्टर्स, द प्रैक्टिशनर्स, द नॉलेज, all these things, and do it in a whole or a holistic manner. Don't go in for narrow departmental this thing. Do it with that. Understand, make a variation between raw material and the entire way of how raw material has to be tracked, how raw material has to be used, identified, then stored, and then used for medicinal purposes. Now all those kind of things would require study, and all these things require to be documented. तब जाकर के हम जो पर्पस है पूरा इसका, all the traditional systems, इसका जो पर्पस है उसको हम अर्न करेंगे. We will get the people of India into a stage कि they can live and they can be productive, they can be the instrument of progress to the rest of the world. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspirational words. May I now have the honor of inviting our chief guest, Shri Anil Sahasrabuddhe ji, for his address. Shri Anil Sahasrabuddhe ji is chairman. Okay, all right, sir.
सभी को प्रणाम. गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन. हमारे बीच जो मंच पर उपस्थित है, उसमें से बहुत ही योगदान देने वाले व्यक्ति जो है उनके बारे में एक दो शब्द बोलूँगा, बाद में मैं शुरू करूँगा. शेखर दत्त जी ये केवल डिफेंस सेक्रेटरी नहीं थे, आयुष के भी थे, और फॉर्मर गवर्नर ऑफ छत्तीसगढ़. और मैं उनको पूछ रहा था कि उनकी उम्र कितनी है. 77 साल के हैं, यानी 7 + 7 14 होता है. 14 साल के बच्चे को जितना उम्मीद रहती है कि आगे क्या करना चाहिए, वही उनके मन में आज भी दिखाई देता है. इसलिए ये बहुत बड़ी है. इस यूनिवर्सिटी के वाइस चांसलर प्रोफेसर रमेश गोयल जी बहुत ही अकॉम्प्लिश्ड साइंटिस्ट है. बहुत सारे कार्य पैंडेमिक में यहाँ किए गए हैं, वो भी बहुत बधाई के पात्र है. उसी के साथ डॉक्टर कटियार जी, डॉक्टर कीर्ति भाटी, डॉक्टर ओपी शुक्ला जो यहाँ के रजिस्ट्रार है, डॉक्टर अजय शर्मा, और यहाँ सामने बैठे हुए अवार्डीज, दोज हु वर अवार्डेड both in the first day yesterday as well as for the best paper presentations today, उन सब लोगों को भी मेरे तरफ से बहुत बहुत बधाइयाँ. After that, in a valedictory function, after 2 days of marathon listening, there are still people around. That itself is a great sign of the successful conference. All of you are still here. You are also, whether professors, vice chancellors, faculty members, associations, all of you who are here, you also deserve a lot of accolades for this particular purpose. अभी हमने श्री शेखर दत्त जी से बहुत सारी चीज़ों को सुना, समझ लिया है, तो मैं थोड़ा उसी के ऊपर थोड़ा सा स्पिन देते हुए अलग चीज़ों को भी बताना चाहता हूँ. उन्होंने आखिरी में कहा कि we have to develop at least one molecule every year. मैं तो कहता हूँ कि 1.43 billion population with so much of scientific manpower, so many universities and colleges, our contribution has to be not one, but, sir, at least 10 molecules a year. And for that, we need to start that from two angles. सबसे प्रथम देश को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हम बार बार 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी, 10 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी की बात करते हैं, लेकिन ये इकोनॉमी यदि बननी है तो दो चीज़ों का बहुत बहुत बड़ा महत्व है। तीसरी भी चीज़ है, तीनों को एक साथ बताऊंगा। सबसे पहला एजुकेशन, क्योंकि सही एजुकेशन जब तक प्राप्त नहीं होता है तो आगे कुछ नहीं हो सकता है। फिर इकोनॉमिक्स हो, कॉमर्स हो, साइंस हो, ह्यूमैनिटीज़ हो, म्यूज़िक हो, आर्ट हो, कल्चर हो, एजुकेशन इज़ वेरी वेरी सिग्निफिकेंट एंड इम्पॉर्टेंट। एक बहुत बड़ी अच्छी यूनिवर्सिटी पहली बार फार्मास्यूटिकल साइंसेस एंड रिसर्च के लिए जो देश में बनी है वो इस दिल्ली में स्थित, आपने बहुत कंट्रीब्यूशन किया हुआ है, बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। जब मैं एजुकेशन की बात कर रहा हूँ तो मैं तो समझता हूँ कि जो नई राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 में आई, उसमें बार बार कहा गया है कि आवर एजुकेशन हैज़ टू बी मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी, क्रॉस डिसिप्लिनरी। देयर इज नथिंग विच इज ओनली यूनिक टू ओनली वन डिसिप्लिन। शेखर दत्त ने जो उदाहरण दिया, जो नोबेल प्राइज इन मेडिसिन में मिला होगा, लेकिन उनको फिजिक्स भी उतना ही आता था, केमिस्ट्री भी उतनी ही आती थी, और इसीलिए तो ये कर सके। तो इसलिए हम सब छात्रों को, टीचर्स को मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी होना पड़ेगा। मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी साइंस में ही नहीं, लेकिन इवन वी मस्ट अंडरस्टैंड आर्ट, म्यूजिक, कल्चर, ये सभी चीज़ों को ध्यान से करेंगे तो अपने आप हमारा जो विड्थ ऑफ नॉलेज बढ़ता है। तो नॉलेज जब बढ़ता है तो हमारे पास विजडम आता है, और जब विजडम आता है तो हम नए नए एप्लीकेशन करने में साध्यता प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। तो देयरफॉर इट इज नॉट जस्ट डिसमिनेशन ऑफ नॉलेज, क्रिएशन ऑफ नॉलेज, then converting that into wisdom to use it appropriately at the right place, and then create those applications which are very very important. इसलिए वो molecules very important, और उस molecule से ही हमारी health अच्छी रखने में हमको योगदान मिलेगा। We often say that it is always better that we prevent rather than curing afterwards, and therefore preventive मेडिकल केयर इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। उसके लिए सर ने बताया जो हमारी इम्यून सिस्टम को और ज़्यादा अच्छा कैसे कर सके। फॉर्चुनेटली ड्यूरिंग कोविड, कंपेयर टू मेनी कंट्रीज ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, इंक्लूडिंग द so far what we call as advanced countries who lost so many lives, compared to our population, it was under control, possibly because of our food habits, our nature of doing things, and that's why our immune system is far better than many other countries. So therefore, how do we analyze that? सर ने अगेन डॉक्यूमेंटेशन की बात की, तो इसलिए ये सभी चीज़ों को सही ढंग से यदि डॉक्यूमेंटेशन करके हम रिसर्च पेपर के माध्यम से लोगों के सामने नहीं लाएंगे तो योगदान जो भारत देश कर सकता है वो दुनिया को कभी नहीं मिलेगा। और हमारा हमेशा ये हमारी गरिमा है कि हम हमेशा चाहते हैं वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, द होल वर्ल्ड इज वन फैमिली, और सर्वे जनाः सुखिनो भवन्तु। जना यहाँ सिर्फ लोक नहीं है, नेचर, एनिमल्स, प्लांट्स, एनिमेट एंड इनएनिमेट, देयरफॉर वेदर इट इज रिवर्स, माउंटेन्स, वी प्रे एवरी वन ऑफ देम, एंड दैट्स व्हाई दिस हैज टू बी स्प्रेड टू द होल वर्ल्ड। एंड अभी फॉर्चुनेटली हमको G20 का नेतृत्व मिला है। मोदी जी 8 साल से जो कार्य कर रहे हैं, अगले 2 साल भी करेंगे ही और आगे भी करते रहेंगे, और ऐसा हम सब लोग एक साथ जुट कर यदि काम करेंगे तो मेरे ख्याल से अगले 5-6 साल में दुनिया को बहुत सारी चीज़ें का जो आज तक पता भी नहीं है उसको देने में हम सक्षम रहेंगे। ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण कार्य हमको करना है। तो देयरफॉर हेल्थ ऑफ द कंट्री इज इम्पॉर्टेंट, वेदर इट इज इकोनॉमिकली और अदरवाइज। तो हेल्थ ऑफ द इंडिविजुअल्स इज ऑल्सो इम्पॉर्टेंट। देयरफॉर फर्स्ट थिंग इज preventive. That means you must develop sufficiently your capabilities. Then by chance कुछ वायरस आ जाता है जो deliberately हुआ है या किसी का accidentally हुआ है, उसके ऊपर मात करने के लिए दवाइयों को तैयार करना, वैक्सीन्स तैयार करना, ये भी हमको करना पड़ेगा। और उसके बाद बहुत सारे साइड इफेक्ट्स होते हैं, और हमने देखा है कि जो मेन कोरोना विक्टिम्स जो थे उसका कई लोगों का देहांत कोरोना के वजह से कोविड से नहीं हुआ, because of several other complications which were developed, and therefore post care is also equally important. Or therefore pharmaceutical institution of science and research has to indulge in all of these three things, but सबसे important पहला वाला है. पहला वाला ठीक हो जाएगा तो दूसरे और तीसरे की नौबत ही नहीं आएगी. तो इसलिए आप सब लोगों को बार बार मैं कह रहा हूं कि आप पूरा का रिसर्च इस डायरेक्शन में ले जाना चाहिए. और हमारे यहाँ ये संपदा यानी दिस रिच हेरिटेज हमारे जो ऋषि और मुनियों ने लिख के रखा है, और कुछ लिखा भी नहीं होगा तो ओरल ट्रेडिशन से आया हुआ है, वो ट्राइबल विलेज में भी मिलता है, गांव में भी मिलता है. उसको डॉक्यूमेंटेशन कैसे करें, उसके ऊपर रिसर्च कैसे करें और उसको लोगों के सामने उजागर करते हुए लोगों को समाधान कैसे दे सके, ये कार्य हम सब लोगों को करना चाहिए. तो इसलिए हेल्थ बिकम्स इम्पॉर्टेंट. The third one is also agriculture. Indirectly, ये दोनों education and health is also associated with agriculture, right kind of food, not eating the junk food which many of our younger generations always want to have. Instead of that, very यानी सत्तू है और ऐसे बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जहाँ से हमको जो चाहिए विटामिन्स हो या प्रोटीन्स हो सब कुछ आसानी से मिल सकता है. उसके बदले में टैबलेट्स खाने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है. तो इसलिए अच्छी आहार क्रांति करने की भी ज़रूरत है, उसका भी हमको समाधान ढूंढना पड़ेगा. और अभी चौथी चीज़ में जो बोलने वाला हूँ, यहाँ तो फार्मेसी के लोग हैं जो मेडिसिन के साथ जुड़े हुए लोग हैं, लेकिन हमारे नॉर्मल एजुकेशन में भी स्कूल एजुकेशन से शुरू करते हुए हायर एजुकेशन तक सभी लोगों को कुछ बेसिक कॉन्सेप्ट्स आने चाहिए. वेदर इट इज़ फिजियोलॉजी ऑफ द बॉडी. अब सर ने बहुत बार कहा कि जो हमारा मन है या हमारा हृदय है, हमारा ब्रेन है, उसके बारे में इंटरलिंकिंग इंटरकनेक्शन कैसे है, दलाई लामा जी ने बहुत अच्छी तरह से पेश किया. तो मेरे ख्याल से हमारे इस देश में ना केवल हृदय, हम बहुत बार बोलते हैं उसका हृदय अच्छा है यानी इट इज नॉट द फिजिकल हृदय, बट हृदय अच्छा है यानी कंपैशन है, करुणा है, करुणादायी आदमी को उसका हृदय अच्छा है बोलते हैं. तो देयरफॉर अलोंग विद दैट आवर ब्रेन, द वे इट वर्क्स, हाउ द थॉट्स आर कमिंग इन, न्यूरोसाइंस इज डेवलपिंग इन फास्टर पेस, बट आज भी पूरी चीज़ हमको समझ में नहीं आई है और इसीलिए दुर्विचार आते रहते हैं. तो इसलिए उसको बाहर निकालने के लिए हमारे देश में योग और मेडिटेशन का सहाय लिया हुआ है. तो हाउ योग एंड मेडिटेशन आल्सो हेल्प्स इन दिस होल प्रोसेस, वी नीड टू डू इन्वेस्टिगेशन. उसके अलावा जहाँ जहाँ शक्य है वहाँ स्कूलों कॉलेजों में हमारी जो परंपरा और संपदा है, जैसे आयुर्वेद का एक बेसिक कोर्स सबको होना चाहिए. टिल दे गेट देयर 10th और 12th स्टैंडर्ड दे मस्ट नो. Not only Ayurveda, why not also have a small fragment of other forms of medicine, maybe even allopathy. I'm not against allopathic science. Allopathy हो या यूनानी हो या होम्योपैथी हो, उनके बारे में भी थोड़ी जानकारी होगी. तो हर आदमी की प्रकृति सेम नहीं है. सेम मेडिसिन may not work on the same person. It is also because of the time and space. कौन सी जगह में, कौन से क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशन में, कौन से जगह में, कौन से जगह से आया हुआ वो मेडिसिन, उसके ऊपर निर्भर होता है. इसलिए वन कैप फिट्स फॉर ऑल नहीं हो सकता है. एंड देयरफॉर इन मेनी ऑफ द सिस्टम्स ऑफ मेडिसिन दे आस्क लॉट ऑफ क्वेश्चंस और उसके बेसिस पे वो एक मेडिसिन तय करके देते हैं. तो इसलिए आई थिंक देयर इज लॉट ऑफ रिसर्च रिक्वायर्ड, बट दैट इंटरेस्ट, इंक्विजिटिवनेस, जो मैंने कहा कि दत्त जी एट द एज ऑफ 77, दैट मीन्स 7 + 7 14 ईयर्स के एज के जैसे दिखते हुए काम कर रहे हैं. तो वो इंक्विजिटिवनेस 14 साल के बच्चे में, लड़का या लड़की को जब हाई स्कूल में है तब होना चाहिए. तब जब बाहर जाके वो हायर एजुकेशन में आते हैं दे विल कंट्रीब्यूट. और बहुत अच्छी चीज़ नई शिक्षा नीति में जो आई है कि मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी एजुकेशन विल स्टार्ट अर्ली. क्लास 8th तक नॉर्मल आप जो भी सीखना है सारे सब्जेक्ट सीखेंगे, लेकिन बाद में इन द लास्ट 4 years, अनलाइक टुडे, आफ्टर 10th स्टैंडर्ड यू हैव टू टेक आर्ट्स और टेक कॉमर्स और यू टेक साइंस. देयर इज नो अदर थिंग. लेकिन अभी जो नई शिक्षा नीति में बताया गया 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th में यू कैन हैव सो मच फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी. वन कैन टेक फिजिक्स एंड साइकोलॉजी, वन कैन टेक म्यूजिक and mechanical sciences, something like this. I think that is where a lot of interdisciplinary, cross-disciplinary action will begin. और ऐसे बच्चे जब 5-10 साल के बाद कॉलेज और यूनिवर्सिटी में आएंगे, आप देखिए भारत पूरी दुनिया को ऐसा रास्ता दिखाने वाला है. अभी उसका आप you can dream about it. Some of you who are younger will see it happening. We may also see it if we are long living, and then we will see that the nation really builds up on what all you have done. All the very best for all of you for attending this conference, learning a lot of things. And मैं इस सब्जेक्ट का नहीं होते हुए जब न्योता मिला तो आया, क्योंकि कुछ लोगों से कुछ सुनने के बाद मेरे ज्ञान में भी कुछ संवर्धन होगा ऐसे समझ से मैं आया, और मेरा संवर्धन जरूर हुआ. जैसे शेखर दत्त जी से या रमेश गोयल जी से मिलकर मुझे ज्ञान संवर्धन हुआ है, ऐसे कहते हुए मेरे 4 शब्द समाप्त करता हूँ. नमस्कार, जय हिंद.
Thank you so much, sir. I request Dr. C.K. Katiyar to give his remarks about the conclave.
Respected Sri Shekhar Dattaji, who has been our patron not only for IASTAM but also for Society for Ethnopharmacology, where I am Vice President. He has always come whenever we have requested him to attend any meeting. He has always obliged us. Sri Anil Sasbuddhe, Dr. Goyal, Vice Chancellor, our friend for about, I think, about 30 years now. 40 years. Shuklaji, Dr. Ajay, and our colleague, Dr. Kirti, and a lot of friends sitting here, all the awardees of IASTAM, are also awardees of today, the scientific presentations, faculty members, research scholars, students, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be here at the end of the function today, after 2 days function of IASTAM award function and annual convention. I am very thankful to the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Goyal, and the whole management of DPSRU, besides the government functionaries, everybody, for having given us an opportunity to jointly organize this function here, second time. First it was 2018, now it is this year, 2023. And especially the kind of love, affection and coordination we have got, because I am sitting in Kolkata, Dr. Kirti is in Pune, and Dr. Bhatt is in Mumbai, but all the function to be done here. So I will say that Dr. Goyal and his colleague, Dr. Ajay and Dr. Mahavir took all the responsibility on themselves to practically hold the whole function on their own. So I am very thankful to them and the team. So that's one, and we always try to focus in the annual convention on one subject and go deeper into it. So this year we identified regulations. Why regulations? Because recently some draft notifications have come on the totally new Drugs and Cosmetics Act, totally revised edition, where the definition of drug, definition of Ayurvedic medicines, there were 7 definitions of Ayurvedic medicine in the proposed draft. So much changes, so many changes, and some of them are very progressive changes as well. So we thought, let's use this forum to discuss not only those, but also nutraceuticals, also food safety, other categories in Food Safety Authority, and also most important is the phytopharmaceuticals, which is very, very new category, but there is a lot of confusion among the people about phytopharmaceuticals. So that's a new category. So we thought to do that, and also our idea was to at the end of it to arrive at certain recommendations, which I am sure we will be driving at the maybe within 2-3 days. We will be driving some recommendations also. And so regulations was one which was, therefore therefore, from yesterday, if you see, post-lunch yesterday, until today in the evening, just before this function, we were discussing only and only regulations. Unfortunately, we could not touch two things. One was IPR, which is, to me, the most important aspect of regulations. We could not touch. And second, we could not discuss GMP. Because GMP, what we are talking, schedule T GMP, now it appears to be a substandard. So therefore, Ministry of AYUSH has formed a committee to upgrade the GMP also, that we could not discuss GMP and these two issues today. But the rest, I think, quite elaborately we have discussed. So I think one objective has been achieved of discussions. Now second objective is to convert them into the discussions, coming out discussion paper, taking it forward. That we will take it up later. But this kind of association with DPSRU was very, very heartening, and I think all the guests are very happy with that, not only with the deliberations, but also, sir, with the kind of hospitality you extended. Right? So they deserve a big round of applause for that, the kind of hospitality and the sea. So as I told you, none of us are here. So some of you landed at the airport, somebody was there to pick you up at the airport, bring you to the destination, your accommodation, everything. So I think it was perfect arrangement, and especially thanks to Dr. Ajay, your volunteers, your students, right? Big round of applause for them. Right. So all of we are thinking actually when we are discussing today about the regulations. So what happens is regulations are discussed in three manners. One, where regulator tells you, better you do it. Second, person sitting on the other side tells, better you do this way. And there is third thing, which is, what is the need gap? Is there any need gap? Why do we change the rules? What is the need of changing the rules? Did you find any problem in the compliance? Did you find rules were too tough? Did you find that business is going down? Why do you change the regulations? So the discussion should be basically depending upon this. So the phytopharmaceutical and Ayush Ahar, what you see recently, these phytopharmaceutical and food safety permitting use of Ayurvedic herbs from Ayurveda, these two were the regulations which took almost 15 years. I do exactly remember it was 2004 when I was at Ranbaxy. Since then we started discussion on these two rules on food safety authority and phytopharmaceutical. The idea was that Ayurvedic medicine business was stagnant, it was not growing. So how to expand the arena of the herbs and go beyond that? So that's what, because Supreme Court orders, as per Supreme Court judgment, allopathic doctors were not prescribing Ayurvedic medicines. And that was a big, huge chunk, big, huge people, the business, major business like, just consider Live 52. 70% business at that time was coming from these doctors. So there were few factors which discussed, and these notifications were brought, lot of discussion took place, and 15 years, after 15 years, we are at certain place. There is some people who said disheartening about phytopharmaceutical. 5 साल हो गया, अब तक कोई drug नहीं आया. Sir, new drug आने में 20 साल लगता है. And since phytopharmaceutical also a new drug, आप 20 नहीं, कम से कम 7 साल तो दीजिए. तो 5 years are there. Some developments, I think 7 molecules, there are 7 molecules, which out of it I think 5 are in the pre-clinical talks, and 1 in phase 1 clinical trial, and 1 is advanced level. So I think let us wait for 3-4 more years, and then new pharmaceutical will come out. Whole idea was India has taken the lead in coming out with the first ever such rule throughout the world. And people are watching outside India on the fate of this, on the outcome of this. So I'm very happy to be part of the discussions for the last 2 days focused on this. As a president from IASTAM, I wholeheartedly extend a very big thanks to the faculty staff of DPSRU and all the awardees. Once again, we feel privileged that you accepted our invitation to receive award, and we feel obliged on that part, and we wish to seek your continued guidance in future also on how to take the IASTAM and its objective forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I request Dr. Kirti Bharti to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Sheetal. I think my words are being taken by Dr. Katiyar sir, and he's made my job a bit easier. And since this is the last part of the conference, everybody is waiting to go home after the 2 days, feast of knowledge. But still, I have to express the gratitude to the volunteers and others. So just let me have, and please bear with me. As I express my gratitude, I must never forget that the highest pleasure is not to utter words, but of course to live with them. So here is the best example that we are taking. I express my gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. Anil Sahasrabuddhe, Chairman NBA, our guest of honor, Dr. Sri Shekhar Dutt sir, and of course he's our own because he's a national advisory chairperson of IASTAM. He's our own. I am deeply touched and inspired and motivated by the generous work in integration for providing such a platform, international platform for us. Dr. Goyal, Vice Chancellor, our President of IASTAM, Dr. Katiyar sir, and of course the managing committee members of IASTAM and the members of IASTAM. With unswerving determination, trust, modesty, I express my gratitude, deep administration to all the awardees, speakers, the sponsors, and of course the leadership of Dr. Ajay Sharma, Dr. Shukla, and his team. Especially, I would like to take some names who were working very hard to make this conference a grand success. Dr. Arya, Dr. Rashmi, Dr. Ajit, Dr. Akash, Dr. Sushma, Dr. Suraj, Dr. Savina, Dr. K.C. Sharma, Dr. Vijendra, Dr. Anup, Dr. Mahavir, Dr. Madhu, Dr. Parul, Dr. Amrita, Dr. Fauzia, Dr. Sahil, Dr. Richa, Dr. Sheetal Kalra, Dr. Sapna, Dr. Amanpreet, Dr. Puneet, Dr. Sheetal, Dr. Pooja, Dr. Varsha, Dr. Devesh, Dr. Prabodh, Dr. Savita, Dr. Nilofika. And of course, I would also like to express the volunteers, the students who were here, and especially the film that you saw. It was done so, enthusiastically from the team. I would also like to thank the team, Priyadarshini, who worked constantly for this conclave, especially Ayush Gupta, Palak, Janvi, Chinmay Arora, Mohammad Arif, Amar Singh, Priyanka, and there are many more, especially the transport and the other accommodation team. I could see how they were working hard. It was a wonderful experience to be associated with you all in building in the potential with this journey with heaps of knowledge and competence, comprehensive insight. Thank you all and wish you all to be associated with you in years ahead. Jaisa sir ne bataya, Vasudeva Kutumbakam, we are a family in this globe. So we are being connected in this thought process. Thank you one and all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I now request organizing committee members to come on the stage to collect their certificates from our esteemed dignitaries. I call upon Dr. Arya Lakshmi. Dr. Ajit Thakur. Dr. Sushma Telgaonkar. Dr. Geeta Agarwal. Dr. Saurabh Dhaiya. Dr. Kalicharan. Can we have a round of applause for our organizing committee members? Dr. Vijender. Dr. Vijender is not here. Dr. Devesh. Okay. Dr. Prabodh Chandar. Dr. Madhu Gupta. Dr. Rajiv Tonk. Can we have a round of applause, please? Dr. Swaminathan. Dr. Mahavir Dhobi. Dr. Devesh Tiwari. Dr. Ranjit Kumar. Dr. Abhishek Dadich. Dr. Akash Midha. Dr. Ranjit Kumar.
Dr. Seetal Kalra. I request all the organizing committee members please come on the stage for a group photograph. Please.
Dr. Sapna.
I request all the MC members of IASTAM also to come on the dais.
Yeah. Dr. Amanpreet. Dr. Nitika. Dr. Pooja Mongia. Dr. Manju Vyas. Dr. Sahil. Dr. Anup Kumar. Dr. Savina. Dr. Rashi, Dr. Roshni, Dr. Amrita,
ओके एक सेकंड मैडम मैं चली जाती हूँ
बच्चों को भी बुला लीजिएगा इसके बाद बच्चों को लास्ट में मैडम नॉन टीचिंग को बुला
I request all the student volunteers and non-teaching staff also to join us on the stage.
आगे जाओ तुम आगे जाओ आगे राज बैठ जाओ भाई
थोड़ा सा शिफ्ट
अरे उस साइड से आगे
Mathur ji, Ankur ji, Kishan ji, you can also join. Pankaj sir, Jyoti ma'am, please. Sunil, Manoj, Subham. आराम से बैठ जाओ, आराम से बैठ जाओ।
Everyone, please settle down for national anthem. Kindly stand.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाए तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, everyone. You may now proceed for the tea session.